Hello, Chad. We are live with the final day of the Grand Chess Tour Zagreb tournament. And Sahaj भाई, ये ऐसा टूर्नामेंट जो देते नहीं रुकता भाई, कांस्टेंट ट्विस्टेड टर्न्स, मतलब ऐसा लग रहा है कि मतलब कभी भी वो बोलते हैं ना, कोई इंटरेस्टिंग की तरह बंदा निकलेगा. इट हैज बीन 20 years, आई एम स्टिल वेटिंग फॉर द रिजल्ट भाई. कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है कौन जीतने वाला है. बट ऑफ कोर्स एज यूजुअल फिलहाल के लिए नंबर 1 पे वही एक आदमी है, एंड उसका नाम है मैग्नस कार्लसन. 17.5 पॉइंट पे भाई, करोड़ रुपए कमाते हुए मैग्नस कार्लसन. साज भाई, क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन आपकी? वेलकम
भाई आई थिंक मैग्नस तो आई थिंक ही इज गोना रन अवे विद इट. कल भी ही स्कोर्ड 7.5 आउट ऑफ 9 इन द ब्लिट्स सेक्शन, एंड आई थिंक टुडे इज नॉट गोना बी एनी डिफरेंट, एटलीस्ट मैग्नस के पर्सपेक्टिव में. रियल क्वेश्चन इज कि क्या गुकेश एटलीस्ट परफॉर्म बेटर देन ही डिड yesterday, right? I mean, 1.5 out of 9 is definitely not expected from someone like Gukesh, but लेकिन हो सकता है कि आज इट कैन बी अ बिट बेटर. एक चीज जो मुझे सबसे मोट लगी, वो मैंने आपको पहले भी कहा था, वो जो नाइट F3 वाली लाइन थी ना, इट फेल्ट लाइक एवरी गेम विद द व्हाइट पीसेस ही वाज गेटिंग इनटू अ वर्स पोजीशन. जस्ट अवॉइड इट, गो इनटू समथिंग एल्स. एंड आई थिंक इट कैन वर्क आउट अ बिट बेटर। और इसी मैं बात करते करते मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि जो टॉप कमेंट अभी जो मुझे दिख रहा है, लिखा हुआ है गुकेश ब्लिट्स इक्वल सहज ग्रोवर ब्लिट्स। वाह भाई ये
अरे
तो
भाई।
भाई ये तो भाई ये तो मेरी तारीफ कर दिया आपने यार।
भाई, chat, I hope आज का गुकेश का blitz will break all records and literally it's gonna change how we look at Gukesh. I think it's pretty obvious कि I think I've also kind of talked about this earlier कि भाई एक rating ना, it's a average performance of a player. So on your day you can play like a 3000 rated player, but then you also have those days जहाँ पे you play like a 2500 player and net आपका average 2750 बनता है. The only difference is it was complete extremes, right? So one day it was destroying Magnus and scoring like 5 in a row, and one way it was like getting compared with Sahaj and then losing like 5 games in a row. So I think बहुत difference है
हम्म।
साज भाई. And मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कहीं ना कहीं पे गुकेश के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से आई थिंक आज का दिन इज द इक्वलाइजिंग फैक्टर कि भाई एक बहुत बेकार दिन, एक बहुत अच्छा दिन, आज एक अच्छा दिन चला जाए, मे बी वी फिनिश फर्स्ट अगर इफ वी बीट मैग्नस, मे बी फिनिश सेकंड, बट इवन फिनिशिंग सेकंड बिहाइंड मैग्नस इज अ बिग स्टेटमेंट कि भाई मे बी आई एम नॉट देयर येट बट आई एम द वन, आई एम द वन भाई, आई एम हिम, आई एम द वन हु इज कमिंग टुवर्ड्स यू.
बट साहिल भाई, दैट बीइंग सेड, अगर फर्स्ट आना है इस टूर्नामेंट में तो दिन बहुत अच्छा लाना बहुत जरूरी है। इट हैज टू बी अ ग्रेट डे,
हाँ.
इट कांट बी एन एवरेज डे।
या.
बिकॉज वो 7.5, देखो अगर 7.5 अगर उसने अभी करे तो आई मीन गुकेश कैन नॉट कैच अप टू हिम इवन इफ ही स्कोर 7.5 एंड गुकेश 9 आउट ऑफ 9
या.
भी करता है तो।
या.
So technically he can, so he has to have a great day. I think of course a win against Magnus would be the best. I think
दैट्स
he
द
has
ओनली वे साज
black
भाई.
pieces today, no?
नो ही
If
इज
I'm not
राइट बट
mistaken.
दैट्स द ओनली वे,
No, 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 no.
राइट चैट.
He has black against Magnus today, no? Yeah,
No,
no,
he
he
is
has white
right.
against Magnus.
He is right. He is right.
Kal black the right.
The point
So
is,
that's a
if
good
he
chance.
yeah, if he draws against Magnus, then he still has a 2 point deficit and 8 points में कम करना पड़ेगा cover और मुश्किल. If he loses, then Magnus has a 3 point lead, right? That's almost impossible to cover in 8 rounds, anyways. So from my angle, the only way he finishes first, उसका एक important part है to beat Magnus. उसके बिना हो ही नहीं
Hmm.
सकता, I think, because Magnus
Hmm.
will not lose 3 in a row. Yeah, that's not going to happen. So I think that'll be very interesting. But of course, the order of the games is the same. So Magnus is in, I think, round number fifth, if I'm not mistaken. तो पहले
Hmm.
3 या 4 गेम्स खेलने हैं. If he starts off with let's say 3 out of 4 or 3.5 out of 4, Magnus let's say अगर मान लो आधा एक पॉइंट कवर कर लिया हमने तब तक पहले 4 राउंड में, then suddenly things start heating up, right? Because if he defeats Magnus, he equalizes Magnus.
Absolutely. He plays Magnus in round 4, but the first round, as usual, is going to be Wesley So with the black pieces, then Abdusatarov, then Duda, and then Magnus. I feel like in चारों rounds में the picture will be very clear. हमें लास्ट तक मतलब वो वेट नहीं करना पड़ेगा. We know exactly 4 राउंड के अंदर what the situation is going to look like as long as Gukesh is concerned for sure.
सही कुछ कहे थे क्या? हाँ हाँ, वो ना टेक्स्ट कर देना व्हाट्सएप पे, जस्ट रिमाइंड मी लाइक वंस इन एवरी 1.5 hours, मे बी 1 hour, whatever. चैट, बाय द वे, 50% ऑफ चल रहा है फाइनल डे टुडे, या, और 50% ऑफ यू कैन सी ऑन एनी प्री मेंबरशिप. आज फाइनल डे है, सो इफ यू वांट टू गेट इसका मेंबरशिप, यू वांट टू इंप्रूव, जस्ट डू इट टुडे, यू विल नॉट रिग्रेट इट. मैं तो कह रहा हूँ साल का ले लो, इट्स अ ग्रेट डील. I think it will be amazing for your chess improvement skills. I think there won't be a better deal across the entire year. चाहे India world champion, 50% से off तो कभी मिलेगा नहीं. This is the best time to get it, Saj bhai.
Hmm. Nice plug there.
अरे भाई, प्लग तो है भाई, प्लग तो पानी को बहते हुए रोक सकता है, और पानी वाटर स्टॉप्स फॉर नथिंग. सो प्लग तो है ही क्रेजी इफेक्टिव. एंड चैट, द गेम स्टार्ट्स इन एग्जैक्टली आई थिंक 7 minutes फ्रॉम नाउ. सो तैयार
Yeah.
रहो. एंड चैट, एक इंपॉर्टेंट प्रेडिक्शन आज. सो द ऑब्वियस वन, हु इज गोना बी द विनर ऑफ जीसीटी जाग्रेब? चैट, वन नेम फ्रॉम यू, एंड साज भाई, वन नेम फ्रॉम यू.
यार वो नाम आई थिंक चैट में भी वही होगा और मेरा भी वही होगा. हम कैसे, यप देयर वी हैव इट. 5 लोगों ने लिखा है अभी तक. एक का ही अनिश गिरी लिखा है. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट आई एम सीइंग ओनली मैग्नस. आई एम गोना से मैग्नस अगेन. डूडा आल्सो हैज अ वेरी गुड चांस. आई वुड से 1.5 पॉइंट की लीड इज स्टिल डुएबल. गुकेश आल्सो थियोरेटिकली हैज अ वेरी गुड चांस, बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे, अगर पहला राउंड अच्छा नहीं गया, जैसे कल गुकेश के साथ क्या हुआ था, लाइक व्हेन ही हैड द टच मूव थिंग अगेंस्ट वेस्टली, सो इन द फर्स्ट राउंड आई थिंक दैट थ्रू हिम ऑफ, you know
हम्म.
because he was defending so well in the first round itself, and it was a dead drawn position, and then he picked up the pawn. I don't know आपने देखी वो video साहिल भाई के नहीं. He
या
picked
देखा
up the
देखा या.
pawn and then he put it back, and then suddenly he realized he lost. And जब वो momentum टूट जाता है blitz में, then you have no time to sort of get yourself together.
या.
क्योंकि फिर आप you just stop believing in yourself, you know. तो फिर वो बहुत मुश्किल होता है वहां से कम बैक करना. तो first
इनफैक्ट
4 rounds are very important here.
we discussed this, Sahaj, if you remember. हमने कहा था कि will this, kind of touch and move kind of tilt him off, and it absolutely did. Because एक
Hmm.
move away थे वो draw से, and also kind of losing like that. When you also realize, right, it pinches you. If you had completely missed it, you think, blunder. But then if you realize it, oh, that takes an emotional toll on you. And I think it's gonna be a fresh day today, chat. You never know how, you know, Gukesh will play. Of course, कई लोग कह रहे हैं धोनी जीतेगा, but I think Dhoni is retired now, Saj bhai, so maybe he doesn't have a chance of winning this one.
Kasparov लिखना था भाई.
Chat stream like करो भाई. Let's get to 100 likes and it's going to start in exactly 5 minutes from now. बड़ा मजा आएगा भाई. And आज ही मैं वो वीडियो देख रहा था, Ronaldo, kind of वो disguising himself and playing football on the streets of Spain. आपने देखा होगा साज भाई. And then a
I
kid,
didn't
kind
actually.
of बहुत
That's
बहुत
so
पुरानी वीडियो
cool.
है, बहुत पुरानी वीडियो है.
Oh,
So
अच्छा
he
अच्छा अच्छा
he's
अच्छा.
playing football and then nobody kind of pays attention to him. Like nobody cares he's playing football and showing tricks. Then a kid
Mhm.
walks up and then he plays with him for 5 minutes and then he reveals कि वो Ronaldo है and then suddenly the entire country converges on him कि भाई Ronaldo आ गया. Like पहले nobody cared, yeah. So I think it's all about the name does matter at the end. And सामने
Hmm.
we have Magnus Carlsen, we have Gukesh. So two big names. Let's see chat who's gonna win today.
Very nice summary there. Also, I think Duda, and then of course let's talk a bit about Prague as well, because Prague is about 4 points away from Magnus Carlsen, but he did perform more or less. I think it wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. I think especially his last round against Ukesh was, I think, a very very nice win. And I think Prague ke liye top three is a more
Yeah,
realistic
yeah.
goal, I would say, rather than becoming first, because 4 point ka deficit in 9 rounds. I mean, you are banking on the fact that Magnus will score 4 out of 9 or 5 out of 9, and you will score 9 out of 9, which is
नहीं.
of course not
Yeah.
as realistic.
I think
So
the
the
fact.
top three, I think, is reachable.
Huh. Agreed. I think top three is fair. I think he can definitely aim for that. And if the Indians can finish like both Indians in top three, I think that would be an amazing result, Sahaj. Like just kind of trying to picture Magnus first, let's say Gukesh second, Prag third. That would be a big statement that India is here to stay even in the shorter format.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think Rapid में already we made a claim. Gukesh का ना हमेशा it's either amazing or it's like, not as not एक कोई middle नहीं होता कहीं पे, like average. It's either great or just not is there at all. But yeah, Rapid में तो कर
The
दिया हमने, but now सिर्फ सिर्फ Blitz बचा है.
newbie saying there's no way both Indians are at top three. They can actually, yeah. I think it is not too far fetched. I mean, Duda is the only one who's ahead. Wesley So Ukesh पहली game में हरा देगा तो Plug catches up with Wesley So if he wins his own game. So I think
Mhm.
it is totally possible. Of course, if let's say 3 round हो गए and it's still the same standings or it's gotten worse, then maybe that's not possible. Right now, with 9 games to go, it is possible.
Hmm. Why do you think Gukesh is weaker in shorter formats? I think we've discussed this quite a few times. I mean, Blitz is not his main focus I mean, it hasn't been his main focus. That could be one of the reasons. And I think he's very calculation driven, and Blitz में आपके पास time कम होता है, तो you can't calculate everything. That could be another factor. I mean, I'm sure there are many reasons why, देखो, एक होता है खराब tournament, एक होता है 1.5 out of 10. Of course, that's bad. So a lot of things have to go wrong. Of course, I don't know what exactly those things were, but just from a surface level, I can tell you, okay, I think it's mainly because he doesn't pay that much attention to Blitz as much he does to classical. Like classical has always been his main focus.
Hmm. True, true. But okay, Rapid में I think he showed signs. He showed clear signs, and I have
Yes.
faith कि आज at least कल की तरह तो नहीं होगा. I think it will be better now. How much better will decide whether he finishes first, second, third, or even worse. Um, yeah, chat. It's gonna be crazy. 50% off sale. You can definitely get the Diamond Mitchell last day today. And Saj bhai, I hope Gukesh भी 50% ज़्यादा score करेंगे आज, and he will put up. At least there's a challenge, right? So Magnus को लगना चाहिए मेरे पीछे कोई आ रहा है. लाइक ही इज राइट
Hmm.
बिहाइंड मी। ऐसी फीलिंग ऐसा पूरे एंड तक रहेगी, जैसे नॉर्वे में थी, लास्ट मिनट तक वी डिड नॉट नो बिकॉज फैवी ब्लंडर्ड एंड देन वी डिड नॉट नो कौन
Hmm.
जीतेगा। वैसा होना चाहिए, एंड देन वट एवर हैपेंस हैपेंस। सो इट्स गोना बी अमेजिंग, एंड ऑफ कोर्स बहुत सारे कमेंट्स एंड ट्वीट्स आ जाने वाले हैं बिकॉज द टूर्नामेंट विल बी ओवर। एंड देन बहुत सारे कोट ट्वीट्स एंड देन बहुत सारा स्टफ। आजकल वैसे भी ट्विटर चेस काफी ट्रेंड कर रहा है।
एब्सोल्युटली भाई। एंड चैट में कोई बंदा लिख रहा है कि ब्लिट्स इज कम्प्लीटली लक बेस्ड। भाई चेस में कुछ भी लक बेस्ड नहीं होता।
हाँ।
नथिंग इज लक बेस्ड, इट्स ऑल, इट्स अ डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ स्किल आई वुड से।
या
दैट्स इट। लक लक
या
होता है कि आपका अपोनेंट कहीं ब्लंडर कर दे, आई गेस दैट कैन बी विल इज लाइक अ 5-10% लक। बट यू मेक योर ओन लक बेसिकली। आप वो सिचुएशन खुद क्रिएट करते हो जहाँ पे आपका अपोनेंट ब्लंडर कर सकता है। तो इट्स नथिंग
या
इज लक
So if you win
बेस्ड।
like a chess tournament, I think it's like 95% effort and 5% luck. Maybe you need that 5% luck. But if you win a poker tournament, that's like 50% luck. Awadh bhai, हाँ, just saying. फिलहाल के लिए okay. Moving on. फिलहाल के लिए we all set chat. देखते हैं क्या होगा आज, मजा आएगा। मैच स्टार्ट होने वाले हैं 2 मिनट में, 1.5 मिनट में। तो भाई जल्दी से स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो, अपने दिमाग गर्म कर लो भाई, बिकॉज मूव्स बहुत जल्दी आने वाले हैं चैट।
बिल्कुल। यू कुड हैव ऑल्सो बिन लाइक के 95% एकदम लक बेस्ड होता है, बट 50% ये
नहीं,
समर
फिर वो
सेल चल
प्रूव
रही
ना
है।
कर दे मेरे सामने ना,
नहीं
फिर वो
नहीं,
किस खेल है।
50% सुना नहीं आपने यार।
हाँ
50, मेरा आपने पूरा प्लग तोड़ दिया।
हाँ, सॉरी
आई
सॉरी
वाज
सॉरी, हाँ
सेइंग कि 95% स्किल होता है चेस में, 5% क्या कहते हैं लक बेस्ड होता है। बट अगर 50% की बात करें तो 50% की समर सेल चल रही है chess.com पे। तो प्लीज बाय दैट।
ऐसा करना,
यू सी
अगले
दैट
अगले
वाज
2 मिनट
गुड।
तक कोई नहीं लेना भाई। अगले 2 मिनट तक प्लीज कोई लेना नहीं भाई, मैं
दैट वाज
डांटूंगा
गुड,
भाई।
कम ऑन।
जब ये पूरा
दैट
ये
वाज
मोमेंट पास हो जाएगा उसके बाद लेना, वरना भाई तुम्हें 49% मिलेगा चैट।
ये बढ़िया था आई थिंक।
And chat, we are all set. So let's wait for the games to begin. We are a minute away from the final day of the Grand Chess Tour Zagreb tournament. And I know आज 1 घंटा पहले चालू किए हैं, so लोगों को आने में टाइम लगेगा। बट साहज भाई, कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लग रहा है कि दिस गेम इज क्रूशल, दिस गेम इज रियली क्रूशल। आई थिंक कल पहली गेम के बाद गुकेश कुड नॉट स्टॉप द लूजिंग। मे बी इफ ही विंस दिस वन, ही विल नॉट बी एबल टू स्टॉप विनिंग। या
बिल्कुल भाई। एग्जैक्टली। कल 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 के दिन में आई थिंक वेस्ली हैड अ वेरी बिग हैंड इन हाउ केस प्लेड, क्योंकि वो मोमेंटम चला गया हाथ से। एंड आज भी ऐसा हो सकता है भाई। आज भी ऐसा हो सकता है। लेट्स होप कि आज का दिन एटलीस्ट पहला राउंड अच्छा जाए, बिकॉज व्हेन वंस ही गेट्स इनटू द रिदम ही विल प्ले मच बेटर। आई एम 100% श्योर ऑफ इट। तो पूछ रहे हैं
Khalil ji कह रहे हैं, why are you showing overall standings not to showcase Lats and Blitz? These standings come from the tournament, it's combined. फिर हमें रैपिड भी अलग से दिखानी पड़ेगी, मे भी शायद को ना जमे वो। तो आप कृपया जाके किसी और स्ट्रीम को देखें, आप इंजॉय करें। मीनवाइल हम लोग आएंगे, सम ऑफ देम प्रैक्टिसिंग। अरे भाई ये क्या सीन है भाई। Yes, हाँ साज भाई।
आई वॉज सेइंग के आई रेड समवेयर के इज इट इट्स वेरी वेरी हॉट हेयर। यहाँ पे बहुत तगड़ा हीट वेव चल रहा है। इट्स वेरी वेरी बैड एक्चुअली। साइल आई डोंट नो। आई थिंक राइट नाउ बुडापेस्ट माइट बी हॉटर देन दिल्ली ऑल्सो। आई एम नॉट इवन जोकिंग विद यू। इट कुड
ओके,
बी। इट कुड बी।
games are starting, but गर्मी का टेम्परेचर Budapest is 34 actually. And the games have begun E4 by Wesley. So
हाँ, दिल्ली इज 33, आई टोल्ड यू।
हाँ हाँ, एक बराबर 1 डिग्री सस्ता कह रहा हूँ, ओके। सस्ता कह रहा हूँ, एक
वो
डिग्री सस्ता
सस्ता।
नहीं, ठंडा
साहिल
एक
भाई
डिग्री
अभी भी 50% मेंबरशिप के बारे में सोच रहे हैं, 50% डिस्काउंट के बारे
आई
में
कैन
सोच रहे
नॉट
हैं।
टेक माई माइंड ऑफ इट, या इट्स सो ग्रेट।
Yeah. Hmm.
And
Oh,
there it
E4
is.
is.
E4, E5, Sahaj. Let's see what happens. Knight F3 on the board. Knight C6. Oh, Italian this time. I'm happy to not see Spanish again. थक गया कल बिशप देख देख के साज भाई।
हाँ भाई, इटालियन भी मतलब थोड़ा इट्स अ बिट ओवरप्लेड। आई वांट टू सी मोर स्कॉच, बट लेट्स सी अभी के लिए लेट्स स्टे हियर एंड सी व्हाट हैपेंस। शॉर्ट कासल बाय द वे, वेस्ली की ये पेट लाइन है इटालियन। वंस
हम्म
अगेन लाइक ही इज क्वाइट गुड व्हेन इट कम्स टू दिस। डज ही गो फॉर बिशप G5 और नो साहिल भाई? नो बिशप G5 ऑन द बोर्ड। He goes for the
हम्म
typical Italian structure. अभी A4 खेलेगा, बिशप B3 खेलेगा, very typical structure.
हम्म
Knight B2. Usually, I have learned that you can go knight A5 in these position and sort of target that C4 bishop. That's why you play A4. Okay, finally he plays
हम्म
bishop B3.
या
Now
यार
we are
देखो,
back
एक
in mainstream theory.
एक आदमी अपने बिशप को 2 साल के लिए भूल सकता है, बट भुला नहीं सकता सहज भाई, इट्स इम्पॉसिबल। या It's not
बिल्कुल
possible.
भाई,
Yeah.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
Oh, by the way,
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
d5 break किया center ने, so now black has the active bishop. White of course at some point खेलना चाहेंगे d4 चाहे bishop e3 के बाद. There is some pressure on this e5 pawn, so Gukesh has to be on point, and the knight could potentially hop into the f5 square. But I love this bishop. ये वही है, पता है वो साथ में आप recent news में सुना आपने कि there is an interstellar object flying towards our solar system. Did you see that? At super
Yes, I
fast
did.
speed.
Yes,
हाँ तो
yes,
यही
yes.
बिशप है वो, लॉन्ग टर्म
Yeah.
रेंज है, सो यू डोंट सी इट राइट नाउ बट इट्स कमिंग फास्ट.
Exactly. Okay, so knight h4. What do we play now? Knight
इनकमिंग
gf5
साज भाई.
probably, or knight f5, one of them.
Yeah, I think knight f5 maybe looks very strong. We can't
Mm-hmm.
bring the queen out just yet, तीनों square covered है, but maybe in the future.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So far, I think Gukesh has been managing his time quite well. Position देख के
Sahaj,
थोड़ा stress हो रहा है मेरे को.
king h8 is the only move for equality already, otherwise white is a bit better. Second best is knight e7, but as you can see that loses a pawn, so this is
Why king
dangerous
e8?
territory.
So king
If
h8
you play
probably because you want to play knight g8 at some point.
bishop h6 आ रहा है सहज भाई, and it is
हाँ,
actually
queen
game over.
d2 ना.
It is game over. So that's a
Right.
huge threat in the position, and Gukesh has to play King H8.
If he doesn't play, if you see the idea of king h8 is you're sidestepping and you're making room for your knight to go to g8 ताकि वो h6 के
Hmm.
pawn को बचा सके after black sacks on h6. It's a very nice move. Maybe this is
Yeah.
okay. In a classical game, of course, Gukesh finds this in a second. But Blitz,
Yeah.
it's another story. And Wesley seems to be really, really well prepared. Look at his time and look at Gukesh's time.
Ooh,
Ooh,
that's a mistake. He does defend that threat because now the queen can defend, but d4 is super strong now. The rook and the queen on the same file. King h8, not an easy move to find, and Wesley so plays it.
oh, that's big trouble. Big, big, big trouble. So the queen is pinned
Oh,
now. I think the pawn on e5 is under attack. Maybe you can take on e5 and go bishop f4 at some point. Maybe
Sahaj,
black
this
has to play
is.
e4 Salwai.
But yeah, but I think e4, yeah, whatever you play, I think it's already lost for Gukesh. I think like objectively, if this was a classical game, this would be lost. But Blitz में कुछ भी हो सकता है. You can already see 1 minute और 20 सेकंड पीछे, 30 सेकंड, 1.5 मिनट पीछे Gukesh अभी, and Gukesh is struggling in his first game today as well.
भाई हमें क्लासिकल गेम होता तो वो क्वीन ए6 खुद ही नहीं खेलता ना. तो
Hmm.
he would have found king h8 for sure. But it was a
Ooh, look at the
nice
clock.
find by, yeah, I think it's a nice find by Wesley to just trap him in the opening itself.
You know, oh, it's over. That's a blunder. Knight g7, bishop h6, both are completely winning for Wesley. It's over, Saj. It's over.
That's
It's
a weird move. That's a very weird move. Queen
yeah.
d7
What did
just
he just
return.
do? Queen e6 and queen d7. That makes no sense.
I mean, I guess he's inviting d takes e5, knight takes e5. It makes sense from that angle, but he completely forgot about the king side. Like bishop h6 is just feels like there is no defense there. भाई bishop h6 जो पहले आ रहा था ना, वो pawn d3 पे रख के आ रहा था, अब d4 पे रख के आ रहा है. Means वो
Oh,
bishop भी
ये भी
खुला
खुल
हुआ है.
चुका
just
है.
जो exactly c2 का bishop भी खुला हुआ है. So that's way worse.
Yeah, it is
Maybe he
indeed.
didn't. Sahil bhai, maybe he didn't play queen e6 to defend bishop h6. Maybe he was just trying to do something on the d file और वो bishop h6 के बारे में भूल ही गया बिल्कुल. The
Or it could
question
be
is,
just pure.
does he find it? The
Huh.
question is, does Wesley find it?
For sure, bhai. I think for sure. And the thing is, knight h5 is also winning. Bishop h6 is winning. Knight g7 is winning. Everything is winning. That's the main issue. And such, I think it's just pure panic. I think he did play to defend some, attack here, but he just panicked in that moment, looking at the clock, kind of seeing a repeat of what happened yesterday, right? This is what's happening, Sat. Basically, he's
Hmm.
playing quickly to not go behind on the clock. That makes him miss like an idea of his opponent slightly. His knight f5 was very strong. Then he takes a lot of time to kind of figure out the defense, and he defends it for a few moves, but then he's already behind the clock. And then he's behind the clock, so then he's not able to give the defense for long. So it's kind of a cycle. And its solution kya exactly, it's not clear, but it's definitely not this. And it's a brilliancy by Wesley. So it is over, Sahaj. Two pieces
Oh.
sacrificed. Wow.
Oh.
Wow. Levy का
Oh.
thumbnail in real time chat. Brilliancy, brilliancy, and it is over.
Levy का face भी वहाँ पे ऐसे करके. But yeah, king
हाँ,
g8 and then just queen d2, queen g5, or even knight h5. This seems dead lost.
this is over, bhai. This is over.
This
This is
is
completely
brutal.
over. This
This
is
is
mate.
brutal.
भाई, now the only hope is Magnus का जीतना ना हो भाई. Magnus क्या कर रहा है? Magnus is worse against Anish. Come on, Anish. Come on, Anish. अनीश भाई, आई लव अनीश, बट इतना मैंने कभी चीयर नहीं किया अनीश को भाई, चीख के।
क्या बात है भाई। बट
ये तो
एक्चुअली
वो,
किंग जेड भाई, पहले यहाँ
हाँ
फोकस करते हैं, तो लेट्स सी
हाँ हाँ
टू
हाँ
सी वेदर ही एक्चुअली कैन कम बैक फ्रॉम दिस, और इफ इट्स
हाँ।
कंप्लीटली लॉस्ट और नॉट.
If king g8, then apparently even rook e3 wins, knight h5 wins, queen d2 pe be also winning, even though you continue the game, but queen d3 now, Saj. As you mentioned, there are
And
just
knight
two.
f6 by knight h5, just removing the defender.
Oh, wow.
You
Beauty.
sacrifice the third piece and queen h7 checkmate.
And
What a game.
look at the time, by the way. Look at the time. It's, yeah, I don't even have to do the maths there. Why? It's like it's gone.
Yeah, this is very, very, very strong. So king g8, still two pieces down. Maybe in some scenarios, Sahil bhai, he can
Nahi,
sack
one
the
piece.
queen.
One piece down,
अच्छा,
na?
second
Because
piece
he
तो वो
does.
मार ही नहीं सकता ना भाई. हाँ, true,
Exactly,
true.
exactly. It's one piece down. And of course, I got two pawns for it. So it's just over.
Hmm. Hmm.
Uh, us Indians can't take any objective criticism. Magnus was right. भाई Magnus was right या wrong debate तो चल ही नहीं रही. We just wanna beat Magnus भाई. जो comments तो करने दो ना भाई. That's great. करने दो.
हमने कभी भी नहीं बोला मैग्नस वाज राइट और रॉन्ग.
हाँ हाँ,
कभी
ये
भी
तो
नहीं.
डिबेट ही नहीं है भाई. Rivalry बन रही है. That's amazing for chess. Let's go. Bishop g5. By the way, the only move. A nice find, I think, by Gukesh. Because this is the only move for white to get a clear winning position. And that's completely winning. Everything else, he has a... Oh, Wesley, why you so collaborative, bro? Queen
And now
e6,
knight
now
h5, right?
knight h5 wins. Yeah,
Now
it's over.
knight h5. Now it's just a piece and knight h5,
Bishop.
knight g8 probably you can play. अरे बाप रे, knight f4 भी आ रहा है साहिल भाई. Look at
Bro,
this, knight h5, knight g8, knight f4. गेम खत्म.
Saj,
देखा
maybe if
आपने?
I don't see it, then it doesn't happen. Like, you put your head in the sand, like it does work for, ostriches, मैंने सुना है. Maybe
लगता
it
है
works.
सदमा बहुत जल्दी लग गया.
भाई देखो, 1 घंटा पहले स्ट्रीम चालू करी है. दिस इज माई टाइम ऑफ गोइंग क्रेजी, फाइव प्लेड. भाई पीस
वाह.
देखो यार, पीस की नजाकत देखो. ओहो.
बाप रे बाप. This is very, very. Oh, by the way, rookie 4 आ रहा था knight h5 की जगह. That would have been so pretty.
वाओ.
Because knight e4 में
Okay,
queen
let's
h5 is
try.
mate. But knight h5,
Yeah.
yeah.
By the way, 1996.3, I think it was 99, a move back. Come on, Magnus bhai, ये गेम हारनी पड़ेगी आपको. By the way, Prag is also worse against Ivan Saric. Saj
What?
bhai,
He was clearly better just
yeah,
now.
he was clearly better. Now he's worse, and he has 40 seconds on the clock.
Wow. Wow. By 20 second नहीं, उसके पास he has to play something. Play knight g8, something.
पता है, all that leaders are losing. Magnus, Duda, Gukesh, Prag, and Caruana. Apart from Wesley, all the leaders are losing right now. That's crazy.
Wow. Wow. Oh, queen
Oh,
g4 played. Gukesh on 13 seconds. Just queen h4 now. Just discover attack from the knight.
अरे
Knight f6
यार,
check
रुक दे रहा
incoming.
था, ले
Bishop
ले रुक
d8 भी
यार.
मर रहा है.
अब रुक e3, रुक g3 is over. Yeah, he resign, I think.
I was thinking some knight f6. Yeah. Rook e3, rook g3 is very simple. Or just bishop d8 first and rook e3, rook g3 is also there. 13
वो तो नहीं
second है
मारता.
वैसे.
नहीं मारेगा भाई, उसने कसम खा लिया रुक नहीं. आई थिंक वो या तो नाइट एफ सिक्स देगा या फिर रुक की थ्री. ही विल नॉट टेक द रुक एट एनी कॉस्ट.
Rook e3 on the board. By the way,
प्लेड.
Wesley's accuracy is 96.8. Crazy.
ओके, आई
Queen
वुड जस्ट
d4.
पुट द रुक हियर. आई वुड नॉट इवन वरी अबाउट दिस.
Hmm.
मतलब लेट ब्लैक प्लेड. Check and it's over, yeah?
Yeah, knight takes e4 in the next move. He might resign. Oh, bishop h6 check अभी आ रहा है क्या? Bishop h6 check.
Yeah.
Oh, bishop h6 check is so nice. King h8, rook
Knight
g6,
e4 is
rook.
also winning.
भाई
Bishop h6
bishop
check.
h6 मार दो ना, सिंपल है. Bishop h6 बहुत 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 बढ़िया था.
भाई सब
Much
कुछ मर
nicer
रहा है. I
win.
think it's time to resign, yeah? Yeah, he
Yeah.
resigns. Gukesh loses. Time to go. Prag is completely lost as well. ये क्या वो Prag की गेम देखो. He's completely gone. भाई दोनों हार रहे हैं सहज भाई. What's
भाई उसका
happening?
पीस उसका पी उसकी क्वीन गई ना. His queen is lost.
Yeah, it's mate in six. It's mate in six after 93. What?
Oof. Time management, I think again, time management was a very, very, very
And
big
Magnus has
factor.
now
Oh,
equalized. Oh my God, Magnus, ऐसा मत करो हमारे साथ. Magnus की गेम. अनीश भाई, please blow, please. We need
okay,
your help.
still some chances for Anish. Still some chances for Anish. Duda का क्या हुआ?
डूडा हैज ऑल्सो इक्वलाइज। यार हमारे प्लेयर नहीं कर पा रहे इक्वलाइज साज
हम्म
भाई। Okay, let's take the pawn. Why not take the pawn, Anish? Let's just take the pawn. Come on, come on, come on. अबे यार, can
भाई
you take
मैग्नस
that
जीत
pawn?
ना जाए गेम।
हाँ, हो
बता रहा
भी
हूँ, जीत
सकता है
सक
भाई,
जीत
हो भी
जीत
सकता
सकता
है।
है मैग्नस ये गेम।
By the way, both the Indians lost. Yeah, only two results so far. Um,
इफ सो क्वीन ई4 इज द बेस्ट मूव हियर और व्हाट? हाँ, क्वीन ई4 इज द बेस्ट मूव ना। यू हैव टू
but
टेक बिशप
but
ई5
can
आल्सो
you
अच्छा लग रहा है, बट
but can you win that as black though, Sahaj? Like the king is a bit weak, so if I can keep the queens, I would love to keep the queens
you still have some
because
chances to win because
oh,
bishop
queen
d4,
d7
wow.
only move for Magnus and he finds it and he takes the b5 pawn. यार मैग्नस भाई गलती नहीं करता यार।
भाई अब कौन
उफ।
जीतने के लिए खेल रहा है साहिल भाई? दैट्स माय
White,
क्वेश्चन टू यू।
white is playing now. That pawn falls and it's over. I think white is playing
साहिल
for a
भाई,
win now.
साहिल भाई, क्वीन c4, क्वीन टेक्स f7 चेक। आई एम कॉलिंग इट राइट नाउ एंड रुकी इट, आई एम कॉलिंग इट
भाई
राइट नाउ।
क्वीन क्वीन है ना भाई, क्वीन है ना भाई।
चैट चैट, याद रखना मेरी बात, क्वीन c4, क्वीन f7। आई एम कॉलिंग इट राइट नाउ। मारियो मत, मारियो मत, डोंट टेक इट, डोंट। अरे यार।
uh, okay, now it's at best a draw for Anish, yeah, at best.
एट बेस्ट यस। बट c4 नहीं आ रहा, रुक रुक d7 है।
Okay, f6, best move played. Now he can activate the rook quickly. I think it's still a
रुक
draw.
f3।
Okay, Duda again worse. That's great news. By the way, Nodirbek defeats Caruana. So Caruana stays where he is. He doesn't gain any points. Bishop e5. So
रुक
any
c6, रुक
chances for
c7।
black here?
नो, ऑफ
No
कोर्स
chances.
नॉट। व्हाट इज ब्लैक गोइंग टू इवन अटैक? कुछ अटैक करने कोई नहीं है।
Okay.
रुक h1, रुक h2।
I think Magnus will take the draw. Yeah, he won't mind the draw actually in this position. He will repeat if required. Oh, Anish plays on. That's nice to see. That's really nice to see. He takes the pawn, Saj. Maybe there is hope for
Now
Anish.
there is hope. Now
है
there
ना?
is hope. Yes, for sure. I don't know why he didn't defend the pawn though.
Or c4, c4, c4. He has hope. He could beat Magnus. Come on, Anish. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
c3।
Oh, he blundered the game. It was winning for Anish. He gave it all away, Sahaj. He was winning for one move. He was winning. Oh,
Oh,
he's
that's
again
that's
better
another mistake.
f4.
That's another mistake.
Oh,
बच गए भाई, रुक
अबे
c3।
यार. Anish was so close.
f4।
One.
wait, f4, 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 f4। g f4, king f5।
भाई
अच्छा, रुक
ये
चेक
तो
आ रही है। अबे
ये तो
यार, रुक
नींद में
चेक।
कर लेगा मैग्नस ड्रॉ यार। अरे यार, ही वाज सो क्लोज टू बीटिंग मैग्नस।
अभी भी उतना क्लियर नहीं है साहिल भाई। इट्स दिस इज
नहीं
स्टिल,
यार, ये
दिस इज
तो
अ ड्रॉ।
I have
क्या
drawn this
बात कर रहे
myself. Yeah, I've drawn this myself. Sorry, my
हैं? वुड
opponent
यू?
has drawn this against me.
बट विद टू
sorry, sorry, sorry.
सेकेंड्स ऑन, विद ओनली गेटिंग तो आपने व्हाइट से ड्रॉ करा था
sorry, sorry.
क्या?
अरे
ये
मैंने ब्लैक से
फ्लैक्स
ड्रॉ
थोड़ी
किया
ना
है।
हुआ। ये
ब्लैक से ड्रॉ
फ्लैक्स
किया
थोड़ी
है।
ना हुआ।
मतलब मेरे ओपोनेंट ने किया है, तो इट इज इजी।
ये कैसा फ्लेक्स है? तो दो पॉन मेरे पास है, मैंने ड्रॉ किया है। ये फ्लेक्स पहली बार सुन रहा हूँ भाई। रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक में, रुक बिशप थे मेरे पास, मैंने ड्रॉ
By the way,
किया।
Duda does lose, so that is good news for the Indian players. कि he doesn't gain any points, but can somehow Anish convert this? I don't think so. though. Carlsen के साथ तो
तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये मैच हुआ ही नहीं, क्योंकि एवरीवन हु वाज इन द टॉप 5, एवरीवन लॉस्ट बेसिकली।
Wesley won यार. Wesley joined Gukesh now in
वेस्ली
third
वन,
place.
यस। वेस्ली वन, यस। ट्रू।
So Magnus will go to 18 points after this draw, and he will extend his lead further. So Gukesh ka start was not great at all because he got destroyed, Sahaj. He got absolutely destroyed in this game.
हम्म। अब तो ये थियोरेटिकल ड्रॉ होगा सहज भाई। इसकी थ्योरी है, ये थियोरेटिकल
You
ड्रॉ है।
know, you know,
बहुत
chat like,
सिंपल है, इतनी सिंपल है कि इसको, इसकी
oh,
ज्यादा थ्योरी है नहीं कि f5 इज नाइस।
अरे यार,
ज्यादा थ्योरी है नहीं इसकी, बट इट्स ड्रॉ। कहीं ना कहीं होगा ये, पड़ा
King
होगा।
F7.
जस्ट
एक
किंग
चेक दे दो
h5।
प्लीज। अच्छा, ये वाली चेक नहीं देनी थी यार। गलत कार्लसन ने कहा रुक देता हूँ चेक। यार, Anish was winning actually. He had that moment, chat. This was the moment, I think somewhere here, right?
हाँ, जहाँ
C4
पे
and
उसने
just C3 he had to play. Just sack this pawn on G7, King F5, and he's completely winning because the king is cut off. Rook C7 आ
हम्म।
नहीं सकते, Bishop is controlling, and he would have won the game easily. अरे यार. So chat, this is not going according to plan so far. Luckily, Dula did not win. Magnus only drew, almost lost that game. सहाज,
तो
क्या
मैग्नस और
एक्सपेक्टेशन है
गुकेश
अब?
में अब 2.5 पॉइंट का फर्क है भाई। ये डिस्टेंस बढ़ता जा रहा है। Also, it's a very sad fact, but Saric's only win in Blitz was against two players, yeah, Gukesh and Prag.
अरे यार, भाई सारेज डिफीटेड प्रग अगेन, राइट? नहीं, पिछला पिछला आई थिंक डिफीटेड गुकेश, या राइट, यू
He
राइट।
drew, he drew,
अरे यार भाई, सारेज डिस्ट्रॉयड प्रग यार, दैट इज
and
ही
also
राउंड।
Prag played B3 and he had a completely winning position. Maybe we can take a look through
या
this game because we didn't actually check it at all and figure out where it actually went wrong. भाई वो time update हो सकता है क्या? Just to see how much time he had with
हाँ,
each
टाइम
move.
दिख, टाइम मुझे तो दिख रहा है, आई डोंट नो, वहां पे नहीं दिख रहा है फॉर सम रीजन, आई
यहाँ
कैन
पर तो
सी इट।
सिर्फ नॉर्मल
हाँ,
टाइम ही
कुछ
दिख रहा है
एरर
यहाँ पे
है,
तो।
आई कैन सी इट ऑन माय स्क्रीन, बट एनीवेज, सो डू चेक
हम्म,
इफ इट्स पॉसिबल, बट आई थिंक G6 he played in this position, that was the mistake, he was not ready for
हम्म।
it, and somehow black just opened the queen side and the center, yeah.
Okay, bishop
Yeah.
d5, bishop d5, rook d5, rook g1. Oh,
King
oh,
f8
that's
taking care of everything. So unfortunate, but yeah, 78 accuracy by Prag there and 92.6 by Saraj. So it was not even close, Sahaj by, unfortunately. So Saraj did play that game better. And now, chat, I think we are reaching that stage जहां पे first rank out of hand जा रही है, and ये game तो हमें अपने हिसाब से चाहिए साथ में. Would you say कि इस game में हम और पीछे नहीं जा सकते? For sure. Or we lose first place.
I yeah, I think first place अब बहुत बहुत दूर है. Like there is maybe like a 0.23% chance or something
Hmm.
like that to still, but I really doubt it.
Yeah.
I really
So
doubt it.
I also think so. I think इस round में Firouzja plays Magnus. So I'm hoping Firouzja holds a draw or he wins. And then Gukesh kind of defeats Nodirbek. That will again give us some chances. And not to forget Wesley So playing Prag. Wesley So in great form, defeating Gukesh twice. Prag also losing. I think ये round तो सबसे घटिया round था भाई. दोनों इंडियन हार गए 7,000.
आई डोंट थिंक ये अभी तक कहीं किसी रैपिड में भी हुआ है. आई डोंट थिंक कहीं
हाँ.
कहीं पे भी हुआ था इवन वंस.
Yeah.
बट या बैड स्टार्ट टू द डे. ऑल्सो लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट कि मैग्नस का भी जो स्टार्ट है ना अभी, ड्रॉ, इट फील्स लाइक अ बिग थिंग, बट मैग्नस ने कल भी यही किया था साहिल भाई. कल भी मैग्नस का
हाँ.
पहला राउंड ड्रॉ ही हुआ था अनीश के साथ एंड देन ही वेंट ऑन दैट रैम्पेज ऑफ सम 4-5 विंस इन अ रो. सो इट विल बी वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू स्टॉप हिम.
And
वी हैव टू
I
स्टार्ट
think
विनिंग नाउ.
Firouzja is the guy who can beat Magnus in Blitz. I think we all agree with that. Like he has the capacity, and Magnus also respects him, right? So if Firouzja, let's say, Magnus will not like he's more likely to, let's say, mentally accept a defeat from Firouzja than anybody else. So I think Firouzja के पास genuine chance है यहाँ पे जीतने का, and if Gukesh wins, he can catch up with 1 point there. That will really, अगर 1.5 point lead रहती है after 2 rounds, I think that's a huge plus for us. So let's hope for the best. And not to forget, Wesley So versus Parag. It's literally an important match. If Parag has to finish in top three, he has to defeat Wesley. Because Wesley, if he wins, he crosses Gukesh as well. Why? He becomes number two, maybe even. So Wesley So is literally going up, and everybody's going up. And if Firouzja wins, he gets to 15. So सारे लोग पीछे से आ रहे हैं. सारे तक आ रहा है भाई, 11 पे आ गया. So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे this is a super super crucial round.
तो लास्ट प्लेयर भी 11 पॉइंट पे है. वाओ, दैट्स क्रेजी.
Exactly. So this is like a very tough competition.
हम्म. नहीं
आप
कोई भी कभी भी जीत सकता है बेसिकली.
आप कल वाली चीज करो, गुकेश की मत देखो, परख की देखो यार. बट ऐसे कैसे यार? इट्स लाइक सेइंग कि इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम जीतेगी अगर मैं मैच
बट
बिल्कुल
वो भी
स्कोर्स भी नहीं
काम
देखूंगा.
कहाँ किया. हम लोग प्रग का गेम देख रहे थे जब वो मैग्नस के साथ खेल रहा था एंड देन गुकेश लॉस्ट ना.
हाँ. हाँ, वो मैग्नस के साथ काम नहीं किया, बाकी एक में किया था शायद, बट स्टिल.
एक में किया था. बट वी कैन ट्राई इट, विल सी.
नेक्स्ट गेम स्टार्ट्स इन एग्जैक्टली 7-8 minutes फ्रॉम नाउ, आई थिंक. एंड ऑफ कोर्स साज भाई, थोड़ा तो यार मतलब लग रहा है कि मुश्किल है, बट गुकेश मे बी ही कैन somehow give us a treat. I think it will be like for him to win this, it requires like the comeback of the year, something like that, I think.
हम्म.
And like there's no
इट
way you
वुड
win
बी.
this without a mind blowing, jaw dropping, like matlab 50% off level, I would say, comeback.
But let's see. Maybe our expectations are really, really high, which rightfully so, of course. We're talking about the world champion. But yeah, this has always been a big problem, I think, in Kukesh's play. But let's hope he can come back.
Yeah.
अभी अभी
सुपर
वाले मैच में तो भाई फिरोजा वर्सेस मैग्नस में मेरे को बड़ा इंटरेस्ट आ रहा है बिकॉज आई रियली वांट टू सी
या
if he is able is if anyone is able to take down Magnus in blitz.
या सुपरस्टिशंस की भी सीमा होती है भाई, ये सीमा की ही सुपरस्टिशंस है जो मैंने बोरो करी हैं, सो सीमा से पूछो। वर्ल्ड चैंपियन इन क्लासिकल, भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियन क्लासिकल है, आई नो, आई एग्री विद यू, बट रैपिड में ही शोड साइंस कि ही कुड प्ले वेरी वेल। सो आई वी आर होपिंग कि ब्लिट्स में थोड़ा साइन दिखेगा, पर फिलहाल के लिए वी
Hmm.
हैव नॉट सीन दैट साज, बिकॉज ही हैज 1.5 in 10 games now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ish.
that is
That's bad.
that,
Yeah, that's really bad.
if I was playing an event and I had 1.5 in 10, so like that would be that would be like a nightmare. Yeah, and I don't
Hmm.
even play professional chess. Like it's a nightmare for sure. And did you see what Magnus said yesterday?
What did he say?
इंटरव्यू में कहता है, पूछा गया अबाउट गुकेश परफॉर्मेंस, ही सेज कि या दैट वाज शॉकिंग, बट गुड न्यूज इज दैट इट कुडंट हैव गॉन एनी वर्स, तो आई थिंक फॉर हिज सेक आई होप ही लाइक गेट सम फॉर्म बैक एंड ऐसे मैंने जैसे का कुछ बोला था कि
Arey,
like
ugh,
like it
that's
couldn't go any worse, like basically that was
mm,
the idea, right? So oh
it feels like it became worse even after that.
yeah.
But
Gukesh,
let's see क्या होता है
hmm.
भाई. 7 minutes to go. I think till we have our next match. Gukesh plays against Nodirbek. Prag plays against Wesley with the black pieces. And I think
Gukesh,
last round में
हाँ,
Sahil bhai, sorry to cut you, but last round में we are gonna see Prag versus Gukesh, right?
really, नहीं नहीं.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, last round, yeah, right, you're right, yeah, last round, yeah. So last round could be like a battle of second or third place, maybe in some cases. I mean, if you are lucky, to be honest.
Hmm.
But as of now, तो लग नहीं रहा. Let's see. प्रग का भी दिखाओ, ऑफ कोर्स प्रग का भी देखेंगे यार, बट द थिंग इज, पता है, लाइक कहीं ना कहीं पे, see, once we lose hope for first place, then I think both games become equally relevant. Until then, I think like Gukesh's game is a bit more relevant, right? Because he has chances for first place. I don't think Prag has any chances because 4.5 पीछे है Magnus से. So if, for example, Gukesh loses the next two games, then I think both games become equally relevant. Then I think we can cover like one game each round. But honestly, as of now, still like दिल नहीं मान रहा है. So still hoping there's chance for first.
उम्मीद पे दुनिया कायम है भाई. Let's go.
Hmm.
Thanks प्रखर.
Thanks प्रकर क्या है भाई?
Peace का fan समझा नहीं मैं आपका पॉइंट.
मैं भी नहीं समझा. Prague avoiding Guki in the last round, by that will be good for Prague, but not for Gukesh. Gukesh थक गया क्या सोचते सोचते? नहीं यार. On the contrary, I think it's just कि उसकी intuition, as somebody mentioned, है, उतनी develop नहीं है. Like जितना टाइम होता है उतना you can compensate for lack of experience. The fact that he's 19 means he has less experience, and henceforth his intuition is not as great as somebody like Magnus, who's almost double his age. तो intuition क्या है भाई? It's basically
Yeah,
your
but
gathered experiences.
let's be real साइड में like at a younger age like 16-17 की उम्र में तो आपकी blitz best होनी चाहिए, right? The older you become, the worse your blitz gets, right? That's how it is for most players. Or am I wrong about this?
No, I think I would say कि when you're growing rapidly, like classical is growing rapidly, then your blitz takes some time to catch up. And once it catches up, then you stay at the top for a while, and then maybe your blitz goes down. अभी वो blitz ऊपर पहुंची नहीं, like he's 19. Maybe 21,
Hmm.
22 पे his blitz will be peak, and then you might see that, gradual decline.
I don't know. Like I feel because you're younger, you're sharper. You have way
Hmm.
just आप calculate ज़्यादा deep कर पाते हो when you're younger. I think in some Magnus interview, I think वो Joe Rogan वाले जो interview था, I read somewhere he said कि एक time आता है chess player की life में जब जब आपकी knowledge और आपकी calculation आपकी
हाँ, पीक पे
sharpness
होती
like
है.
एक time पे peak पर होती है. That's like around I would say 22, 23, right? Like
हाँ, तो
उसके बाद तो you go on
that's,
a
हाँ,
decline,
that's
I think.
perfect. Nah, that's the age I
Hmm.
think Gukesh would
22,
probably hit
23,
his
maybe,
peak.
maybe a bit more than that. But
Hmm.
yeah, still, I think a bit of a worry, I think, in that sense. But yeah, if for me, they are completely different. Like Blitz is completely different to Rapid. But yeah, it is a bit surprising to see
And I
Gukesh
think
playing
also
like
ये
this.
भी है ना
But
कि like
let's
if you
see.
look at bullet chess, for example, right? For example, look at Firouzja, he was miles ahead of everybody else. Miles.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not able to do the same here. लाइक इफ अगर हम इसको बुलेट कर देंगे, सडनली फिरूजा विल टर्न गॉड मोड, एंड फिरूजा और मैग्नस 50 पॉइंट बैठे हैं, बाकी लोग 4 पॉइंट पे. सो आई थिंक फॉर्मेट भी कैन रियली डिक्टेट टर्म्स. बट आई थिंक गुकेश का रैपिड, इफ वी हैड नॉट सीन एनीथिंग इन रैपिड, आई वुड बी अ बिट मोर वरिड. बट we saw some good stuff in rapid. That means कि his rapid has also caught up a bit. बट
हम्म
नाउ वो ब्लिट्स में भी इज द प्रॉब्लम. एंड नॉट टू फॉरगेट, नॉर्वे चेस में भी 10 सेकंड का इंक्रीमेंट था, यहाँ पे भी सेम था, पर ब्लिट्स में 2 सेकंड है. आई थिंक दैट इंक्रीमेंट इज द मेन थिंग
हम्म
दैट्स हॉन्टिंग हिम एज ऑफ नाउ.
could be, and I like this comment by Jay. Like, and I think with time positional awareness increases and you get 360-degree view, I'm sure in 2 to 4 years, Gukesh will be very strong in blitz as well. I think that is exactly the point. I think by 23, like 22, 23, I think it will be at its peak. That's my
या
guess.
या
Yeah. So I think he will become a lot better and blitz. It's just a matter of time. I mean, rapid में भी तो हुआ ही ना better. Like it is showing.
By the way, the game starts in just about a minute, minute and a half. So super important game. I can't stress how important it is for Gukesh to win this. अगर first आना है, I don't see any other way. If he loses this first आने के, and Magnus wins, first आने के chance zero हो गए straight.
Thank God इसमें bullet नहीं है, नहीं तो we were cooked. Do Indian schools more based on calculation, Russian on intuition from a young age? Yes, basically. Basically, yes. Russian schools में आपको end game positional chess सिखाई जाती है, which stays with you for a longer period of time, and Indian schools में आपको ज़्यादा calculation, it's very calculation driven. They're both, I think, their own schools of thought. Yeah,
And
दोनों के अब एक benefit है, disadvantages हैं.
somebody asked कि Magnus was much stronger at Blitz when he was younger. Blitz की rating ही I just checked 2012 जुलाई में आई थी. And knowing Magnus, he was 1990 born. So he had no Blitz rating till he was what, 22, right?
Hmm.
Automatically, Sahaj bhai. He had no Blitz rating only till he was 22. So it's very hard to compare, right? 3 years is a lot of time. 3 years back,
But
Gukesh की rating
Magnus
what?
का ICC account होगा, I think.
नहीं,
ICC
we can
account होगा.
online again. It's a
ऑनलाइन
completely
हो सकता
different
है.
format, right? Because then
हम्म
Firouzja enters the matter and you don't see the same performance here. So over the world rating ही 2012 में आई थी, सितंबर में वो भी. So I would say कि 3 साल में अगर हम पीछे जाए तो गुकेश वॉज लाइक 2600 में भी, मे बी 2500 रेटिंग थी उसकी. तो 3 साल इज अ
हम्म
लॉट ऑफ टाइम, सो वी कांट रियली कंपेयर अनफॉर्चुनेटली. एंड ऑल्सो
हम्म
उस टाइम पे रेटिंग्स आर इन्फ्लेटेड, सो वी हैड मल्टीपल, इवन क्लासिकल में मल्टीपल पीपल 2800. सो लाइक उस टाइम का लेट्स से 2800 आज का 2770 हो सकता है, लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल.
हम्म.
बट द गेम्स हैव बिगन. ई फॉर ऑन द बोर्ड, गुकेश डी स्कैंडिनेवियन फायर. भाई अब तो जीतना पड़ेगा भाई, अब तो डबल वैमी.
ये तो यार, ये तो इज्जत पे बात आ गई है साहिल. अब तो
हाँ,
इज्जत.
अगर ये हार गए तो वी
स्कैंडिनेवियन.
विल नॉट सी ई फोर फ्रॉम वोकेश इन द एंटायर टूर्नामेंट. सो पिछले
हाँ,
अगले
अच्छा
चार
हुआ कि
पांच
उसने
मैच
E4 खेला. बाय द वे, गुड चेंज, आई वुड से. आई रियली लाइक दिस फ्रॉम Gukesh's perspective, but Scandinavian was not on my cards. कि बिशप F5 भाई, डेफिनेटली अब्दुल सत्तार ने बहुत डीप प्रिपरेशन किया, कुछ तो प्रिपरेशन किया होगा फॉर श्योर. नॉर्मली यू
हाँ.
प्ले बिशप D2 here as white.
And also you play
बिशप D2.
c6, yeah, often like very quickly you play c6. He's
या
not played
C6 खेल के आप
c6.
क्वीन को वापस C7 या D8 पे लेके जाते हो. But white should go bishop D2, queen E2. Maybe he's trying to get him under time pressure कि गुकेश यहाँ आपको यहाँ पे exact move order नहीं पता होगा, which is a
हम्म.
very normal thing. Exact move order आपको शायद ना पता हो, and you will think for like he's thinking right now for about a minute, and then धीरे धीरे करके आपका time कम होता जाएगा, and then he will get him in time pressure. That's his strategy.
भाई मेरा ब्लिट्स तो अलग ही है, वो अलग लेवल पे है भाई. कभी और बताऊंगा.
But Fisher used to laugh on Scandi भाई. हाँ, सब हंसते हैं Scandi पे, don't worry. सिर्फ अकेला बंदा जो खेलता है Scandi वो है अर्जुन. वो भी वो भी क्लासिकल में. Okay, Bishop C4 and castle. This is a slightly different, by the way, position than what we are used to. Usually, the king is supposed to castle on the long side here, with Bishop D2, Queen E2, long castle, something like that. But maybe because this was a surprise for Gukesh, he didn't want to, go for the most theory intensive line.
साज.
अगर शॉर्ट साइड भी कर लिया कासल भाई, सेंटर पे पॉन तो है ना अपने पास, तो वी आर स्टिल बेटर.
साज भाई आप बहुत डीप चले गए. लुक एट द क्लॉक. मेरे को उसका फिर से स्ट्रेस हो रहा है. 1 मिनट पीछे क्यों है हम लोग भाई ई फोर के बाद.
दैट्स ट्रू. दैट्स ट्रू. इट्स अ गुड पॉइंट.
Yeah, I don't like the 1 minute difference right now. Okay, he takes the bishop, h file opens up. Keep in mind, queen c7, queen side castle हो सकता है यहाँ पे.
Yeah, queen c7, bishop d6, shortcut. So he goes bishop f4. Already the position is equal with a 1 minute. Ooh, is g5, g4 the plan?
Yes,
क्या
that's the
बात कर रहे
best
हो?
move. The queen defends the pawn, and g4 आने के बाद the h file is opening up, and that's dangerous.
I don't think he finds this. This is a very, very unlikely move, I think, in this structure. No
By
chance he plays this.
accuracy wise, 99.3 for black and 97.5 for Gukesh. Chat, एक बार एक काम करते हैं. You know what? Gukesh अभी spam कर दो भाई. Let's cheer for him. ठीक है, दिल से, and hope he wins. भाई दुआएं साथ में होंगी तो कैसे नहीं जीतेगा भाई. Let's go भाई. एक बार Gukesh spam कर. Let's go भाई. एक बार. Because हार गया तो वैसे भी हमारा फर्स्ट प्लेस तो गया. Let's go भाई. एक बार spam कर दो भाई. साज भाई, come on.
Yes,
देखा नहीं आया
sir.
G5 on the board. A3 B4. Let's go. Let's attack.
मैं बोल रहा था आपको g5 नहीं आएगा बोर्ड पे। अब एक्चुअली नेक्स्ट मूव पे g5 आ सकता है क्योंकि अब कासिल कर चुका है वो।
हाँ. So do we move the because g5 वैसे भी आना है, like it doesn't matter whether the bishop is here or not, yeah?
या दिस इज अ वेरी 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 डिफिकल्ट पोजीशन आई वुड से। साहिल भाई मैं तो कहता हूँ a3 खेलो, b4 फेंको, then queen goes to f5 and then you look for some queen f3 queen c6 sacrifice.
Oh, nice. Takes and bishop a6 puzzle rush. जिसको अगर
Exactly.
आपने भी देख लिया होता, अगर आपके पास होती डायमंड मेंबरशिप, तो 50% ऑफ लास्ट डे टुडे यार. क्लिक ऑन द लिंक इन द पिन कमेंट.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. बिशप d6, ओके। अब गुकेश के पास है 2 minutes and 50 seconds। 50 seconds मतलब 50% मेंबरशिप। इसी तरह से प्लग डालते रहो साहिल भाई।
भाई भाई वही दुख हो रहा है कि 250 क्यों है उसके पास. 450 होने चाहिए थे भाई. दिस इज सीरियस बिकॉज आई थिंक अभी के लिए भी देयर इज नो अटैक ऑन द ब्लैक किंग. ब्लैक इज समहाउ 1.5 minutes अहेड. एंड c5 e5 आ रहा है. g5 g4 आ रहा है. लुक्स
यार
डेंजरस
डेढ़
भाई.
मिनट का डिफरेंस बहुत ज्यादा है भाई।
मीनवाइल चैट जस्ट एन अपडेट, सारी गेम्स बराबर चल रही हैं अभी. नाउ वी सी द प्लेयर स्टेबलाइजिंग. पिछली गेम में पांचों गेम में इनिशियली ही कोई ना कोई बेटर हो गया था. कारुआना बाय द वे स्लाइटली बेटर सडनली अगेंस्ट डूडा. सो डूडा भाई हारते हुए बढ़िया. ओ क्वीन c1 इज ऑफरिंग अ क्वीन ट्रेड. दिस इज एग्जैक्टली व्हाट अर्जुन डिड अगेंस्ट नोदुरबेक. एंड नोदुरबेक ने साफ मना कर दिया अगेन. He doesn't like trading queens and going into simple position. That's an important point. If you're playing Nodirbek, offer a queen trade, he will refuse it, and you might get him to play a worse move.
Yeah, true. That's a very great point. But the question is, why is it a worse move? Should I go a4 or something? We used to queen trade इसलिए नहीं किया साहिल भाई because he wants to play g5 g4. He sees the
Yep.
potential of that attack. So how should he tackle this?
Okay,
Oh, c4,
c4.
nice.
That's a nice move, threatening a fork. So black को रुक वापस खेलना पड़ेगा. But what
Exactly.
next?
Rook dd8, yeah, perfect. And now g5 g4 next from the black side. White कुछ a4 a5 कुछ फेंकना चाहिए इस position में
Yeah.
to create some
Queen
urgency in the position.
Rohit, queen f4 is not possible because takes and rook takes d4. He's losing a pawn. The knight is stuck defending this pawn. Now he's threatening a5. So trying to create enough distractions कि black को time ना मिले. So far so good for Ukesh Raj bhai.
Absolutely. I quite like this. a5 a6 खेलना है पर लेकिन ब्लैक ने b6 खेला फिर it's difficult to kind of create a follow up after that. और अभी भी 1.5 मिनट
नहीं,
का
bishop
फर्क is a
a4.
lot. g4 bishop c6 gh3, I mean I don't know, it looks a bit shaky.
हम्म. शेकी तो है. ओके, टाइम डिफरेंस अब मिनट के बराबर. दैट्स अ गुड साइन. 1.5 मिनट था. 30 seconds कवर कर लिया है. चाहे जैसे हमने गुकेश ओपी बोला, थोड़ी पोजीशन बेटर हो गई है भाई. सो आर प्लेयर्स मे बी माइट जस्ट वर्क. हु नोस. इफ ही विंस दिस वन, आई थिंक आवर प्लेयर्स मेड इट वर्क भाई.
What
लेट्स होप
is
सो.
wrong with playing Scandinavian? Everything भाई। Everything. आपकी क्वीन बहुत जल्दी बाहर आ जाती है तो which is going against chess principles.
ओके,
So
नाइट.
Scand is one of the worst things you can play. Not the worst, but yeah, one of the bad ones.
Knight a8 was the better move. Not easy to play such a move there. And now f4 preventing g5 is the best move for
भाई
white.
that's a difficult move. Very difficult move.
हाँ.
I told you, very difficult.
Yeah, queen 3 I think looks
क्योंकि
more
गुकेश को
logical.
पता है ना कि गोल्डन पॉन ऐसे खाली नहीं छूते। उसको पता है।
Hmm. भाई गोल्डन फाइल पे ही मेट होगा किंग, वरना यार चक्कर ये है. By the way, he stops the g pawn physically, but that weakens the f4 and g3 squares. Knight h5 maybe now. Knight f4 Sahaj.
Mm-hmm. Knight h5 looks good. Knight f4 also looks good. Levy has a Scandi course, हाँ, but लेकिन वो क्लब प्लेयर्स के लिए catered है. क्लब लेवल पे तो कुछ भी खेलो आप, वो तो चलता है. ये मैं थोड़ा इस लेवल की बात कर रहा हूँ. यहाँ पे Scandi is not as played.
By the way, Pancho games right in the middle. Nobody is able to take a clear edge. The players are serious now. They know the stakes. Every game takes your dream away. So super important moment. Knight now Gukesh tiny bit worse, I'm gonna say. But the thing is, Black King could be weak if things go somehow, flow smoothly. कोई D5, कोई break आ जाए. Oh, सार लॉजिकल लग रही है move, but it's not working.
What's the idea of rook a4 even? Rook b4 and then what? Like what? What's your follow? d5. हाँ, maybe d5
Oh,
and queen a7. But then c5 है मेरे पास. Then I have c5. I don't
yeah.
get the point of rook a4.
By
Rook.
what? Wait, why did he take with the queen? That's a
Because
bit
the
weird.
because the d4 pawn is weak, no?
But this should be a slightly better version, no? What?
Why
Oh,
are you
knight
surprised?
c5, the best move for black. What?
But why are you surprised here? I don't understand. Like queen
Bhai,
f2 was a very logical.
knight
Knight c5.
c5. Yeah, that's an insane move.
Wait, d5, rook d2, g3?
Rook d2, g3, rook takes f2, g takes, rook takes b2, and black is
Nah,
close.
impossible. Impossible.
Impossible क्या? चलो लेट्स
Impossible.
होप सो. लेट्स होप सो भाई, लेट्स होप सो. आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर भाई. हंगेरियन घी शक्कर.
हंगेरियन की चक्करवा.
क्या बोलते हैं भाई हंगेरियन में घी और शक्कर को?
I don't know.
अच्छा.
No idea why.
Ooh, doesn't find it. Nice, nice, nice. Prevents rook b4 though.
हंगेरियन में आपको घी सुनना है. लाइक घी को कोई वर्ड थोड़ी ना होगा हंगरी में. घी इज एन इंडियन
तो
थिंग,
बना
नो?
दे, तो बना देते हैं, बना सकते हैं फिर हम
घी
लोग.
बोलो, घी
Ooh.
बोलो भाई.
He's trying b4, b5 something, but I think it's too
It's
slow,
too
Sahaj. It's
late.
too
That
slow.
pawn on d4 is just a horrible piece. Guy position.
What? गई क्या?
Guy.
अरे यार
c5
साहब.
खेलना पड़ेगा गुकेश को, which like आपका हाथ कांपेगा before you play something like c5, because you hate this move. You hate playing this move. Because the moment you play c5, you cannot play b5, you cannot play d5. अब वो पूरा जो queen z का प्लान था वो सब चला गया. He's happy to give up a pawn. He just plays rook d3. pawn मार लो, but save him. Oh no, there's a tactic. Rook d4 c5.
Oh,
Right,
tricky.
tricky,
भाई, पर थोड़ा
tricky,
एक्टिंग भी
tricky.
करनी पड़ेगी ना साथ में, रुक d3 के बाद मेडिटेशन मूव
अरे
की,
यार,
वरना
ओ
अदरवाइज कैसे
यार,
चल.
मिस हो गया.
जैसे
मिस
पॉन
हो गया.
जैसे पॉन का उठाया ऐसे ही रुक. ओ वेट, मिस्टेक 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 दैट्स अ बिग मिस्टेक.
Oh,
g3 रुक इज ट्रैप्ड.
rook f5.
अबे यार, मौका था सुनहरा. knight
भाई,
e4.
भाई, let's not forget that the players have like 20 seconds on the clock.
I know,
It's
I know, I know,
not
भाई.
not easy. Definitely
Not
not easy.
easy at all. But g3 was a golden opportunity there.
Yeah, it was. But वो बहुत difficult था उसका follow up ढूंढना वहाँ पे. The position is still very bad.
It's
It
really
was
bad
very
now,
bad even
actually.
then. Yeah,
Really
yeah.
bad because knight queen का combination, pawn down, weird pawns, weak dark squares जो knight आराम से इस्तेमाल कर सकता है. This is practically lost, I think.
हम्म.
Sahaj, are we
कुकोर
gonna
मुझे
see?
याद है. कुकोर मुझे याद है. वाज मुझे नहीं याद पता था.
Acha. By the way, Wesley and Prag have drawn their game. So Prag gains. Wesley crosses Gukesh, by the way, now. He's in fourth place.
If Gukesh doesn't win or draw, then yes. Magnus कभी तक अपडेट क्यों नहीं हुआ उसका रिजल्ट?
Magnus is still playing. He's slightly better now.
अरे यार.
Okay, we are fighting. Oh, that's a mistake.
किंग b8. किंग d8 भी तो जा सकता हूँ मैं. Why not king d8? I would play king d8 here. अच्छा नहीं, queen
King
g5 चेक
D8.
के साथ आएगा.
King
queen
D8
g5
ही
चेक
better
के.
है भाई. That's also
king
winning.
d8 wait. अच्छा. king d8 में लेकिन queen g5. Oh, he plays king d8.
Some more chances for a draw with King D8 now. Some chances.
queen g5 चेक के साथ आ रहा है ना, इसलिए मैं इसलिए नहीं खेला.
Oh, blunder! Queen C1, Queen F4. What?
क्या हुआ, क्या है बोर्ड पे? हुआ क्या है
Wait,
बोर्ड पे?
I don't know what
भाई
happened.
अपडेट करो ना.
Update हो गया. King H2 खेला. He went to H1 and dropped it to H2 then. I think he realized कि क्या
अच्छा.
होने वाला है. उसने छोड़ा नहीं होगा. He put it on H1 and then he put. Oh. What's happening, chat? Maybe it's still chances for a draw though.
Very good chances. Queen e5
H4,
check, king
H4,
d7 only move to
H4
defend the
खेलना
king.
है.
Oh, king
Oh,
f8,
blunder
that's a...
queen play check. It's a draw now. It's a draw.
Okay,
अरे
बच गए
pawn,
भाई.
अरे pawn क्यों नहीं लिया
Oh,
भाई? Pawn क्यों नहीं लिया? Why did he not take the pawn?
he was going for a draw.
अरे pawn मारने का था.
Okay, now he takes on f3, but this is still very much holdable. Unless the d pawn finds its way somewhere.
भाई पर वो pawn क्यों नहीं मारा B7 यार?
भाई छोड़ो ना उस pawn को यार.
भाई
Let's
छोड़ ही तो
move
दिया, वही तो
forward.
प्रॉब्लम है.
उसने भी
गुकेश
छोड़
ने भी
दिया, आप भी छोड़ दो.
वही तो प्रॉब्लम. ओके चेक. Only two moves by the way. Oh, that's a blunder. It's over. Check देना था.
अबे यार. d2.
भाई we are on the back rank. How can this be okay to allow? I'm not sure actually.
भाई 1 सेकंड पे खेल रहा है ना यार, वो पूरा एकदम.
अरे
he has
यार.
he cannot calculate anything right
Okay,
now.
he takes the pawn, but I take this with check. Yeah, it's over.
It's about any move that your hand plays. That's the one he's playing right now, which is
Hmm.
of course kind of explains what's going on. Okay, queen f5. Is there a queen being traded somewhere? या नहीं?
By the way, Magnus Carlsen has won his game. Duda loses, but Carlsen does win, and I think that pushes him to 19. And I don't think Gukesh can win first place now. I don't think it's possible, unfortunately.
Maybe he draws this Sahil bhai. We never know.
If he draws, maybe some chances, but looks
Because Sahil
unlikely
bhai,
if
he's
he
gonna
draws.
take the b7 pawn now. You're gonna be so happy.
It's like, somebody asked me out on a date, I said no, and 2 साल बाद वापस मैं फिर से पूछ रहा हूँ उसी को डेट पे. Doesn't make any sense.
Eh, hmm. किसी को एनालॉजी समझ आया क्या? मेरे को भी मेरे को भी समझाना प्लीज. Oh,
Oh, I thought there was a mistake there, but no.
it was. It was. King e3.
Why is he not taking the
King
pawn
e3.
though?
King e3 था ना. Queen h8, Queen f8 से डर रहा है वो. Queen f8, Queen g7.
Come on, Gukesh, draw बचा लो यार. Why can't I just take this pawn with the queen? I don't get it. Queen h6? What's wrong with queen h6? Yeah.
Probably he was just tiring him out and trying all the checks to see if the queen can be traded, and now he just does something else. Okay, देखो साहिल भाई. You must be.
भाई नहीं मार
Oh,
सकते
King
pawn को, नहीं
h8
मार
was
सकते pawn, नहीं
beautiful.
मार सकते
King
pawn.
h8 was beautiful. देखा नहीं मैंने King h8.
अब उसकी बारी है चेक्स की भाई. It's over.
Queen b2 मत मारियो बस. Queen b2 पे तो draw हो जाएगा.
Oh, it's over actually.
Oh, Queen d6 check. Queen d6 check, and I think you're just exchanging queens.
Yeah,
Queen
queen
g6, yeah.
c6, and that's resigns. So Gukesh will resign now, and he loses two in a row. That's half a point, 1.5 out of 11. Sahaj, what do you make of that?
Yo, I think it's a very, 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 very difficult thing to endure.
By the way, Prague was apparently slightly better with c5, but he
Yeah, वो
repeated moves.
Samay bhai, if you're here, if it's possible to update the times, as the moves are going, मेरे को सिर्फ एक ही time दिख रहा है यहाँ पे. Maybe for the chat also it's more useful
Hmm.
if we can update. ये जो
Basically, when I'm
left, yeah, you
हाँ,
can
वो
explain it,
timer I
Khalid.
think chess.com से, but I think we can't change that, Sahaj bhai. I think I don't think so. We can change that.
So maybe let's ask him, na, like if there is a way. So like you see the clocks on the left, right? So every time you make a move on chess.com, you can see how much time the player had. But यहाँ पर सिर्फ एक ही time दिख रहा है.
यहाँ पे final time दिख रहा है. Check कर लेना if it's
हाँ.
possible. Otherwise, yeah.
If that's
Meanwhile,
possible, it would be great to
meanwhile,
actually to have that.
meanwhile, chat. So इसका मतलब कि कितना deficit हो गया? अब हो गया 3.5 deficit, Sahaj. Now तो it's gone. I feel. First place तो नहीं मिलती. I think you're fighting for second place now, basically.
Basically, Magnus won.
Yeah, he won.
भाई फिरोजा
Magnus.
को हरा दिया उसने.
Magnus ने black से फिरोजा को हरा दिया, and this is the position. So okay, रुक आया, bishop से pawn मार दिया. F5 was a blunder, but somehow, yeah, 93 के बदले 94. Why did he not play 93? God knows.
93 के बाद क्या हो रहा था?
93 पे
साहिल
apparently
भाई.
draw था. Um,
Bishop e3, fe3,
Bishop e3, fe3, rook
rook
b2,
b2,
and then
and
rook
just rook
c5.
c5. Okay.
And it's a
And you
draw,
just take
but
the pawn. It's 4 versus 4. Yeah.
अरे बाप रे भाई, पूरा कच्चा चबा गया मैग्नस यार. साहज भाई, क्या लग रहा है भाई, आज क्या होने वाला है हमारे साथ?
ये round और अगला round are the most difficult opponents of this entire event, I think, for Gukesh, because
अगला मैग्नस ही है क्या?
अगला डूडा है।
ये ढूंढा है
अगला
भाई
डूड
जो।
ये डूडा है और अगला मैग्नस है।
हाँ रुको मैं लोकेश की। ओ वी हैव अ क्लिप या शो अस लेट्स सी भाई लास्ट वन क्या है। Yeah, I think Magnus again. By the way, Magnus has been watching all Gukesh's games. I think, in fact, everybody has been watching his Blitz games. But yeah, why did he not take the B7 pawn? I'm still shocked, Sahaj. Like that was a simple draw. I feel. Okay, simple is a hard word to use,
Yeah, not simple at all,
but
Sai.
it was the move. Like it was the move. You see a pawn being captured, you take it. Yeah.
Hmm. And there's some checks, queen c8, queen d6 check, and the last one was that queen c6 check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hard luck.
As soon as he played queen c6, even he knew it was, that he's going to resign now. But yeah,
Yeah. This is hard, man. This is hard. And as you can see, chat, 50% पॉइंट्स पता नहीं बने कि नहीं बट 50% ऑफ जरूर है भाई। आज लास्ट डे इफ यू वांट टू डायमंड मेंबरशिप एंड या
nice, very
भाई
nice.
क्या करे भाई राइट। एनर्जी ही ऐसे लग रहा है कोई चूज के ले गया साज भाई। ऐसा लग रहा है मतलब सभी
Hmm.
सक द एनर्जी आउट ऑफ मी। ऐसे मतलब ऐसे
Hmm.
डिप्रेसिंग लग रहा है भाई थोड़ा सा।
तो प्रग की अभी रैंकिंग क्या है?
प्राग इज फिफ्थ।
फिफ्थ।
हाँ नहीं नहीं भाई
इंसर्ट
जीरो मिसिंग।
प्लग भाई।
जीरो मिसिंग है भाई
इंसर्ट
जीरो
प्लग।
मिसिंग है। जीरो मिसिंग है मेरे भाई।
अच्छा।
नहीं आई थिंक एक काम करते हैं आई थिंक
प्लग
वी
डाल
हैव।
तो सकते थे यहाँ पे, बट या
No, I think we have only one option. I think we're gonna focus on the Prague game. Let's try. We'll focus on Prague game exclusively, and if
और
Gukesh
है भी
wins.
डूडा से ना, तो थोड़ा डर लग रहा है यहाँ पे।
यार like, देखना भी तो है ना गेम। कैसे ना देखें यार गेम। अगली दोनों गेम में तो है डूडा और मैग्नस। हाउ कैन वी
We
नॉट
have
वॉच द
we
गेम्स?
have we have to cover both of them, of course. We have
हाँ वी
to.
हैव टू कवर यार। हाउ कैन वी नॉट कवर द गेम्स यार?
और जो कह रहे हैं कि प्रग का अच्छा नहीं चला, प्रग का सिर्फ पहला राउंड अच्छा नहीं था अगेंस्ट सारे। सेकंड राउंड आई थिंक ही ड्रू अगेंस्ट वेस्टली, व्हिच इज नॉट अ बैड रिजल्ट।
या
बट लास्ट मोमेंट पे उसने एकदम रिपीट कर लिया मूव, व्हिच वाज नॉट मे बी द बेस्ट डिसीजन। बट साहिल भाई, इफ यू लुक एट द फाइनल मोमेंट्स ऑफ वेस्टली वर्सेस प्रग, इज अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग पॉइंट हियर।
या
Just go back a bit. ये position तो नहीं थी ना? Yeah. In this moment, like he played this king h1, queen h5, and then वो king h1, queen h5 ऐसे करके check 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 हुआ. But look at the bar. Like bar भी कह रहा है it's minus 0.3, minus saying 0.7 by the way after king h1. And but look at the time difference between
या
Wesley and Prag.
एग्जैक्टली वही
Like
देखा था
Prag
मैं।
having 29 seconds and Wesley के पास 2 मिनट है.
या
I think probably this is why he agreed to take a draw because he knows कि ये time से only bad things can happen.
I
So
think
it's
both
a
Indian players suffering from this, right? I think basically
mm,
time may when they have 30 seconds, 20 seconds, opponents have 2 minutes, and
mm,
that cannot really work in blitz chess. I think you have to have comparable time, ताकि आपके opponent का भी गलती करने का chance हो, because you might be a pawn up, but you can blunder on piece in time pressure, and then what was the point of being a pawn up? तो वो solve करना बहुत जरूरी।
absolutely. बिल्कुल सही बोला आपने. Okay, so I think we have 10 minutes now before the next game.
Yeah, 9 minutes
Something.
and 9 by 9 losing streak. नहीं नहीं यार, I don't think so. Chat's a question for you. I mean, I'm not gonna read the answer, but I'll still ask you. So, how many points do you think Gukesh scores today? Saj bhai, what's your guess? So far, we
यार ये
had one and a
गलत
half
टाइम पे
point.
पूछ रहे हो, गलत टाइम पे पूछ रहे हो
अभी
सो ये
पूछूंगा बाद
सब.
में पूछूंगा तो और डिप्रेसिंग आंसर आएगा ना
तो
अभी।
आपको लग रहा है और खराब होगा
नहीं
फिर.
मतलब हो सकता है लाइक इफ इट्स वेल देन आई विल नॉट आस्क दैट क्वेश्चन ना तो
So I think the points तो मैं नहीं guess करूंगा अभी बिल्कुल भी because that's very wrong. But my biggest worry is that next two rounds are really, really strong opponents. You're playing against number two and number one, and you're coming off of three losses in a row now, right?
बट
Prag के साथ भी you lost. Then you
हाँ
lost against the first round and the second round as well.
but I think
यहाँ
this
पे
is
किस
also the only way, right? Only way he stops them. Like if he wants to, like still challenge.
Wesley,
So I think that's the
West.
only way. You beat Duda, you beat Magnus, and then you get 2 points, 17 and a half, and then you can claim, okay, I'm in second place, and I'm at least optically fighting for first. Otherwise, I mean, it's gone. Yeah, I think second place भी हाथ से जा रही है.
Hmm. 3.5 point is a lot. मैग्नस रुक नहीं रहा बिल्कुल भी।
वो
वो हर
फ्लो में
गेम
आ गया ना
जीतेगा अब।
उसका, जो उसने कहा
हाँ।
कि, एंड दिस इज नॉट इवन पीक मैग्नस, दिस इज अ मैग्नस हु barely plays classical, who doesn't enjoy chess utna, who's busy, who's coming off from a honeymoon, who is maybe invested in freestyle chess, who's like, this is not even close to peak Magnus. Yeah, imagine how strong peak Magnus was, chat. Just imagine that once.
हम्म।
Crazy.
अब्दुल सत्तर ऑल्सो 30 भाई। अब्दुल सत्तर भाई, ये प्रग और गुकेश भी अब फोर्थ फिफ्थ पे आ गए हैं। दे आर
वही तो,
एक्चुअली प्रीटी क्लोज। दे आर वेरी क्लोज टू ईच अदर।
if Prag wins, Gukesh loses,
भाई
तो
डू यू
आधा
थिंक
पॉइंट।
एनी चांस के प्रग विल ओवरटेक विद इट, कह रहा हूँ मैं, गुकेश?
Ah, possible, right? Because he plays Magnus, Gukesh, in the next round. This round he plays Duda. If he scores like one and even half point out of two, and Plug wins both, like they're already on equal points. It's not about the points, it's about the king and redeem yourself. Yeah, I mean, I think, but the thing is, you will not have one without the other. Like having, let's say, one win and then two losses is not really redeeming. And if you do have to redeem, you have to get a bunch of wins together, and then automatically your points will increase. So you will not get one without the other. Now, at least. Magnus is the Thanos of, Thanos is the Magnus of, ये उल्टा बोल दिया आपने लगता है भाई.
थैनोस इज मैग्नस ऑफ अवेंजर्स।
हाँ,
अवेंजर्स
Magnus
में
is
कोई
Thanos of.
मैग्नस था क्या भाई?
अच्छा नहीं, सही बोला आपने, मैं नहीं,
Why
मैंने
players
उल्टा
are
बोला,
not
हाँ.
playing London system nowadays? Why they do play? They do play, of course. You might actually see in this tournament as well because it's a blitz. Usually high, especially अब elite level की chess पे blitz में ज़्यादा देखने को मिलता है, rapid में ज़्यादा देखने को मिलता है, classical में कम, because London is too solid, too drawish. There are many different ways, many different setups that black can play, which जहाँ पे कुछ ज़्यादा मिलता नहीं है white को, apart from a dry position. तो ब्लिट्स के लिए काफ़ी अच्छी लाइन है। रैपिड के लिए इट्स गुड बट नॉट द बेस्ट। तो इसलिए आपको ये बिल्कुल एलीट लेवल की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं। एट अ क्लब लेवल लंडन इज प्रोबेबली वन ऑफ द मोस्ट पॉपुलर
एंड
वेरिएशंस राइट नाउ।
कई लोग हमें कह रहे हैं, व्हाई आर यू नॉट लुकिंग एट प्लग्स गेम. भाई, गेम खत्म होती ही सारे प्लेयर खुद को केज की गेम देख रहे हैं. Everybody is so invested कि जैसी अपनी, we have videos of like, we're getting videos of every round जहाँ पे everybody is watching Gukesh's game, जैसी उनकी गेम खत्म होती है. Everybody is so invested right now because they're trying to understand भाई भाई का लेवल है क्या, समझ नहीं आ रहा है. इसे 2850, इसे 2650, 2750, कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है.
True. Who is Gukesh's coach? Do you think that they will strategize to get better and shot? Of course, that's what the coach is. I think his coach is Gajewski. He's a Polish grandmaster, very, very strong. I think 2650. I think his peak is probably a bit higher, but right now I think he's around 2650. Super strong player, very, very creative. He also was a second to Vishy sir as well for the World Championship, if I'm not mistaken. Um, yeah, so of course this is what they've been doing, I think, in the past. That's why Gukesh played so well, so much better in comparison to his previous times when he played Rapid and Blitz events. So but
You
it's
know,
a it's a it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. धीरे
you
धीरे
know,
करके you can improve this thing. एक रात में आप बदल नहीं सकते ऐसी चीजें।
भाई सॉरी मैंने इंटरप्ट किया था, जो कुछ क्रेजी रियलाइज हुआ मुझे, एक रात की बात आप कर रहे थे, बट बेसिकली मैग्नस, if he wins this game against Caruana, he has white and is the favorite. Black से भी हराया था. His next game, I think is against Gukesh, right? If he wins against Caruana and Gukesh both, Gukesh को
Oh,
हराने के बाद he will reach the rating of
oh, अच्छा।
2900. आओ क्या लगा भाई?
So he would have won the tournament.
No, he would have won the tournament also, I think, but he would reach the rating of 2900 by beating Gukesh. So then, I think we can see how there becomes a story. बहुत बहुत ट्वीट्स आएंगे यार. तो आई एम रियली होपिंग कि, लेट्स सी.
हम्म। तो वेरी, अभी कितनी रेटिंग है मैग्नस की?
2896.
अरे यार।
सो दो या तीन, ढाई तीन पॉइंट मिलेंगे करवाना को हरा के, एंड देन गुकेश को हरा के ही विल क्रॉस क्रॉस 2900.
वाओ।
भाई अननेसेसरली हाइपिंग गुकेश, तुम्हें लग रहा है हम हाइप कर रहे हैं? किसको लग रहा है भाई हाइप कर रहे हैं हम लोग आज? भाई हम तो बैठे, मैं तो खुद डिप्रेस्ड हूँ भाई, मुझे थेरेपिस्ट को मिलना पड़ेगा भाई इस स्ट्रीम के बाद। क्या बात कर रहे हो तुम?
मेरे को लग रहा है चैट थोड़ी डिप्रेस्ड है यार, सो दे आर जस्ट वेंटिंग कि भाई यू नो, यूजुअली होता है कि भाई व्हेन द प्लेयर्स डोंट फील, व्हेन दे आर नॉट हैविंग द बेस्ट डे, देन
हम्म।
चैट को भी लगता है, हमें भी लगता है, तो सबको लगता है। तो बट भाई एनी मोमेंट्स पे प्लेयर्स को सपोर्ट करना बहुत जरूरी है, बिकॉज दे डू रीड दिस एंड आई नो फॉर अ फैक्ट दे डू रीड दीज थिंग्स। स्पेशली दे विल रीड दीज थिंग्स इफ दे आर नॉट हैविंग द बेस्ट डे, बिकॉज तब आप सबसे ज्यादा क्यूरियस होते हो।
या
तो दैट्स व्हेन दे नीड योर सपोर्ट द मोस्ट।
भाई 300 ये लोग के लिए कोई टिप्स? देश चेंज कर लो, और नया अकाउंट बना लो भाई। जस्ट किडिंग। ये लो डिप्रेशन की दवाई, वाह। 3.6
कल
पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे मैगस
मैग्नस
को।
ने खेली
हाँ,
थी। कल मैग्नस ने खेली थी लंदन सिस्टम। आई डिडंट सी दैट। आई
I
आई
didn't see
आई
that.
डिडंट एक्चुअली डोंट रिमेंबर, बट आई एम नॉट सरप्राइज्ड, लाइक इट्स
या
इन फास्टर फॉर्मेट्स इट्स अ वेरी pragmatic variation।
मंदर भाई की, अच्छा इंडियन इंजीनियर कह रहे, थ्री पॉइंट
अरे यार,
सिक्स
साहिल भाई
पॉइंट्स
ने इग्नोर कर दिया मेरे जोक को।
सॉरी यार, मैं थोड़ा अभी लो मोराल में हूँ भाई, आई नीड
हाँ।
मोटिवेशन। 3.6 पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे मैगस को फैबी को हरा के, एंड 1.7 गुकेश को हरा के। साथ एग्जैक्ट ऐड करो, हाउ मच इट 5.3 है ना? सो दैट्स एग्जैक्टली व्हाट ही नीड्स, 5.3 एंड नीचे 2900। दैट्स क्रेजी भाई, लाइक इट्स लाइक वो पूरा ऐसे उस एक स्टोरी लिखी जा रही है सहज भाई, कि लाइक 2900 करूंगा तो गुकेश को हरा के। भाई स्ट्रेस हो रहा है यार।
स्ट्रेस हो रहा है भाई। भाई सहज भाई कोच है क्या भाई? समटाइम्स यस आई एम अ कोच।
या दिन को कमेंटेटर, रात को कोच।
कुछ भी बोलते हो आप।
भाई तो साइड हसल तो कोच ही होगा ना, वही तो कह रहा हूँ।
कुछ भी
जैसे
बोलते हो आप
बैटमैन
यार।
है वैसे आप कोचिंग देते हो साथ भाई, लाइक देयर समथिंग रॉन्ग विद दैट, नो? रखा गेम दिखाओ यार, जीतेगा तब गुकेश। यार पता है, आई 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 कांट रियली इमेजिन दैट, बिकॉज पहले ऐसा कभी हुआ नहीं है। सो वी गोना स्टिक टू गुकेश गेम आई थिंक, बिकॉज देख रहा है, बिकॉज ही इज प्लेइंग डूडा एंड कार्लसन नेक्स्ट, तो कैसे नहीं देखे गेम यार? अर्जुन विल बी इन वेगस, याप अर्जुन विल बी इन वेगस फॉर श्योर, एब्सोल्युटली।
अर्जुन
टाइम
होगा
टू
वेगस में, या बिकॉज ही क्वालिफाइड,
फालतू
या।
के प्रकार, जैसे आज तक प्रा की गेम चलेगी तो प्लेयर्स नहीं देखेंगे।
ओके, द गेम
भाई
शुड बिगिन नाउ।
यू आर टेलिंग मी कि गुकेश इज प्लेइंग मैग्नस एंड वी शुड नॉट वॉच द गेम, ये कहना है क्या? तो लिख दो फिर, हाँ भाई। लेट मी जस्ट कॉम्प्रिहेंड कि वो एक बंदा कहना क्या चाहता है।
आप रात को कोचिंग कोचिंग क्यों देते हो? भाई साहिल भाई से पूछो
भाई
ये।
कोचिंग, कोचिंग नहीं भाई, कोचिंग। ओ भाई द गेम्स हैव बिगन, डू नॉट प्ले C4 सहज भाई, ये जीतना है भाई, प्लीज जीतना है, प्लीज प्लीज प्लीज।
Okay, we have
एक और
another
E4 E5,
Italian.
व्हाट?
Ooh, I call
भाई
this a Nodirbek system. I call
हाँ, आई
this
रिमेम्बर।
क्योंकि Nodirbek बहुत खेलता है।
हाँ, रैपपोर्ट भी
Nodirbek
ऐसे
system.
खेलता है।
हाँ। Nodirbek कभी I think Tata Steel में भी खेला था if I'm not mistaken. The
उज्बेकिस्तान
idea is
किसमें
simple.
खेला था?
Usually with you, really. Usually your knight is supposed to be on C3, but he played C3. Maybe yes, he's keeping the D4 ideas alive.
ट्रक के
The
अगेंस्ट
knight
खेला
on,
टाई ब्रेक में, ही प्लेड द सेम सेटअप देयर।
and how did it work?
वो गेम याद नहीं है, ओवरऑल ही लॉस्ट, मुझे गेम का याद नहीं है पर्टिकुलर गेम में क्या
Hmm.
हुआ था। बाय द वे चैट, फिलहाल के लिए दिस इज व्हाट आई लाइक, 5 मिनट्स पूरे हैं, ही इज प्लेइंग वेरी क्विकली। दैट्स इंपॉर्टेंट आई थिंक। कॉम्बिनेशन सही बैठना चाहिए, यू हैव टू प्ले क्विकली, यू हैव टू प्ले करेक्टली, एंड वो परफेक्ट कॉम्बिनेशन निकालना बहुत जरूरी। इज ही रेडी फॉर D5 ऑलरेडी साज?
I wouldn't be. I will play bishop e6 or bishop d7. Yeah, that makes sense.
ओके, देन हाउ डज वाइट डेवलप? इज ही गोना लाइक प्रिपेयर F4 हियर? इज दैट द प्लान कि भाई अटैक करना है मुझे?
I think with the knight on h4, f4 can be a plan.
हम्म।
And then you have some play on the f file somehow, ef4, rook f4, and then maybe you can even sack on f6 at some point. d4
हम्म।
भी आ सकता है if you take on f4 with the e pawn.
Yep, and this is the point, right? See, the time is going down. See, this is the issue. I think. Like I know it's not too much right now, but just keep an eye on the clock chat. Let's see when it goes down. And let's notice that moment and try to understand what is really going wrong for Ukesh today and yesterday.
But in each game, it's a different position, so it's a different answer.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah,
like
yeah.
a generic cheese. Like last game, I think he was completely prepped out. लाइक वेस्ली ने
Hmm.
पूरा एकदम प्रेप किया था, वो लास्ट मूव पे क्वीन e6 जो उसने खेला, इट वाज अ बैड मूव. इट्स लाइक इफ यू नो इट एट होम then great. If you remember it, then great. You are a machine. But if you don't know it, then you have to think. And I think वो
Hmm.
target किया था उसने specifically. But यहाँ पर it's not like that. You can see by the way, Duda has less time than Gukesh right now.
चलो, हो होप सो ऐसा ही हो, ऐसे चलता रहे. Now, okay, knight h4 played. So could be in the air f4 after moving the king at some point. Also prevents knight g6 to stamp degree because now I can take and double your pawns. But Gukesh taking a lot of time. What does he do now? Like, does he prepare d5? Okay, plays bishop b6. King h2, f4 incoming by.
Okay, f4. To be played इमी ना queen e2 ना बस आराम आराम से.
Yep. I don't think Marna necessary here. Would only activate the black pieces and lose your f5 square.
Mm-hmm.
So probably just knight e3, queen e2,
Oh, Guki
something.
has more time. Let's go. This is finally looking a bit positive. Position भी अच्छी है,
Yeah,
time भी ज़्यादा है. Let's go भाई. Touch
yeah,
wood.
yeah. By the way, Caruana slightly better against Magnus. अगर Magnus हार जाए और कुके जीत जाए तो that will be like a dream scenario. I think इससे better हो ही नहीं सकता before his match against Gukesh. Not to forget, Gukesh का नगला मैच ही है Magnus से.
हम्म. यार वो फिर से 3 लॉसेस के बाद मैग्नस से नहीं खेलना यार.
सही में यार, that is literally depressing. Like, कैसे जीतोगे तुम Magnus से? It's
हम्म.
not possible.
थोड़ा मोमेंटम चाहिए होता है ना उसके लिए, थोड़ा बढ़िया से.
Hmm. Okay, now he's thinking, should he take? Should he take? Should he play c6? Lots of options. जितने okay, bishop e6 खेलते हैं वो. Does leave this pawn a bit weak, but there's no way to attack it for now. So looks safe. 30 second का है chat. 30 seconds is a lot here.
Okay,
Queen
queen
e2,
e2,
c6.
c6.
Nice.
I want to push f4 somehow, but f4 feels good to me. takes के बाद क्या हो रहा है? बिशप g7 आ रहा है क्या कुछ? f4 आ रहा है
Looks a
क्या इस
bit
पोजीशन में?
looks a bit risky because center खुल रहा है तो could turn out to be risky somehow. But White has
हम्म.
planned for it. Like उसका पूरा strategy ही फिलहाल f4 के around based है. So he has to at some point do it. And that's why he played Queen e2, right? I mean, it keeps the f pawn free as well.
हम्म. और he can also like maybe go knight g4 I guess.
Hmm.
Knight g4 looks interesting. Knight g4 h4 दूसरा knight f4 बैठ के फिर f4 फेंकूंगा मैं.
Yeah,
But
possible.
for now, I mean, Gukesh's time is fantastic.
He
Let's
goes
go
for it.
f4.
He goes
Let's
for
go.
f4.
The
That's a
board.
mistake. Saj bhai.
Is it?
Yes, correct. Great move. Take on f4 as well. Only move, by the way. He takes and knight g6 now. Only move. Only move for
Bhai,
Gukesh.
that is not an easy thing to see.
It's not easy. It's not easy at all because basically अगर knight के बाद मारोगे pawn से मारूंगा I basically remove your attack. f5 becomes less stronger, but he has to find that move. Bishop c7 बहुत tempting है though to prevent f5,
Bishop
right? Because
c7 is very tempting. I think this is
yeah.
probably what Duda thought about. Oh, I just played. Let's go.
भाई लेट्स गो भाई, टाइम पे आगे होने के बेनिफिट्स. अगर आपकी लाइफ में समय है तो आप भी बैक स्टेज वीडियो बना के 100 के कर सकते हो भाई. नाइट g6 प्लेड क्रेजी.
So if white goes knight g6, knight f5 with the bishop c7 आ रहा है. तो knight g6 forced है fg6.
हाँ.
समझा नहीं मैं.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, कुछ नहीं.
knight g6 fg6, अब कुछ e5 खेलना पड़ेगा मुझे.
e5, yeah.
हम्म.
Okay, white still has his play, yeah. Um, okay. Oh, time बहुत बड़ी लग साथ में. See, we are 1.5 minutes up now. Come on. Duda, by the way, has to take, as you mentioned, Saj. But if he doesn't take, I think it's already lost for him.
I think
Meanwhile,
this was a
Magnus.
huge miss by Duda. नहीं रखो यार, अभी जीत रहा है वो. रखो रखो
नहीं, मैं
रखो.
से बता रहा हूँ. Magnus is equal. Prag is equal. Duda is, of course, versus. Oh, he takes. He finds the best move. Now what? अभी bishop developed ही नहीं है. White is not developed enough. Imagine the bishop on h4. Suddenly, white is, fighting.
What should he do then? Bishop f3. Bishop f3. Impossible he finds bishop f3 here.
नहीं, but makes sense, no? Like I want to free these two, like
No,
g5 क्या
he's
want to
playing
attack.
bishop f3 because he wants to play e5 and knight h5 now. I'm guessing. Oh, he finds it. Wow.
Wow. Because मेरा
Very
idea तो ये
impressive.
था भाई. I want to kind of pressure here.
That's also a nice idea, actually. That's also a nice idea.
Okay, e5 incoming Sahaj very quickly. So what can black do? Apparently bishop c7 now is a great move for
मैं तो
black.
कहता हूँ अभी गुकेश 1 मिनट के लिए सोच सकता है, जस्ट क्रिएट लाइक द होल प्लान फॉर योरसेल्फ. 1 मिनट फिर भी ज्यादा होगा अपोनेंट के साथ, एंड देन यू हैव अ मच बेटर पोजीशन.
See,
थिंक
that's the
दिस इज द
luxury he
दिस इज द
has
टाइम
now,
टू
right?
थिंक. या.
He has the luxury to do it now because he kind of played quicker earlier. And see, जिसके पास टाइम कम है उसकी पोजीशन भी खराब है. That's how it usually happens in blitz.
Hmm. This is the time to think. He knows he's better. He knows 96 उसने मिस किया था because Guda was thinking again. अरे यार.
Ah, okay,
That's
that's a
not a mistake. That's not a mistake, by the way. I don't know why there is a question mark,
but
but 0.75 अभी भी है position. 0.8 है
but
position अभी.
tactically it looks a bit weird, no? It looks ooh,
He's much better now, actually. वो bug है
brother,
कोई.
brother, ooh, what was that move? Check allow कर दिया भाई. Okay, now take the pawn, of course. Pawn takes right.
Any moment.
Why knight e4 भी tempting है because it's threatening knight g3 fork. Okay, thank God he
और
takes.
बिशप p4 मर रहा है ना भाई.
हाँ, apparently that was the second best move भाई. कुछ था वहाँ.
Really?
Don't ask me why.
Oh
Bishop
wow.
h3 था I think after attacking the rook and attacking the bishop.
Bishop. हाँ, I guess. Queen
Okay, let's
g2.
go. Let's go. Threaten यहाँ पे keep this threat alive ताकि ये pawn बच जाए अपने आप. Come on, 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 come on. Let's go. Let's
No,
go.
he
Bishop
can
c7.
think.
He can also play rook a d8. I also like that move, but I think bishop c7 is such a, you know, clinical move कि आप opponent के pieces tie down कर रहे हो. They cannot move. King has no way to escape this threat. तो एक queen को rook को हमेशा yes, let's go, let's go. Seeing a bit of the real Gukesh now, Saj.
Okay, now queen g5 is not possible because the h2 there is queen h2 mate. So maybe I can go rook f knight f5.
Okay, ये तो मारना ही है. E file खुल रही है, बढ़िया पोजीशन लग रही है. Oh, G4 is the only move. What? Bhai, that's
Wow.
crazy. He finds it. Bhai, this
Okay,
is a
that's a
B.
good move.
That's a impressed.
Nice.
Oh, bhai, this is the game of the day so far for me. Bhai, what a game so far. So far.
It just goes to show if you keep that extra minute on your clock, how big of
Yeah,
a difference it makes
yeah.
in the
Okay,
later
it's
stage of the
not
game.
over yet. White is fighting.
By
Apparently,
queen
Queen
c5, you can
C5.
resign. Yeah, queen c5, you can just resign. Look at shit because king doesn't have any escape squares with g1, f1.
Apparently, Queen C5 best move is Bishop H6.
Played. Nice. I think Duda will
Wow.
resign now.
And he also defeats the guy who's third, right? So he kind of, it's an important win if he does convert this chat. Super important game.
Gukesh
Like
goes
you,
back to third place after this.
yeah. Oh, rookie one only move and he finds it. Check.
Yeah, of course.
It's
He's
over,
winning a
chat.
queen. He's
Queen
winning
gahi
a
na
queen,
and he
sadly.
wins. Let's go. He's back, brother. He's back. Bhai, okay, it's only one game, but that's a huge win just before his game against Magnus Sahaj.
Absolutely. That was a great, great, great. By the way, another very crazy result. Ivan Saric just defeated Firouzja
Wow.
with the white pieces. That is insane.
Bhai, Gukesh is back and not do not forget अगला गेम ही मैग्नस है so बिल्कुल सही टाइम पे he has come back. But the Prague also better. That's a mistake from Anish Giri.
Nice. Why though? I have no idea. Okay, e4. Maybe कुछ f4 e5 करके वो pawn d4 का
Hmm.
block कर सकता है.
Hmm.
Bishop maybe goes to c. He can't go d3 g7 का bishop मर रहा है. That's important. Bishop g4 अब
E5
क्या?
now is the
सीधा.
strongest. Yep, it's the strongest. When
Oh,
played. Wow.
okay. Rook d7. अब f4, right?
Actually, now the only move is Bishop C6 and Rook D4, simply winning the pawn. But that's not easy, I think, to play.
f4 बहुत tempting लग रहा है देख के पता नहीं क्यों.
F4 पे D3 is the issue, actually.
Hmm. Okay, let's see if he finds it. By the way, Prag,
Oh,
he
he
did play
plays your
f4.
move. He
मैं
does
बोल
play
रहा था.
F4.
बोल रहा था बहुत tempting. By the way, Bishop h6 mistake. Knight e4, Bishop g7. Wow, they're
Uh,
repeating now. King
nahin,
h2.
nahin, nahin.
Prag says no, no repeat today,
Oh,
my
by the way,
friend.
Magnus was better. He just made a mistake and now it's equal. Ooh, super important. By the way, Nodirbek, Wesley have drawn, so Wesley gains that point, and now Gukesh is in tied second place with Wesley. So that's an important win against Duda for Gukesh. Saj, that will give him a bunch of confidence, right? Because usko pata hoga मैंने flawless game खेली है. That
Hmm.
the confidence he gets from
Of
it
course,
is
he
more
can go back
important.
and
Yeah,
of course he can
from
go back and check as well.
from the actual result. Oh,
Ooh.
that's a blunder from Anish. It's over. It's
Nice,
completely
very
over.
nice.
Prag is winning now. Completely winning.
रुक मर गया ना सीधा.
Yep. There's
Rook
no
has no
defense.
squares. Rook e2 maybe is one. Takes, and now some. Oh, bishop g6. What?
What?
Sahil bhai, go back one move. Bishop g6.
E6 was winning. That's what I was also
भाई
thinking
bishop
actually.
g6, f g6, queen a2 check. Bishop मर रहा है फ्री का.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But ठीक
It
है.
was a
Let's go to
free
the live
pawn.
game. Live game पे देखते हैं. ये भी winning है. ठीक है. Still winning. Still winning. Still winning.
Yeah,
Still
yeah,
winning.
of course. There's like
Magnus बा
many ways to
कारुआ
win.
ना मैग्नस को हरा दे भाई प्लीज. Super important
Ka-
moment chat for Prague. Can he win this one? And he will come 1 point closer to that second, third place, top three place he needs. The bar is changing every move, Sahaj.
Wow. No, because there are too many minor pieces, but okay, it's easy now. I think it's an easy draw.
Oh, Bishop D5 is his designs. What?
Queen g3.
Oh, oh, he touched the bishop. I think he missed it. I think he put it on C5 and then he realized कि मैंने क्या किया है. बाप रे बच गए भाई. What?
Knight
What?
g2. Abbe, yeah, because when you make a blunder like this, you don't realize, and then it's hard to get yourself together.
तो ड्रॉ हो गया क्या?
भाई
दे दी
नहीं
क्या
नहीं नहीं
गेम?
भाई भाई ब्लिट्स है यार, अब क्या बात कर रहे हो.
भाई 0.0 दिखा रहा है भाई.
अरे इट्स ओके भाई, इट्स ओके.
भाई
ब्लिट्स है ना यार,
बिशप
ब्लिट्स में तो कुछ
D7.
भी.
ओ
देखो देखो
D6.
देखो.
अबे
बोला मैंने.
अबे नहीं निकाला.
भाई ब्लिट्स है ये.
Oh,
इट्स ओके.
oh, he's
अरे
losing
भाई.
now. Queen D5, he's losing. What? I told you, Sahaj. ये क्या था सहज भाई? What was this?
भाई
What?
it's just, I'm telling you, I can tell you exactly what went wrong here. As soon as he touched that bishop in the wrong place, he was वो एकदम मन में ना एकदम वो सडन सा एकदम हो जाता है कि मैंने पता नहीं कुछ कुछ कर दिया अभी. Then you don't,
यार
for those 10 seconds you are so vulnerable to
I
everything.
I hope we capture the final moments of Parag because मुझे लग रहा है कि this must be horrific to watch. Oh
Yeah.
damn. Bhai, this is really bad. By the way, Magnus has drawn his game, so Gukesh catches up like half a point there, and now he's exactly 3 points away, with I think 6 rounds to go, and with his next game against Magnus. So it's pretty obvious, Sahaj. The only hypothetical way he can finish first is to do what? Is to beat Magnus. That's the only way. That's the only way
Yeah.
forward. He has to
तो
beat
उसने
Magnus.
डूडा को
अगर
हरा दिया, so he's
हाँ
already quite good. Now I would say अभी ना मैग्नस चिल कर रहा होगा. He knows that कि वो 3 पॉइंट का लीड है, बेसिकली जीत चुका है टूर्नामेंट. बट पूरे दिन में आज उसको जो एक ही गेम जो उसको स्ट्रेस देगा वो अभी आपके सामने है. दिस इज
या
द ओनली गेम जहाँ पे उसको थोड़ा सा भी
या
स्ट्रेस होगा. नॉट बिकॉज ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट, बिकॉज ऑफ द सिचुएशन. ही नोज कि यहाँ पर अगर हार गया तो इट विल बी बिग न्यूज. सो
या
लेट्स सी भाई, लेट्स सी. गुकेश कैन
एक
स्टिल गो फॉर दिस नंबर 2 स्पॉट.
शालवे नाउ वी कैन क्वेश्चन मैग्नस डोमिनेंस राइट भाई. गैरी कस्पारोव बोला भाई, वो मतलब मैं थोड़ी बोला. लाइक
कब?
गैरी कस्पारोव से पूछो भाई ये. ये क्या लॉजिक है? आई होप टाइम ज्यादा रहे भाई. टाइम इज द क्रूशियल पॉइंट. टाइम इज द क्रूशियल पॉइंट एट द एंड. So I think सब कुछ वही डिसाइड करेगा, and we have the crucial game, Sahaj. Here it is, starting in about I don't know
Absolutely.
12 minutes. I think we have the crucial game. It is Gukesh against Magnus, and if you look at the Blitz scores, 2.5 out of 12 and 9.5 out of 12. इतना difference है. So, but you know what? सारा स्लेट क्लीन स्वाइप हो जाएगा if he wins this game. That's how important this game is. Nobody will remember what happened yesterday if he wins this game, Sash. That's the beauty of defeating Magnus.
ट्रू. ये बात तो माननी पड़ेगी आपकी. ये हरा दिया तो सारे, या यू विल बी वे 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 हैप्पियर. देख रहा हूँ उसकी रेटिंग कितनी हुई गुकेश की. गुकेश इज ओके, ही इज बैक टू 2600 नाउ. लेट्स गो.
Huh. Prague match drawn, Prague lost. Bhai, chodo. I think that was a heartbreaking game. I think he blundered in one move, then blundered again. And Prague Magnus is, I think, round number 7 or 8. Yeah. वो बाद में है, दो तीन गेम बाद में है. We'll try to get that clip. Yeah, we'll try to get that clip. Are they not getting 2 points for a win? No, that was in Rapid because Rapid is more valuable. So Blitz में win के लिए 1 point and draw के लिए half a point. So Gukesh actually had a good deal, right? Because he won the Rapid section. So yeah. But at the end same because Blitz की game number of games double है. तो amount of Rapid equal to amount of Blitz.
Nice. So I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah. And chat कितनी देर में होगा? I think है अभी. I think 9 minute है अभी start होने में. But regardless, I think this is the crucial game. And of course, Prague plays Nodirbek, another important game. And I think the only way, as I discussed, the only way forward for first place, I mean second place में हम लोग, the first place के लिए only way forward is to beat Magnus. और कोई तरीका नहीं है. And very important, Wesley and Duda play each other. I think that means कि second place, third place वाले आपस में खेल रहे हैं, तो automatically that helps all the Indian players. And of course 50% off by last day today for the Chesscom membership, कोई भी लेनी हो. And let's see क्या होगा Gukesh against Magnus में. Magnus hasn't lost any game in Blitz. That's very interesting, actually. He hasn't lost a single game. That's true. Wow. No, he has. Yeah, he has not lost a single game. You're right. Wow, that's crazy. Bhai, so this has to be the first one, yeah? This has to be the first one. It has to be. मैग्नस, अरे भाई ये ऐसा नहीं होता. वो इंडियन फूड खा के उसका पेट खराब हुआ था. ऐसा नहीं होगा. When do you expect? नहीं, मैं expect की बात नहीं है. It is guaranteed to start in 8 minutes. गोट और इज डिफरेंट. इट इज, बट ऑल्सो लाइक 19 साल में गोट बनना इम्पॉसिबल है भाई. आई थिंक इट डज टेक सम टाइम. सो आई वुडंट रियली जज गुकेश टू मच. ऑल आई सेज कि इफ ही विंस दिस राउंड, आई थिंक हम वो कल का पूरा दिन बंदा भूल जाएगा. एंड ही ऑल्सो जनरली गेट्स अ चांस टू स्टिल फिनिश फर्स्ट. दैट्स सिंपल. नेक्स्ट ईयर भी होगा क्या भाई? नेक्स्ट ईयर होगा आई गेस, बट नेक्स्ट ईयर 365 दिन बाद में है भाई. So if the ideal is you could buy it during summer sales only. Bhai, that's a brilliant idea, no? Like you keep buying yearly membership during summer sale and you pay like almost, oh wow, that's a crazy idea actually. It's only till it works. True, true. Mukesh will play C4. Yeah, C4, I don't think we have seen him play at all. If he does play C4, he will transpose into like reti structures, but C4 pe E5 possible. I don't think you've seen Gukesh, play one C4 E5. Magnus won't care about time. He plays so fast. No, but regardless of who, if Magnus is low on the clock, he will feel pressure. At the गलती क्यों होती है? गलती इसलिए होती है because people are not able to play to their full capacity when they have less time because of two reasons. One, they have less time to calculate. उसमें कोई भी सफर कर सकता है. Magnus, don't forget, played knight e2 check in the classical game अगेंस्ट गुकेश. याद है जब ब्लंडर किया था उसने कैलकुलेशन. सो इन 2 seconds इंक्रीमेंट तो और गलती पॉसिबल है. वहां तो 10 seconds था. एंड ऑल्सो सेकंड इज नर्व्स. एंड नर्व्स तो हर कोई फील करता है. मे बी मैग्नस फील्स अ बिट लेस नर्व्स देन गुकेश, बट ही डज फील नर्व्स. फॉर फर्स्ट ईयर ओनली. भाई तो फर्स्ट ईयर को तो ले लो पहले. क्या करेंगे भाई? पजल सॉल्व करो. देर आर सो मेनी वीडियो कोर्सेज भाई. मतलब देर आर लाइक विजन पजल्स, लाइक ड्रिल्स, लाइक इतना कुछ है ना सीखने के लिए. like when you're learning the game, there's so much you can analyze the games in depth and बहुत advantages है भाई. इतने अपने insights होते हैं. if you go into detail, like उसमें ये तो कितने बजे आप, वो तो वैसे फ्री में भी अवेलेबल है. I don't know है कि नहीं, but anyways that is 6 बजे खेल के आप बढ़िया खेलते हो, शाम के 5 बजे खेल के बढ़िया खेलते हो भाई. कितना कुछ है यार. Hikaru is viewing on YouTube. True. Hikaru, I think यार is more of a creator, right? उसका side hustle है. Link and invalid दिखा रहा है. क्या बात कर रहे हो? हाँ यार समय भाई, द लिंक इज इनवैलिड. कैन वी, अच्छा वो पूरा लिंक दिखा ही नहीं रहा है. आई थिंक कैन वी कॉपी पेस्ट द लिंक अगेन एक बार प्लीज विद दैट मैसेज. वो लिंक एक्चुअली वैलिड ही नहीं है. वाह. हाँ, पिन कमेंट विद द एक्चुअल लिंक. वो लिंक आई थिंक क्लिक ही नहीं हो रहा है. हाउ डू इम्प्रूव ब्लिट्स? I think by solving a lot of tactics is step one. Being very, precise in your opening preparation is second. मैच स्टार्ट्स इन एग्जैक्टली 7 मिनट्स फ्रॉम नाउ. 7 है ना? हाँ, 7. दिस ईयर, यश भाई मुझे पता नहीं है. यू विल हैव टू आस्क सपोर्ट, कॉन्टैक्ट सपोर्ट एंड दे विल टेल यू. um he is creator, why he himself says he is the creator, right? He says I'm a creator and this is my side hustle and so on. जीएम मैं तो नहीं हूँ. जीएम आ रहा है अभी, वेट करो. खाली कुर्सी है, जीएम आ रहा है वो. हु इज प्लेइंग वुमेन वर्ल्ड कप फॉर इंडिया? भाई बहुत लोग हैं यार. वी हैव, आई थिंक, हम्पी हरेका, दिव्या वैशाली, प्रियंका, पद्मिनी, नंदिता, मेरियन गोम्स. आई डोंट थिंक वंतिका इज प्लेइंग. आई माइट मेस अप सम नेम्स बट या बहुत लोग खेल रहे हैं. आई थिंक 9 प्लेयर तो है. मैच स्टार्ट्स इन 6 minutes नाउ. एवरेज कमेंट्री फेल बाय 200 पॉइंट्स. कोई बात नहीं, वेट करो यार. जब तक कमेंट्री, इंडिया आगे बढ़ रहा है, साजवा की रेटिंग पीछे बढ़ेगी. डोंट वरी. Vantika is playing, yeah? Really? I thought she's not playing. Maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe she's playing. Who do you like, Fabio or Anish? Anish, यार, of course. Like Anish तो अपना ही है. आधा देसी है वो.
Fabio,
Thank you,
if
भाई.
I told you to take a to choose a chess player between Fabio and Anish, who would you choose?
चेस प्लेयर की
Like when you do those videos when you say like Capablanca or Alekhine and you choose one player.
player wise, maybe Fabi is the stronger player. There's no doubt.
Fabi.
But if I want to hang out with some,
No
हाँ, thank you, भाई.
doubt. No d- Why doubt though यार?
नहीं, I think
Difference तो है
Fabi is the
यार.
better player. Fabi is the better player for sure. Like
All
overall, like
formats.
look,
All formats.
I mean, he's as strong as Anish, I think, in rapid and blitz maybe, but
Mm,
classical में he's a bit stronger
Fabi यार.
maybe.
I think I agree
Uh,
with you.
but I think in general, like if you want to hang out with somebody, like if you feel who's better for chess growth overall, like that's my perception at least. Anish is the best, I think.
Hmm.
Chat, by the way, link is fixed now. So if you want to get the membership, you can use the link right about now. And this is the chance. सबसे हम ऐसी promote कर रहे हैं, link clicking नहीं होता, but now you can click on the link. And आखिरी दिन है भाई, 50% off straight.
Nice. Nice. Okay, so 6 more minutes to go.
Yeah. And Saj भाई, सब पता लग जाएगा. 5 minutes now. Oh man,
साहिल भाई,
this
what are
game.
the chances कि आप इसमें anybody in the chat can convince you to not look at this game?
I mean, देखो,
It's
ज्यादा
impossible, right?
नहीं नहीं, it's
Okay.
impossible. Although you never know, कई बार कोई,
You
let me
also,
think, let me think. I don't think you can convince me, Chad. It's impossible कि I will not look at this game. Although 50% off का कूपन कोड अगर नहीं पता, it's Rolls Royce. So
oh, क्या बात है, क्या बात.
it's,
Nice, nice.
just kidding. Rolls Royce से
By the
काम
way,
नहीं मिलेगा.
Saric also kind of winning, yeah? Because Saric is also, I mean, he's doing specifically very well in Blitz.
Yeah. विकेट
सारिच
दिलाओ
भी
यार.
सारिच भी 26 हो गया ब्लिट्स में.
भाई ये क्या है भाई, ऐसे कैसे? लोकेश को लोएस्ट सीट कर दिया फिर से.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, गुकेश इज ऑल्सो 26 है ना.
हाँ बट लाइक
अच्छा नहीं नहीं नहीं, ही इज नॉट सैडली. बट ओके, ही वन द लास्ट गेम, सो अब अभी मैग्नस से एक ड्रॉ भी इज गोना ब्रिंग इट बैक.
या.
क्वेश्चन इज साहिल भाई, डज ही गो फॉर नाइट F3, डज ही गो फॉर E4?
Hi, you are asking me a question which is like a life changing, altering question. I would say कि यहाँ पे मुझे कुछ guess ही नहीं करना है. I just want to sit back and relax and just watch the game भाई. Like this is that hype for me. मतलब अगर ये जीत गया ना, suddenly imagine like we get hyped. He's only 2 points behind with like 5 rounds to go. Like suddenly, like everything changes. If he loses,
Hmm.
then we know कि यार first place is gone.
Absolutely. By the way, another big news, Wesley just became 2800 in Blitz.
Wow. So
2800,
he
so
is
congrats
that
to him as
strong,
well.
yeah?
Yeah, yeah,
He's
of
super
course.
strong.
Of course. His Blitz peak was 2861, I think it was, in Blitz.
Wow.
2861 Wesley.
Wow. Yes, Magnus can reach 29, but he will not do it in this round now. So गुकेश को हरा के नहीं होगा because कारुआना से ड्रॉ हुआ उसका. So वो तो नहीं होगा भाई. उफ. मैग्नस विनिंग यार, ये गेम नहीं यार, ये गेम
Ooh,
में भाई सब गुकेश को सपोर्ट करेंगे बस।
ooh,
ये-
another
हाँ
slight जो आप चार आपको मिल गई है, सुन के खुशी होगी कि अब मैग्नस के जीतने से उसकी 2900 नहीं हो रही. So
हाँ,
not
वही
as
मैंने
much
बोला।
pressure.
हाँ
Not
वही
as
मैंने
much
बोला
pressure.
कि
हाँ.
उसका वो स्ट्रेस नहीं है अब, कम से कम वो
हम्म.
आर्क कंप्लीट नहीं होगा। It's like, let's say Sehwag hitting a six and getting to a century. You only are getting to 99 now. So
Hmm.
it's not the same. Are you non-veg? भाई इस गेम से पता लगेगा सब, सब पता लगेगा इस गेम से।
साहिल भाई नहीं है नॉनवेज एक्चुअली. साहिल आप तो वेजिटेरियन हो ना.
नहीं नहीं, ऐसे इस गेम से पता लगेगा एक्चुअली।
इस गेम की बात चलेगा राइट. इसको एनी गेस
आ
जेम्स हैज भाई about the result. I I wish I could tell you. I think the first move I can tell you, I think it's probably going to be E4 again. Because Magnus
रियली?
Scandinavian नहीं खेलेगा. Magnus Scandi नहीं खेलेगा. I don't think
बट
so.
डू यू थिंक Ukesh will play E4 against Magnus?
I think so. I think so. Knight F3 will be too offbeat, I think. But maybe actually, I don't know. It's
But
hard to
he
say.
did start with E4. We've and this is what, first white game or second?
Second white
Second
game. The
white
first
game.
one
So I
against Abdul
think,
Sattarov, जहाँ पे उसने
हाँ, तो
E4
I think
D5
he
खेला
will
था.
go for E4 because I think he might stick to it because fresh day hai, he doesn't want the trauma of yesterday. So I expect E4 actually. I'm gonna back you there.
Hmm. Magnus is Scandinavian. That is true. That is true. But that doesn't mean he's going to play Scandinavian. I really don't think Magnus is going to. White से करता है Magnus ज़्यादा. Maybe some G6 setup is expected. Some weird modern type. क्योंकि Magnus भी जीतने के लिए खेलेगा for sure.
NBA चाय वाला Magnus को good luck. Let's hope so, भाई. Let's hope so. Chad, we're ready. It's already just under a minute to go. It is Gukesh against Magnus. 3 points की lead है Magnus Carlsen को. And if there is any chance, देखो second place is amazing, of course, we'll fight for it. But first place के लिए कोई भी chance, हल्का सा भी रखना है, तो this game is a must win. If you lose, we are out. If you draw, if we are out, then second place के लिए fight करनी पड़ेगी.
Hmm.
Ben Stokes
Yeah,
is
we
out.
have
अरे nice.
1 more minute to go, and we'll have lift off. भाई पहली मूव तो प्रेडिक्ट कर दो साहिल भाई before the
E4.
match
I'm
starts.
going with E4 now. You?
ठीक है. कन्विंस नहीं नहीं मैं तो शुरुआत से E4 बोल रहा हूँ.
Which is why cams की आप बात कर रहे हो, what, I actually tried a lot to get the cams for Blitz, but वो नहीं हो पाया because team से communication में they had 4th July, it was an Independence Day, and E4 on the board! E4 on the
Told
board,
you.
and he is challenging Magnus. Let's see what happens, Chad. Let's get to 1K likes to like the stream. Let's get to पता भी नहीं क्या
Let's
कर
go.
रहा हूँ भाई मैं।
साहिल भाई मतलब टूट गया I think E4 देख के. Wait, was Magnus a bit late? He played like some 16 seconds later like the first
I,
move.
I think we'll take that, no?
Yeah,
we'll
we'll take it. Okay, some Spanish on the board. Maybe Berlin can be played knight f6 or a6 and he goes for the main Spanish. Both of them possible. Berlin it is. He goes short castle, inviting the Berlin. Okay, interesting.
Oh,
We
is
have
he
the
gonna
Berlin.
is he gonna take the draw? No way. No way.
What?
What?
No.
No, he can't be taking. Wait, what just
So this
happened?
is this is this
They
is this is how you go
they've
about
gone
it.
for the draw.
What? What? I have no words. I have no words. I have no words. This is is Gukesh is now was he afraid of Magnus or what's it? I've never seen Gukesh make a draw with the white pieces before ever. Have you? साहिल भाई टूट गए लगता है. I'm not sure at this point if this is your internet or not, so you have to speak something.
What?
People actually thought your camera खत्म भी हो गया भाई. It's the Berlin draw. What? I never expected Gukesh to take a draw against Magnus like that.
Bhai,
Maybe it's too much.
I'll
Maybe it
tell
was too
you how
much pressure, bhai.
short this was. The game started E4. मैंने स्ट्रीम का टाइटल चेंज किया फ्रॉम विल. दिस इज ट्रू स्टोरी, यू कैन चेक. क्लोज द स्ट्रीम एंड ओपन इट अगेन, यू विल सी इट. टाइटल था पहले गुकेश और कार्लसन हु विल विन. मैंने किया गुकेश वर्सेस कार्लसन, टाइटल चेंज किया. आई डिड सेव, तब तक के लिए गेम खत्म हो गई. वो कहते हैं आज भाई, this is not a good sign. I'll tell you why. This is
It's
what
a very
anybody
bad sign.
else does against Magnus.
Yes,
This is a
you
sign
don't
that
expect
he's
Gukesh to do that against Magnus
yeah,
ever.
because if you want to be the goat, then you don't take these draws against Magnus. Like it's more,
Yeah.
it's, I don't care about the point. Like it's more about the psychology behind it. Why would
The
you take
only
a draw
time I
against Magnus?
remember Magnus sort of taking a draw with the white pieces, I mean, there must be many, but the one that comes to my mind is the one against Vidit. You remember it was in Tata Steel Blitz,
हाँ, but that was
and
he
that
was
he played
health
knight
issue
g5.
ना.
Yeah, कुछ health
हाँ
issue था, and he offered a draw on
हाँ.
move 5, and Vidit took it.
वो
But
भी he
यहाँ
was
पर
black by the way.
no,
He was
he was
black,
white.
not.
Magnus was white.
अच्छा हाँ, he
Magnus
was
was
white.
white.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah, yeah,
remember.
my
I
bad.
remember. I remember.
हाँ हाँ, he was white.
That's the only time I remember with the white pieces Magnus went for a draw. Yeah, Nito, this is like maybe he's feeling maybe he's not feeling the best. I don't know. This is very strange. This is like the most typical draw you get with the white pieces, by the way.
No, but I mean, the point is, the standings didn't warrant this. The only chance you had, I think he's basically saying कि मुझे second place आना है. That's what this
Hmm.
is saying. I think he's
Yeah,
saying कि I don't think. हाँ, he
he knows
doesn't think he
Magnus
had.
को रोकना बहुत मुश्किल होगा ना.
हाँ, तो he's thinking कि यार आधा point ले लेता हूँ इस round से. My chances of finishing second go drastically high, and that's a practical decision. But it's not the decision, Sahaj, that a goat takes. And it's not about when you are
Hmm.
already the goat. Your chote mote decisions are the ones which kind of turn you into the goat later, right? Because these add
Exactly.
up over a long period
And
of time.
just like 2 days ago, he was refusing a draw against Anish in a like a in a much worse position.
Yeah,
Anish, like I remember this. This is the sign of Gukesh. Like this
yeah.
is what he does. This is like his main. This is one of the things that that make him the goat. But wow.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like turning into Sunil Gavaskar, cricket commentary भाई, जब कुछ रिकी पॉन्टिंग ने कैच ड्रॉप करके भी आउट दे दिया था. मुझे वो सुनील गावस्कर के शब्द याद आ रहे हैं. But I think, yeah, I think I am more disappointed by this draw than their entire losses yesterday, like personally at least. ऐसा मुझे feeling आ रहा था थोड़ा सा.
Yeah,
Like he
I'm
should have
very. This
challenged Magnus
is
there, I think. But yeah.
5 games and 3 points behind. Exactly. So he's basically given up on winning the tournament. Clearly, white pieces से तो नहीं करना था यार ये.
Yeah, I think he's playing for second place now, basically. He's saying, let me take second place. And maybe that is a practical decision, maybe, but that's not the GOAT's decision. Health issues confirmed. Kaha hai health issues? Do we know of any health issues? That would change stuff, but I have not heard of anything.
No, neither have I. But I'm assuming it must be something related to like health.
Could be,
Has to be.
could be, could be, could be. So,
The way he
meanwhile,
played
chat.
in Rapid was fantastic. I mean, एक दिन में थोड़ी ना आप ऐसे चेंज हो जाते हो. कुछ तो कुछ होगा यार, कुछ होगा पक्का.
Very likely. Could happen कि कोई health issue हो, या maybe something could happen. We'll get to know. We'll get to know. But meanwhile, I think Prag is playing with the black pieces, and I think उनकी position थोड़ी सी मुझे scary लग रही है, because this D6 square थोड़ा सा बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है white के लिए, and also the queen can switch to the king side. I like white's pieces. ये D4 pawn long term, I don't know, looks more like a weakness.
Right now, it's a nice pawn. I like it because if you play Rook F d8, you can push D3, Rook C2. And maybe that pawn is not going to be much, but you will get something in return for the pawn. That's
Yeah.
its power right now.
नहीं
But
नहीं
yeah,
भाई, I
white
think
is
कोई
looking
भाई,
comfortable for now.
आई थिंक गुकेश से बड़े सपोर्टर तभी तो स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं भाई हम लोग. द पॉइंट इज कि यार, if Magnus, young Magnus, I think वो comparison हुआ था, like somebody in the chat earlier did that comparison. If young Magnus was playing this and he was, let's say, playing this against Kasparov or Vichy or somebody who's, let's say, the world champion of the previous generation or the GOAT of the previous generation, I don't think he would take the draw, Sahaj. That's the only difference. That's my only problem.
They would
If
never take a draw.
Magnus will not take a draw in this situation. He would never take
Yes,
a draw. Just as a comparison, Sahaj, याद है World Championship against Vichy? He needs a draw to become world champion. If you remember, Vichy के साथ
exactly.
Vichy repeats the position once. पहले मैग्नस ने रिपीट किया, विशी ने रिपीट किया, एंड मैग्नस डजंट रिपीट because he
Mm.
thinks he's better. Draw पे मिल रहा है वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, he doesn't repeat. And then
Mm.
king तक खेला वो भाई, king तक. I remember Tanya's and Lawrence Trent's commentary over that, like king तक
Mm.
खेले ये लोग. So that's the only difference, I think. बाकी तो I think a draw is pretty good. Magnus का draw is amazing, actually. It's a great result. But that's the only
Also,
difference.
also like I was reading it in the chat that कि Magnus ने भी draw किया. Let's get one thing straight that Black से इस situation में Magnus couldn't have done much.
Yeah,
Maybe
he's
he
yeah.
could have changed something in the first move. अगर उसको पता होता कि गुकेश ऐसे draw के लिए जाएगा, then Magnus could
Hmm.
have played something else. But probably he didn't know कि ऐसे draw होने वाला है यहाँ पे. और so this draw was I would say solely from the looks of it looks like it was a decision by Gukesh.
एंड ऑल्सो एक तो वो ओपनिंग भी फोर्स्ड है, एंड व्हाई डिड ही चूज दिस ओपनिंग का सवाल है. लुक एट द पॉइंट्स. इफ ही गेट्स लाइक 5 draws इन अ रो, ही विंस फर्स्ट प्लेस विद 0 एफर्ट. लाइक और ब्लैक
Hmm.
पीसेस से खेल रहा है, सो ब्लैक से ड्रॉ, व्हाइट से विन, गेट्स इन द फर्स्ट प्लेस विदाउट लाइक एनी एफर्ट व्हाटसोएवर. सो आई मीन दिस इज अ कंसेशन ऑफ गुकेश, एंड ही वुडंट हैव एक्सपेक्टेड दिस. There is no
Hmm.
way Magnus would have expected कि गुकेश ये ड्रॉ लेगा साहस. There is no planet in the universe जहां पे इन दोनों का मैच
Exactly.
कर दो एंड मैग्नस वुड
कभी
से
भी
कि
नहीं
भाई
सोचा
गुकेश
था
ड्रॉ लेने
मैंने.
वाला है.
कभी.
Exactly.
By the way,
So
chat में also someone is saying by that time Vishy was past his prime, so that's not a fair comparison. So आपका नाम तो मैं पढ़ नहीं पा रहा हूँ, but just to inform you, the next year after he lost the world championship, Vishy sir won the candidates again. So
yeah,
he was not
yeah.
past his prime at that moment.
and
Definitely
and
not. He was
and the
definitely very
point
much.
is not,
He was in the
yeah.
later stage of his career, but he was definitely not past his prime for sure.
And the thing is वो ये decisions I think Magnus पहले से ऐसा था, like he was always like this even before the Vichy match. तो he would play on, like he would play on games जो बिल्कुल ड्रॉ है. बिल्कुल ड्रॉ मतलब ऐसी ड्रॉ जो हर कोई ड्रॉ कर ले. like कि साथ में आपने कल ही कहा था, remember कि like before Magnus like people would agree to a draw, but nowadays they fight. like Magnus is the one who inspired him to so.
Yes, exactly. Because वो position आ जाती है, then people would just say ठीक है तो ये तो मतलब end game है यहाँ पे. जैसे in this kind of position people like in the 90s in the early 2000s people would be like ठीक है यार बहुत कम pieces है board पे, चल let's just
Yeah,
I'm just gonna offer a draw and people would just take it.
yeah,
Magnus said
yeah.
no, end तक खेलेंगे यहाँ पे.
Yeah, I think Magnus will have a comment on this, and I think his reaction will give us more insights into whether he expected that. But I'll be shocked if he says, "Ki I expected that." I think I'll be absolutely shocked if he says that. But we will have a comment from him on this, Saj. I cannot imagine Magnus not commenting on this. That's impossible. He'll be asked
Hmm.
this question.
For sure, for sure. And people asking who forced the draw, it was White. Gukesh was
Yeah.
the one forcing the draw.
So much pressure on the young. Of course, pressure hoga na yaar. He's the world champ. Like even if we don't stream, we all switch off our computers. He's the world champ. He knows कि media देख रहा है. There will be articles in newspaper tomorrow. Whatever he does, it will be covered, and that's why he does play selective events. We covered this in the last tournament as well.
Mm-hmm. By the way, let's actually
Hmm.
put this behind us because we don't know what went on with the players. There could
हाँ,
be 100 of other reasons besides the fact that what we are assuming that there can be other
yeah.
explanations here. But let's just move on and focus on
एक
the game
तो
between
cams भी नहीं है ना भाई.
Abdul
We
and
can't even
Prag.
see कि भाई हुआ क्या actually.
Exactly, exactly.
By the way, not to forget, Prague ka Rook bada active hai Sahas, so he has like some active pieces, but there's not enough material ki I think he can convert this. So he's trying, yeah, he's trying with his pawns on the king side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rook c1. Now, I don't want to take on c1 side, but I want to play rook b3, I guess, or rook a3. Both of them make sense. Rook a3 kind of makes
Hmm.
more sense because I have maybe an idea of rook a2 check as well.
Hmm.
b5
Hmm.
played. He wants to push the pawn all the
Ooh.
way. Rook
Oh, rook
b3. Now
c6.
he might lose the pawn on b5 if he doesn't
Because
find rook c6.
there is rook e6, right? King, rook e6, king f7, rook takes e6.
नहीं भाई rook takes c6 सीधा मर रहा है क्या? Oh yeah,
But
सीधा.
oh,
Oh
what? I just said it. I just said it. What? I just said it. Knight c5. भाई मैंने देख लिया ये तो. भाई मैंने
Well,
देख
why
लिया ये तो।
this is a very bad sign. Okay, bishop c7 only move in the position. If you go rook, the point is chat. If you go rook takes b5 or rook takes d3, sorry, then I have rook takes f6 with a check. तो आपने नाइट मारा। अच्छा किंग डी3 में तो विनिंग ही है। और सिर्फ रुक
हाँ,
एफ
because the b
इज
pawn
इजियर।
is so past, right? The
या
knight is
जस्ट
just
किंग डी3।
useless.
भाई साहब दैट वाज अ ह्यूज ब्लंडर बाय प्रग।
I
दिस
can't
इज
believe
नॉट टर्निंग
Prag,
आउट दिस।
yeah,
I
Prag
can't
didn't
believe
see that.
what is more shocking to you, Sahil bhai. Sahil, Prag blundering that or Gukesh taking a draw? What is more
I think
surprising
Gukesh
to you?
taking the draw is more,
For
but I think
sure, like
but I,
not even a question for me.
yeah, but I
This is
saw
a
that.
mistake, Gukesh ka choice tha. That's a choice.
I saw that in a second. Okay, I don't know. Maybe my tactics are stronger, but okay,
Why,
now
of
going to Duda game.
course, your
So
tactics are very strong, bhai.
Duda is also winning, by the way. So he will join Gukesh in second place,
Yeah, but
but
he's
Wesley
beating
losing.
Wesley, so that's a good
Yeah,
sign. एक बंदे ने तो 17 पॉइंट पे आना ही था ना।
true, true, true. ये किंग कैसे 3 पॉन के बीच में बैठा हुआ है ऐसे क्यूट सा
हम्म।
शील्ड भी दुश्मन के पॉन से बनाई है, टॉन्ट कर रहा है वाइट किंग को।
सोच रहा है अब अभी तो वेस्ली वर्थ यू फाइंड सम वे टू पुश दोस पॉन्स ऑल द वे टू द बैक रैंक बट
या
this not just working out. Rook takes b7. He plays under time pressure. Rook f7. Now black can just push the a pawn all the way down. There is nothing. There's no way to make
या
progress. You see, Wesley knows there's no way to make progress, so he puts his king all the way to the queen side to try and take that pawn. But the queen
या
joins on b8. I think I think we can resign now. Just a4. See, the
या
moment sideways problem is the moment you push g7, आपका रुक वो undefended है. तो check दे देखिए रुक मार सकते हो. रुक मर रहा था भाई
या
queen b8, queen b2.
या आई थिंक दैट्स ओवर।
Check. King e3. Easy, easy. Let's go.
आई थिंक मुकेश एक्सेप्ट्स दैट ही इज वीक इन ब्लिट्स,
भाई
दैट्स
किसी ने
पॉसिबल
लिख
यार।
भाई किसी
हाँ
ने
बोल
लिखा
सकते
अनीश ने मेट इन वन ब्लंडर किया। इज दैट ट्रू?
हैं रियली।
भाई दैट विल बी क्रेजी। अनीश ने मेट इन। भाई साहब मेट इन 3। इट वाज अ मेट इन 3।
वाओ भाई, आई मीन इट्स क्रेजी भाई, कैसे
इट्स
कैसे
हैपनिंग
विनर
ऑल
देखने को मिल
अक्रॉस।
रहे हैं ना।
ऑल अक्रॉस एक्चुअली दैट इज हैपनिंग।
So Chad, that means Gukesh is in second place. I don't think we are fighting for first place anymore. It will require like a complete collapse from Magnus with like 5 rounds to go now, Saj bhai, right? 5 rounds में 3 points की lead तो surpass नहीं होती. But second place के लिए we have a good chance. But Gukesh has to win, and now he's playing Ivan Saric. So Saric bottom of the table, but Ivan Saric did defeat Gukesh in the last Blitz game, and now Gukesh is black, so it will not be an easy match.
राइट। सो
तो ओमकार भाई,
गुकेश को रिवेंज लेना है सारिच से भाई। सारिच का
you know,
स्कोर इंडियंस के अगेंस्ट ब्लिट्स में एक्चुअली पॉजिटिव है, पता है भाई। ही इज डिफीटेड
hmm,
गुकेश, ही इज डिफीटेड प्रग एंड ही हैजंट प्लेड। Gukesh is playing for the second time now. प्रग के साथ पहली बार क्या हुआ था? Did he lose?
I think he lost to, yeah. Yeah. But कोई कह रहा है कि
नहीं भाई ड्रॉ
what
हुआ
did he
था।
say? There must be
ड्रॉ
some
हुआ था।
reason Gukesh would never take a draw after winning with Black Pistol for this game. Forget that Gukesh not take a draw. Exactly my point, and we will get to know in this game. If let's say now he shows up normally, plays a long game against Saric, then it was just the Magnus effect, I feel. Agar maybe we see like some draw here, quick draw here, then maybe there is some health issue as well. Hard to know. Uh, but yeah, most likely ये पहले देखा हुआ है सहज भाई हमने कि मैनेज के against बहुत players would love a quick draw. I think it's happened multiple times before.
राइट। His commentators are so negative about गुकेश भाई। दो अरे आधे घंटे पहले ना सब लोग
थोड़ा
बोल
शर्म
रहे थे
करवाई,
कि
थोड़ा 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 शर्म
वी
करवाई,
आर
ये
सो
बोलने से कौन है
पॉजिटिव
बंदा,
अबाउट
इसको तो बैन
गुकेश।
करूंगा भाई, कौन है
हम
बंदा शर्म करो
लिटरली
भाई।
लिटरली आप शर्म कर रहे हो थोड़ी सी, लिटरली एट दिस
हाँ।
पॉइंट तो मतलब।
अ, अर्जुन को होना चाहिए यार, अर्जुन ऑफ कोर्स वुड बी अ ह्यूज एडिशन, बट आई थिंक पता है मोस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजर्स के लिए इट्स अ टफ डिसीजन, लाइक विच वंस डू यू इनवाइट। इफ यू इनवाइट 3 इंडियंस दैट मीन्स 1/3 ऑफ द फील्ड इज जस्ट इंडियंस,
हम्म।
एंड maybe it doesn't really bring in more money, more viewership for them, right? मान लो एक टूर्नामेंट में 2 इंडियन खेले या 3, लोग उतने ही देखने हैं। So which two do you invite, for example? Gukesh तो world champion है, उसको तो they will obviously invite. So Prag Arjun में एक ही रहता है, and I don't know why they chose Prag over Arjun, but it's very hard to know what the reason is there.
I mean, it's like Arjun gets one, and then Arjun को Norway chess मिला, for example, and then Prag gets this one, and then
हाँ,
Arjun will get the next one, and Prag gets the next one. You know.
yeah, yeah. Gukesh doesn't play a tournament, and then both get a chance. But I don't know क्या scene है, but yeah.
अभी Arjun is also playing the Vegas वाला ना?
हाँ, that Gukesh is not playing actually. He
Mm-hmm.
didn't. He said no, so that's very
Yeah.
interesting. So Vidit is playing, Arjun is playing, and Prag is playing.
VD and अरे यार वो छोड़ो यार. वो
भाई उस
छोड़ो.
पे क्या ही बोले भाई उस पे.
Let's not go there, Soch
हाँ,
King भाई. वो तो बहुत crazy. I actually
बहुत
asked my own family because I also come from a family of doctors, at least my mom's side. तो मैंने वहाँ पूछा
ध्यान
कि
से
what's
साज भाई.
the thing.
Let's not let's
I
not
am not I am
let's
not
not
gonna comment a single thing on it.
नहीं नहीं,
मैं
अपना भी
कुछ
मत
बोल
करो
ही नहीं
भाई,
रहा हूँ.
कुछ अपना ही
मैं
मत
कुछ
करो कुछ,
कुछ
क्योंकि
बोल ही नहीं रहा हूँ. I'm
हाँ,
just saying
कुछ
कि
पता नहीं यहाँ
मैं
पे.
I
नो,
don't know.
आई पर्सनली बिलीव कि भाई अपनी फैमिली को प्राइवेट इज फाइन. आई थिंक वी आर बैक. आई थिंक वी आर बैक. या वी आर बैक. एक हमारा को कमेंटेटर गायब हो गया है, बट या शुड बी ओके. कूल, अमेजिंग, वी आर बैक चैट. वाह, 300 वॉचिंग, ग्रेट फॉर चेस. भाई
Great for chess, bhai. Great for chess. I just
ओके,
saw the reaction of Magnus, by the way, after the draw.
क्या किया
He
उसने?
was just like, he was like this.
हाँ,
नहीं नहीं कुछ ऐसा कुछ रिएक्शन नहीं आया but लेकिन he was looking, he was leaning over the board and he was just kind of I guess the both of the players are a bit tired. That's my take.
बट आई थिंक
Nothing
वही
too
मैंने कहा ना,
crazy though.
इफ but Gukesh will play on in this game, like he will play on. So,
Chat, if you don't want lag.
hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, we're back. I can see Ninja. I can't see. Yeah, I think we're back, Sahil bhai. Yeah, we're back. What's up, chat? Sorry, थोड़ा सा lag का issue था हमारा, but I think we're back now.
हाँ,
We should be good to go. अरे
या
राइट नाइस वो प्लग तो यार बॉटम राइट कॉर्नर पे लगा दिया हमने तो समर से लेट्स गो चैट.
अभी गालियां पड़ेंगी भाई. हटा दो भाई, वो लैग के बाद नहीं लगाते.
just
Complete
in
that
case you didn't
sentence.
just in case you didn't know. Complete that. What was the sentence? अब तो मैं भूल ही गया यार.
हाँ, आई डोंट रिमेम्बर यार. साज भाई कुछ बता रहे थे कि उनको ही लव्स ईटिंग हेल्दी एंड ही इज इनटू फ्रूट्स नाउ.
हाँ हाँ
शायद भाई कुछ
हाँ
कह रहे थे.
एग्जैक्टली ज्यादा फ्रूट्स खाता हूँ. An apple a day keeps the doctor away.
अरे यार, साज भाई
You
आपको
did
ट्रेंड करना
this.
है ट्विटर पे.
You
यू वांट
did
ट्रेंड
this.
ऑन
You did
ट्विटर.
this.
यू वांट ट्रेंड ऑन ट्विटर. हाँ, ये ड्रीम है आपका, सपना ये है भाई. साज भाई का सपना सच ना हो जाए भाई, देख लो.
Yeah,
If
चलो.
five Gukesh in the second place, he get 25K. How much tax? भाई टैक्स कैलकुलेट कर रहे हैं लोग, बताओ भाई. अभी अभी प्राइस तो आया नहीं भाई.
हम्म. गुकेश टाइट फर्स्ट आ सकता है नहीं टाइट फर्स्ट नहीं आ सकता भाई. आई थिंक चांसेस बहुत कम है बिकॉज 5 ही राउंड बचे हैं हमारे पास एंड 3 राउंड का डेफिसिट है. And he's also playing the underdog right now. Ivan Saric, जो मतलब who's playing the blitz of his life. I mean, he's had some crazy wins today. Last win against Firouzja as well, which is insane. So I think this will be a tough match. And वो black से भी खेल रहा है, So I think there's a lot of pressure on Gukesh right now because he lost the last game against Saric with the white with the loss or was it a draw? Rapid में draw हुआ था, right? Rapid में draw हुआ था, and then in the blitz he lost. So yeah. ये
Yeah, I think
चैट में जो
second
जो आप कमेंट्स लिख रहे हो मैं इसको एक्नॉलेज ही नहीं करूंगा.
time to game starts. It's around 5 minutes, I think. 5-6 minutes में start हो जाएगा chat, and it's gonna be an important round because Gukesh can win this one. I think ये game में वो favorite तो है. Even though he lost to Saric last time, I think he's still the favorite to win this game. And if he wins this game, then वो second place की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं. And of course, Duda plays Nodirbek, so that's gonna be a tougher challenge. And also Wesley plays Magnus. तो वेस्ली का तो चैलेंज बहुत टफ है. सो आई थिंक सेकंड प्लेस के लिए हम अपनी लीड बढ़ा सकते हैं साथ भाई, जस्ट टू हैव दैट बफर. या
Right. Absolutely. Says why do you play competitive chess? Of course, bhai. I'm not as competitive as I would like to, but I try to play as much as I can. ज्यादातर मतलब faster formats I prefer these days. Classical chess में बहुत stress आता है साहिल भाई. Am I right?
क्लासेस स्टेक्स आर टू
Classic.
हाई यार. टू हाई।
इट्स जस्ट
लाइक
इट्स सो
मेरी
ऑल्सो पता है मेरे को सबसे ज्यादा बुरी चीज क्या लगती है क्लासिकल चेस की, लाइक यू प्ले लाइक अ 4 आवर लॉन्ग गेम, लेट्स से आपने बहुत मेहनत करी, बहुत प्रिपरेशन करी, पर मैच आप हार गए, फिर इट्स लाइक उस दिन में ना और कुछ बचता नहीं है। It's like you have to sleep knowing that you lost the match despite putting your 100% effort, and that's why I prefer, I think, faster format, क्योंकि उसमें एटलीस्ट 2-3 गेम्स, एटलीस्ट 5-6 गेम्स खेल सकते हो, ऑन इन वन डे। आई लाइक दैट मोर।
And also I think Blitz में क्या है, क्या मैं ना, I'll tell you. So I recorded some videos for Chesscom India, ठीक है, experimental videos trying it out in Feb, March, April, ठीक है. I played some rapid events in Mumbai, went and asked some kids, can you spell Pragnanda, whatever, ठीक है. And I lost like 120 points from rapid straight in like 5 tournaments, ठीक है. बट ठीक है,
वाह।
रैपिड में चले गए, इट डजंट अफेक्ट मी टू मच, आई एम लाइक ठीक है, गए गए कोई बात नहीं. बट अगर क्लासिकल में गए होते भाई, मैं रो रहा था बैठ के अभी स्ट्रीम पे, मैं क्लासिकल रेटिंग, तो दैट्स द डिफरेंस आई थिंक. सो
भाई मैं तो
इट्स नॉट
अभी
अ
भी
बिग
रो रहा
डील.
हूँ। मैं तो अभी भी रो रहा हूँ भाई, मैंने कि 24-70 है, तो इट्स लाइक द मोर इट गोज, अब तो मैं 2500 से भी खुश हूँ भाई। पहले वो
हाँ
फिर पहले वो
हाँ,
इट्स
याद है
लाइक
मुझे.
रैप। पहले तो
याद है
2500 थी,
टू
तब
फाइव
आता
थ्री टू
तब।
भाई.
या वाओ, यू नो दिस।
आई रिमेंबर
यू नो
भाई,
माय
जब आप आए
पीक
थे, जब टू
क्या
फाइव
हुआ।
थ्री टू थे भाई. तब से डाउनफॉल ही चल रहा है
नहीं नहीं,
आपका.
मेरी मेरी पीक 2532 थी भाई। मेरा
बट
मेरा
यू वर टू
कभी
फाइव
टू
टू नाइन देन, मुझे याद है, यू मेंशन यू वर 3 पॉइंट
टू
फ्रॉम योर
फाइव
पीक
टू
और
नाइन
समथिंग.
होगा। 2532
हाँ
वाज, आई थिंक मैं दो
हाँ.
बार ही हुआ हूँ, आई थिंक, इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन, एंड दो, इट वाज अ व्हाइल बैक। 2529 वाज लाइक वेरी रिसेंटली।
हम्म.
फिर कमेंट्री करनी शुरू कर दी मैंने, यू नो।
हाँ वही, तब से डाउनफॉल चालू हो गया भाई, देख लो. इट्स ऑल नीरी बाई फॉल्ट, प्रोड्यूसर हमारा वीक है. पीपल, अरे भाई भाई यार तुम, ओके ये मैंने health.com की स्ट्रीम चालू कर दी क्या फिर से? अरे यार ये गलत जगह स्ट्रीम कर लेते कई बार हम लोग. आई थॉट चेसकॉम पे स्ट्रीम चालू करी. नेक्स्ट
हम्म।
राउंड स्टार्ट्स इन 3 minutes भाई. मुकेश इज नॉट वर्दी टू बी कॉल्ड वर्ल्ड भाई, ही इज द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन. आपके हिसाब से वर्दी है कि नहीं, डजंट
So
मैटर.
question for chat, since we were discussing different formats of chess, would you like to see chat? What do you like the most to see? I think I've asked this before, but एक updated reaction भी चाहिए आपसे. Like if you had to choose between watching Blitz, Rapid or Classical, but or freestyle, अगर इन चारों में से अगर आप बोलो which is the favorite for you to watch, which one would it be? And why? Also, I would like to also know what's your main reasoning behind it.
इंटरेस्टिंग.
And Sahil bhai, what about you? What do you like commentating on the most?
आई थिंक स्टेक्स पे डिपेंड करता है ना. फॉर एग्जांपल दिस ब्लिट्स रैपिड इज बेटर देन लेट्स से कमेंटेटिंग ऑन उज्बेकिस्तान चेस और लाइक समथिंग लाइक दैट.
Mm-hmm.
बट देन इफ लेट्स से कैंडिडेट्स है, वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप है, ग्रैंड स्विस, दैट दीज क्लासिकल इवेंट्स आर डेफिनेटली ऑन टॉप ऑफ समथिंग लाइक दिस.
Mm-hmm.
सो डिपेंड्स ऑन द स्टेक्स. अगर मान लो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप साइकिल का पार्ट है कुछ, then I might prefer classical, but maybe otherwise I might prefer first time controls.
Actually, the amount of people saying classical is insane.
Hmm.
It is insane how many people are saying. Because I thought कि people would like to watch like faster formats क्योंकि वहाँ पे ज़्यादा blunders देखने को मिलते हैं and all of that. But classical is winning the
I'm
thing right now. I was
हाँ,
completely
but
wrong
lots of
about this.
rapid also I think. Blitz में सबसे कम दिख रहा है surprisingly. Because अब
हाँ, I thought Blitz ही होगा
अच्छा नहीं
सबसे
जा रहा
ज़्यादा।
ना भाई. It's based on recency bias,
अच्छा,
तो रिजल्ट अच्छे नहीं है.
सो ब्लिट्स इसलिए अच्छा नहीं लग रहा आपको देखना बिकॉज वहां पे वी आर नॉट
हाँ लगी
नेसेसरली
हुई
एट
है.
द टॉप, और वहां पे
हाँ
नेसेसरली वी आर नॉट एट द टॉप, और वाज इट इज इट बिकॉज इट्स नॉट द मोस्ट फन टू वॉच? दैट्स द क्वेश्चन।
भाई, ब्लिट्स आई थिंक कई बार इज सुपर सुपर फन टू वॉच, इज जस्ट कि हम लोग को इच्छा नहीं कर रहे, इसलिए ऐसा लग रहा है चैट को.
हम्म।
Magnus
आई एग्री।
withdrew from first cycle of candidates, he was not ready. भाई बट Gukesh is playing the tournament already ना. अब मैं घर पे बैठा हूँ, I can say no to stuff. Like but once I'm there, once I'm in the अखाड़े में उतर चुका हूँ, तो उस टाइम पे तो लड़ना पड़ेगा ना भाई. लाइक मतलब
हम्म।
डिफरेंस है.
Predict opening for Saric. Saric always goes for one e4. So I think he's on also yesterday he was playing, I think he was only playing e4. I think now also he will just play e4. I think again for someone who's not like I would say an extremely high rated player, अगर आप ऐसे हाई लेवल के इवेंट्स खेलते हैं जहाँ पे सारे अपोनेंट्स आपके एकदम टॉप रेटेड प्लेयर्स हैं, तो द बेस्ट अप्रोच फॉर सारिच इज टू कीप हिज रेpertoire एज लिमिटेड एज पॉसिबल। जैसे वो हर चीज में ना एक लाइन उठा के आएगा जिसको उसने बहुत डीपली स्टडी किया होगा, which this doesn't take a lot of time, but it still takes time but not as much time, तो कुछ ऑफ बीट नहीं करेगा यहाँ पे, he'll keep it as limited as possible. जैसे कल वो फोर
Hmm.
नाइट्स खेल रहा था बार बार, याद है आपको साहिल भाई? स्कॉट्स में कुछ तो नाइट सिक्स मार के बिशप D3, एंड ही वाज गोइंग इनटू दैट लाइन अगेन एंड अगेन एंड अगेन. So and in knight off also he has the same line with bishop G5. He was playing the same stuff again and again. So I think अभी भी वो same करेगा.
चलो सेम करे, बस हार जाए अंत में, वो सब ठीक है।
हम्म.
बट मेरा पॉइंट ये है कि गेम स्टार्ट होने वाली है 30 सेकंड में चैट, तो तैयार रहो। दिस इज गोना बी एन इंटरेस्टिंग गेम, एंड ऑफ कोर्स मैग्नस अगर गलती से हार जाते हैं वेस्ली से, सो दैट्स गोना कंप्लीटली ब्लो ओपन द टूर्नामेंट। डोंट फॉरगेट कि वी आर अज्यूमिंग गुकेश कैन नॉट फिनिश फर्स्ट बिकॉज वी अज्यूम मैग्नस विल नेवर लूज। सो
हम्म.
दैट्स द बेसिक assumption there. If Magnus loses, then anything is possible. So वो हम ट्रैक करेंगे, एंड ऑफ कोर्स द गेम्स हैव बिगन। लेट्स गो टू सारे
Oh,
चलो
I
go।
was I was thinking यार C4 कैसे आ गया? अब देखा कि E4 है बोर्ड पे, ठीक है बेटे.
Oh,
कैरो कान
Caro
ऑन द
can by
बोर्ड.
Ukesh. Caro can,
कैरो
wow.
कान, वेरी नाइस चॉइस आई वुड से, क्योंकि यहाँ पर इट्स नॉट एज डायनामिक. थोड़े बहुत सारे पीसेस बोर्ड पे हैं. यू हैव टू मैन्यूवर योर पीसेस अ लॉट. इट कैन बिकम हेक्टिक, बट अभी के लिए द पोजीशन इज अ बिट काम. बाय द वे चैट में काफी लोग बोल रहे हैं कि ब्लिट्ज इसलिए अच्छा नहीं लगता बिकॉज वी डोंट अंडरस्टैंड, बिकॉज इट्स टू फास्ट, which I think is a fair thing to say. But ये उसमें
But
blunders भी ज्यादा देखने को मिलते हैं. कभी कभी प्लेयर्स को भी समझ नहीं आता भाई, because it's so
true,
things are
true.
happening so fast.
Yeah, true. But the 93 played, so I wonder if the plan is to bring the knight back to c2 and कल को even attack the bishop. But for now, ये knight कहाँ जाएगा साज में? Because knight g6 bishop trap हो रहा है.
या
c5. Oh,
मुझे लगा 93 का आइडिया C5 पे मैं कुछ नाइट B5 फेंकूंगा, ऐसा कुछ. I thought
knight
that's his plan.
b5, maybe knight c6.
Okay. C5, bishop C5, कुछ B4. Okay, but we are going a bit too much deep into the preparation.
Hmm.
C5 clearly not something that Saric looked at.
Oh,
And
he
he makes
does
a
go for
mistake.
it. Oh,
I think
interesting.
probably he thought knight B3 का आइडिया यही है साहिल भाई, क्योंकि after C5 I have knight B5.
हाँ,
But that's a slight inaccuracy by Saric there. Let's see if
nice.
Gukesh can capitalize on it.
But he often plays this setup. I think मैंने कल भी ऐसा कुछ देखा था उसकी पोजीशन में. That's
Hmm.
very interesting. And now a6 पे, what if I just kick the knight back कि भाई चल घर वापस जा. लात मारते हैं ना भाई. Let's not go behind the clock from Saric. Very important. The only game Ukesh won against Duda was the game where he was ahead on the clock. So let's not
Hmm.
forget that plan. There's something that worked for us. Let's stick to it and let's play quickly and let's play good moves.
I think that's a great start for Gukesh because he has given up the double bishop pair, but that pawn on D6 is not a strength. Like in some moves, that pawn will be taken. Somehow that pawn should be taken. And
Yeah.
that will only favor Gukesh. So I think that's a great choice for him. But अभी के लिए तो नहीं. You have to maneuver around knight f6, knight f6 खेलने से पहले भी सोचना होगा साहिल भाई, because d takes c5 is hanging. So you have to
Yeah.
solve for that. Like you go cd4 first, and I don't know, then maybe you move it around. But you have to plan it properly.
ट्रू ट्रू अग्रीड। एंड सारे यहाँ पे सोचते हुए कि कैसे इस पॉन को वो जिंदा रख सकते हैं। आई थिंक दैट्स सुपर इंपॉर्टेंट। इफ द पॉन सर्वाइव्स, ओ 95 इज हिज मूव। आई थिंक प्लान है कि मारोगे तो ही इज गोना टेक विद द पॉन प्रिज्यूमेबली।
Right. And I think now he has a choice between knight takes e5 and yeah, then c takes d4, I was going to say. But knight d takes e5 on the board, and now Saric is the one having the choice whether to take with the bishop or the pawn. Most likely the pawn should make more sense because you want the bishop to sort of remain there as as it's a dark bishop, and it will defend the d6 pawn in the later part of the game. So he goes e6, queen f6, bishop g3, I think only move in the position. Just retreating, keeping, bishop को थोड़ा
या
defend किया, pawn को भी just control में रखा,
Sahaj, but
d6
this
के.
pawn has survived for longer than I would have, expected it to. And now I think it's not easy to grab this because I can't play e5, queen d5 hangs. And I am ready to at some point see, like the bar is going up, and somehow this pawn has survived, and white has bishop pair bhi hai. This is getting a bit tricky now for Gukesh.
I still think it's quite. I mean, it's a fair concern of yours, but I think black can always play knight e5. Knight e5 will block that view of the bishop, and the knight from e5 will also go to f7, where it will attack the d6 pawn.
Hmm.
So knight e5, by the way, I was saying knight f7, and you attack the d6 pawn, and I think that would be good enough. ये ऐसी पोजीशन है जहाँ पे व्हाइट को थोड़ा बहुत प्रिसाइज खेलना होगा, आई थिंक, इन इन
Hmm.
इन इन द फ्यूचर पार्ट. For
Hmm.
now, I think, and black can be a bit more free क्योंकि वो d6 का pawn is always something white has to worry about.
Hmm. So ये pawn attack था. He saves that pawn as well with c4, and white ने develop कर लिया rook. Now I think your plan may be, yeah, knight e5, knight f7, or even knight f5, knight d3 could be an option, just to kind
ओह
of
नाइट डे 3 तो
um
देखा ही नहीं मैंने. वाओ.
but you will have to accept कि भाई ठीक है ये पॉल में थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा मारने में, but definitely an option because knight d3 मारा तो मुझे bishop d3 आ गया, that's a great piece on d3.
तो इसको इस प्रेशर को थोड़ा लूज कर देते हैं. लेट्स प्ले बी3.
अच्छा,
जस्ट.
मुझे कहोगे इस प्रेशर को मैं क्या नाम दूं? रब्बा मेरे रब्बा
नहीं
गाना
नहीं.
हो गया I guess. हाँ
B3 is
बोलो बोलो.
actually what I was suggesting,
हाँ
because if he goes CB3 then knight D3 पे अब नहीं बैठ सकता. So that's
हाँ.
good. लोग कह रहे डर लग रहा है. भाई डर
And
लगने वाली बात नहीं है इसमें बिकॉज आई थिंक मुकेश की जो पोजीशन चाहिए होती है, आई थिंक यू हैव फाउंड इट. लाइक दिस इज द टाइप ऑफ पोजीशन यू नीड टू काइंड ऑफ स्कोर अ विन. ऑफ कोर्स अ लॉट ऑफ
agreed.
थिंग्स हैव टू गो योर वे, बट विल सी.
And by the way, Magnus is better against Wesley, so लगता है अपना plan of Magnus losing is not really working for now. So let's focus on what we can do. What's in our hands is this game. फिलहाल time बराबर है. That's looking great for Gukesh. We've seen time बहुत जरूरी है. But इस move पे काफी काफी सोच रहे हैं वो. This is a critical moment, so it makes sense. But I think अब चलने का मौका आ चुका है साज भाई. Rook c8 played defending that pawn.
Very, very nice move. The gut says to take on e5, take on c4 and simplify the position, but I'm guessing that's a very, very bad move. You should not do that. What else can we play? Can we play queen d4 perhaps to just to challenge the knight and see भाई ये knight जा किधर रहा है? What if I go queen
Hmm.
d4 Sahil bhai? Is that a good
That's
move?
that looks like an epic move, and I think I'm forced to move my knight, yeah, and commit to that decision. Ki, am I going here or here?
Exactly.
Oh, he plays rook fe1. Not the best move, apparently.
Okay, now maybe knight f7 can happen. No, not immediately because मेरे पास bc4 है, तो cb3 मार के आप knight d7 करो.
Hmm. cb3, ab3, and then. Oh, do you take with the pawn? Because c pawn hanging है भाई.
भाई वो पॉन आप टच नहीं कर सकते. बिशप b5 अभी तो मेरे पास. खैर बिशप b5 स्ट्रेट भी है मेरे
Oh,
पास आई थिंक.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
वो
right.
पॉन बहुत रिस्की है यार मारना यार.
भाई ये तुम्हारा. Oh, it is actually hanging, Sahaj. It is hanging.
भाई डज ही टेक इट दो? नो वेज ही टेक्स इट. इट लुक्स रिस्की टू टेक इट.
क्या खेलोगे यहाँ पे साज में
ऐसे
भाई
लग
फिर?
रहा है कि कुछ कुछ. हाँ आई डोंट नो. आई कैन
हाँ
सी द बार इज नॉट मूविंग बट आई एम जस्ट टेलिंग सो मेनी
हाँ.
थिंग्स आर जस्ट हैंगिंग. आई वुड बी स्केर्ड टू टेक इट.
That's exactly what Sarich also thought, but I think it is hanging actually. It is really hanging. So Gukesh taking his time to figure out if it's possible. He can also go knight f7 and just try to capture this pawn. That's also, I would say, equal. But और कोई option नहीं है. It has to be knight f7 or rook c3. Everything else, white is better.
The more Gukesh thinks, I think the more likely he is to take on c3. I think already 1 minute का difference है साहिल भाई. He has to play fast though. Even if he gets into a winning, oh, he takes it. Let's
And he
go.
takes it. Let's go.
Let's
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 go.
go. Let's go. बढ़िया 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 बढ़िया. Okay,
हमारा
now I
गुकेश
think
बड़ा हो गया
he's in
भाई.
a much better position, but also he's 1 minute down on the clock, so that is going to hurt him somewhere.
Yeah. Super interesting. With his confidence being low, he probably won't take, especially he did take it, Danish by, and that's why the Magnus draw is confusing. I think it's a pragmatic decision. He wants to finish second. That's the only understanding in my head, Sahaj. He has understood कि first हाथ से गया. He wants to finish second. I even defeating Magnus doesn't guarantee me first. I still likely will end second. Let me just take the draw and get half a point on the board.
Hmm. I think that's fair, but still, I don't think that's yeah, okay, maybe it's a difference of opinion, I guess, but I think Gukesh का ये signature move है to not take a draw.
Ha, I know, I
And
know.
for the
Like I'm not saying he should have done it. Like that's what he thought
I
maybe.
don't think
But
he should have done it. Yeah, इसका
yeah,
signature
yeah.
move है. Like this is the thing that this is the main reason why people fear him.
What? Oh wait, that's a mistake. Bishop e5. He did go for the discover attack, Sahaj. He took the pawn, but rook g3. Brilliancy from Gukesh. Let's go.
Let's go. Played very quickly
Let's
as well. So,
go.
and now what? Apparently, he has to find Queen C7 here, Sahil bhai.
Oh. Queen c7. Okay, that's not gonna happen, Sahaj. Not gonna happen.
That's
But it makes
impossible.
sense. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Game अपनी है भाई. Game अपनी है हमारी.
We've won, yeah. I think this is already over. 1 minute का time is more than enough to yeah win. Mukesh can still come second. Actually, you're very much, I think, on the right here. Duda का क्या चल रहा है?
Duda and Wesley, by the way. So Carlsen and Wesley are in a deadly, completely equal position. And Duda and Nodirbek also equal. So they might both draw, and Gukesh might be clear second after this.
Nice, 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 nice. Very nice.
Best move again. Let's go. Knight d3 was, I mean, it's okay, but apparently rook c7 is the move, chat, and rook nahi mar raha hai. So he played the best move. He just wants the d6 pawn. I think that's the only asset white has, right? Imagine you are going for war and your opponent has only one weapon. अगर तुमने वही हटा दिया, then there is no war anymore. He collapses. I think that's why he's focused on this one pawn. This is the last trump card for white.
Rook c8, rook f8 कुछ आ सकता है क्या? Maybe. Queen b8 check. Okay, played. King h7 plays very quickly. What? Oh, rook
Oh,
c7. Some last minute tactics. Rook d8. He does not
best
fall for it.
move again. And
Rook
next we take
f7
the
पे.
pawn. Next we take the
Problem is
pawn.
rook takes f7 पे मैं rook takes b8 मार सकता हूँ because our queen on f6 is defended.
Ah, nice, nice, nice.
And we just take on d6 and it's over. GG.
Come on. I think Gukesh का form थोड़ा दिख रहा है. Like Duda win, Carlsen draw, like, you know. थोड़ा सा he's coming back, I think.
तो Carlsen draw को हम form थोड़ी ना बोलेंगे साहिल भाई.
I mean,
That
see,
was not even a
see, see.
game.
See, Wesley का भी touch and move था. We have to kind of take the draw, ना. Like he did get the draw.
टच एंड मूव भी
Like,
तो गुकेश ने एक सेकंड
see,
गुकेश ने टच
Carlsen.
किया तो दैट्स पार्ट ऑफ द गेम.
हाँ, but draw is part of the game also. Na? Like it is a draw. At the end, Carlsen could have played another opening, right? He played the opening, so it is a draw.
I don't know. I just
I mean,
yeah, I guess
I'm,
you always have the option. I mean, how many times have these players played the Berlin opening? How many times? They've played it
हाँ,
so
true.
many times. कितनी बार इस तरह का ड्रॉ हुआ यहाँ पे? So it's like a calculated risk, I would say, from Magnus's side.
No, basically it's like कि पिछली अगर ये जीतता है वो तो 3 राउंड में 2.5 होंगे. That is still something, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. 24
Magnus is
seconds for the world
Magnus
champion.
is not losing, Chad. It's completely equal. Even if he blundered, Wesley did not see it. So, अपन को खेलना ही पड़ता है बेस्ट मूव भाई उसके लिए, मैं उसको हराने के लिए.
Knight g5 stops it. Rook c3. Now d4. He's playing too fast and Gukesh के पास
Amazing.
enough time है भाई. He has all
Okay.
the time in the world.
Let's keep pushing. Pass pawns must be pushed. यहाँ पे कोई अटैक नहीं है व्हाइट के पास. F4 last try. D2. Let's keep going. And then
Or
knight
knight
E4,
e4.
knight C3.
Knight e4 is the simplest, I think. Yeah.
Yup, this is and he resigns. Let's go! Gukesh with 2 wins in the last 3 games, including a draw against Magnus. That is, he is coming back. So let's jump to the game of Prague now. Oh, Prague crushing Firouzja. Let's go!
बढ़िया भाई. What a comeback.
भाई, ये
Wait,
round अच्छा था भाई.
is he just a rook up? He's just a rook up.
Yeah. This has been a nice round, chat. Very nice round for Indian players.
फिरोजा अभी भी खेल रहा है. He's playing a rook down. Crazy. ये टाइटल ट्यूसडे वाला पॉइंट लग रहा है मेरे को साहिल भाई. टाइटल ट्यूसडे में खेलते हैं ऐसी पोजीशंस.
Oh, that was
Wait,
a mistake.
what? Queen a4 था
भाई,
उसके पास. Queen
भाई,
a4 था.
ये प्राग ने ऐसे पंगे बहुत करता है भाई, नर्वस कर देता है इंसान को यार. अनिश के साथ यही हुआ था. रुकी 2 में भी. Okay. What? I am sorry, what? Okay, this is impossible. This is impossible. Did you just not see he's hanging?
That makes
How
no
is that
sense.
possible, Saj? How is that possible?
Is he
That
just...
is. I think Prague is just kind of not in the zone. He's not
Flustered.
in the zone.
No,
Yeah,
he's
he's not in the
flustered
zone.
because...
Yeah. I don't get it. Like, that makes no sense. That makes no sense.
अब तो कोई चांस ही नहीं है. Firouzja will be more than happy to take a draw.
No, this is
93.
not Gucci.
भाई 93.
भाई ये हार ना जाए. Queen E2, by the way. Let's play Queen E2. Nice move. Yeah, this should still be a draw, I guess. King G1 only move, by the way. But I
So he
don't
played
get
Queen
it.
B1 and then he came back and played Queen D4 and Queen D5.
Oh, now he's losing. Wow. By the fact that he was losing once could mean he could lose again, Sahaj. The
Yeah.
knight is a tricky piece.
When rook का, I
And
mean,
he's trying for
usually
the
the
win.
rook is
He's trying for
usually
the
the
win.
rook is superior, but इस केस में rook एकदम useless बैठा हुआ है. और जो king उठा के उसे साइड पे रख दिया.
एम ब्रुक्स यार आप थोड़ा दाल चावल खाओ ना भाई, भाई वो फ्री का पीस हैंगिंग था भाई, इतना एक्साइट मत हो भाई। दाल चावल खाओ, थोड़ा ठंडा हो जाओ, काम धंधा करो। भाई दिस इज वियर्ड मैन, दिस इज रियली वियर्ड भाई। आई डोंट नो व्हाट टू से। ओह लकी फॉर द रुक।
Maybe he still has some chances of queen check. There we go. Queen c8, queen f5,
या इट्स अ ड्रॉ नाउ आई
queen
थिंक,
check. Yeah,
या
now it's a
ओके,
draw.
चलो ड्रॉ ठीक है, ड्रॉ इज ओके।
Plays queen c1. Wait, he's allowing queen takes g3. Sahil bhai, he's allowing queen takes g3. That's not a good sign.
ओह किंग इज मूविंग अप क्लोज। He should have taken the draw, I feel. I think वो tilt पे है ना, because he was winning, he's not able to
Knight
kind of
e7.
handle the fact.
Bhai, knight
Queen
e7.
a6. Oh, queen a6. And now 95.
बाप रे. Knight b4. Okay, बच गए भाई. Oh, he doesn't take it. This is
Bhai,
crazy
this is
actually.
crazy. Magnus has drawn against Wesley, so Gukesh has covered up half a point difference there. Anish defeats Caruana and Duda also draws. So Gukesh is clear second now.
He constantly does not take the draw. Prag. Prag is player. He knows he was a rook
But
up for nothing basically.
yeah, it's understandable. Yeah, you're a rook up, you want to win that game. You don't want to. But hard luck, yeah. He just saw the piece it was just hanging. Yeah, he just didn't see it.
Hmm.
I think वो होता है, you have that day sometimes, like you don't kind of see simple threats, and unfortunately it's bad timing. Yeah, queen c5, let's just kind of create that threat of mate and now force black to just take a draw, I think.
Check, 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 check. Queen a6 check probably.
King b2, just take a draw now, I think it is. Yeah, oh he still tries.
It's good. He must try because he was a rook up by. It's hard to, let go of those.
But can he win this? Is this a
Uh,
genuine chance? I don't see it. Knight is so strong, Sahaj. What do you
if
think?
anyone misses this, it's like a blunder from one side would just be over. But that's not possible, I think, because you see, all everything is defended in white's camp and everything is defended in black's camp. So
भाई
Prag
रुक
can
भी
take a
फोर
draw with
मारना
his rook
पड़ेगा अब।
b4. And
भाई
oh, nah. Oh,
oh
rook h.
oh see, I told you, Sahaj, I told you should have taken the draw. Now it's lost. I knew it. Why? I knew it. Hard luck, yeah. Hard luck.
Uh,
Yeah, and the problem is, chat. It's not this end game which is the problem. It's this position. Yeah, like he was completely winning. If we go back here, and जो chat में कह रहा था ना कि बार से excite हो रहे हैं, it's not the bar भाई. Queen e1 attacks the knight. It's a simple attack on the knight, and he just played like h3. So he's just not in form somehow. It's just
I
hard luck.
don't
It's just
know, but Sailwa, how much time did he have when he played when he played
he
h3?
had 4 seconds, 6 seconds, whatever. Like the point is, like I mean,
Hmm.
Queen e1 का idea है, so it's just hard luck. Yeah, Blitz में तो
Yeah.
2 सेकंड में खेलना ही पड़ेगा कभी ना कभी. Like you can't avoid it. Yeah, he did play for a long while at the end also.
Hmm.
So यहाँ पे I think simple a move like Queen d4 is defending the knight. It's completely over. Completely over for like even if you give this check, I have King f3 and there's nothing else. Khatam. Resigns.
Basically, yeah. Basically.
So hard luck, and the problem is Prag का stress खत्म नहीं हो रहा है because he now plays Duda, who is trying to finish off in second place. So and next he plays Magnus. Sahaj, it's kind of turning dark for Prag today somehow.
So we have 3 more rounds left, right?
I think 4 or 3. Yeah,
There's
four
15
four
now.
rounds, 4 rounds, four
4
rounds.
more rounds left. Yes, 4 more rounds left. So he plays. So Prag की अभी pairing है. He plays
Duda.
Firouzja, Duda, Fabi.
Oh, he
No,
plays
Firouzja तो
Duda,
खेला.
Caruana, Magnus, and Gukesh. Bhai, that is an insane lineup in the
Yeah,
last four.
yeah, yeah. That's crazy.
And Gukesh, by the way, in clear second place now. So that's a good sign. Now he plays Anish Giri. I think if he wins this game, that would kind of, place him favorite for second place then. And Magnus, by the way, plays Nodirbek with black. So the upset could be I know it's very unlikely, but the upset could be that Magnus loses, Gukesh wins, then we start thinking again.
For sure. By the way, someone saying Magnus was losing but draw. Drew, can you review the last parts of the game? Yeah, we can definitely
Of
do
course.
that. We're still waiting.
ओके ये
थोड़ा
पार्ट
पहले
तो
जाओ
ड्रॉ
और
ही है आई थिंक. There was Magnus
ओके.
losing though. Ah, this moment, yeah.
इज इट
अच्छा, this
लूजिंग
was
दो?
the. It's not losing, but close to yes. But ये इंजन के लिए losing है. I feel it's not losing for a human. I feel, है ना? This is not that sort of end game.
1.7 is not winning. 1.7 is
Yeah,
borderline equal. मतलब, if you with correct play, you should still draw it.
and also it's only with one move like A5, which is, I mean, okay. This is also still winning. Now A5 again. Yeah, preventing Bishop B4. I think was crucial, which he missed. Yeah.
Hmm.
ठीक है, I think
Okay.
that's human. Yeah, that's we have seen piece blunders. I think this is pretty normal in Blitz chess. So 4 rounds to go,
Absolutely.
chat. The good news is Gukesh is in second place, not even tied clear first, so he's favorite right now. I think उसको साथ में कितने point चाहिए होंगे do you think for second place? How many points? Because Magnus likely will finish around 23, let's say. How many points do Gukesh needs for second place? Confirmed.
20. I think 20 to be
नहीं
safe.
21 चाहिए होंगे साथ में 20.5 में भी because 4 round
20.
है.
भाई 4 राउंड में आपको लग रहा है ये 17.5 डूडा विल स्कोर
3.
3 out of 4 in the last four
3 तो बना
rounds.
सकता है ना भाई, 3 तो बना सकता है. It is possible, right?
Like in the last 3 rounds, he scored one and
हाँ
a
but
half
like
actually, 1.5.
हाँ but still like possible है. Like I
भाई
think 20.
डूडा प्लेस प्रग, मैग्नस, सारिच एंड अनीश.
सारेज तो है 1 पॉइंट.
सर सारे
सारे
मैग्नस
सॉरी
भी
भाई,
है,
वी लव यू भाई, आई
अनिश भी
थिंक.
है.
हाँ तो
मैग्नस
इट
भी
इज
है, अनिश भी
पॉसिबल.
है, प्रग भी है.
Plug is not in form right now, so it is possible still. It is possible. I think 20 and a half is my guess would seal the deal for first place. इतने second place इतने मैग्नस के अभी हैं.
Also,
But
like
yeah.
Gukesh is like he's not 2.5 out of in he scored 2.5 in his last 3 matches.
Yeah.
Just the match against Magnus was such a shock to all of us that we just didn't mention that, yeah, because he's won in such a convincing fashion against Duda and then against Saric as well.
Hmm. So it will be very interesting. And of course, क्योंकि जो थोड़ी फॉर्म वापस आ रही है, he's managing his clock better. If he can finish off with a string of victories, right? Let's say if he just finishes off with 4-5 wins लगातार, सिर्फ 4 में से 3.5 कर लिए. That's a big statement, Sahaj. You know, I had a bad day, but now I'm back. It was just one bad day for me. That's a huge statement.
Yeah, indeed. By the way, you can hear me fine, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. My mic just kind of like unplugged accidentally. But yeah, should be fine now. That same Cyrus they keep disrespecting is above Gukesh and Blitz, but of course Indian. अरे भाई यार आपका नाम दक्ष जैन है. I'm just saying you are also the same. But
Indian
yeah, anyways.
player. भाई ये दक्ष भाई यार लाइफ में देखो, कई बार पेपर में 4 नंबर आते हैं 100 में से. इतना स्ट्रेस लेने की बात नहीं है भाई.
Hmm.
कोई बात नहीं, अगले साल रिपीट कर लेना भाई, ड्रॉप ले लेना, 1 साल हो जाएगा, डोंट वरी. कितने रन बाकी? 4 रन बाकी. व्हाट इज निहाल्स ब्लिट्स रेटिंग? आई थिंक निहाल का ब्लिट्स रेटिंग ओवर द बोर्ड इट्स प्रॉब्ली नॉट लाइक सुपर हाई. आई थिंक ब्लिट्स में इंडिया नंबर 1 इज राइट नाउ अर्जुन विद द रेटिंग ऑफ 2750. देन विशी सर है 2732 एंड प्लग इज थर्ड विद
Hmm.
2722. आई थिंक निहाल का उतना हाई नहीं है रेटिंग, लाइक इट्स नॉट 2700 प्लस. आई एम चेकिंग व्हाट इज दिस एक्चुअल रेटिंग.
Nihal 268 something, yeah.
आई डोंट थिंक सो एक्चुअली. 2681. Yeah, 2681 है. So close, close, close. World number 37. नीचे आके जो जब भी गेम खत्म होती है तो वो कई बार इट शोज आई थिंक द एक्यूरेसी फ्रॉम द प्रीवियस गेम, समथिंग लाइक दैट आई फील.
Mm-hmm.
सो जैसी गेम चालू होगी इट विल ऑटोमेटिकली गेट अपडेटेड टू द करंट गेम. Who is the tourney? Bhai, I would say so far Magnus is clear first. I think he's 99.9% guaranteed to win the tournament. The only thing that can stop him right now is him losing and Gukesh winning at the same time. That I think could potentially throw the tournament open a little bit, yeah? Because 4 ही round बाकी हैं तो अगर मैग्नस दो भी हारता है तब भी आधे पॉइंट्स की लीड से होगा. सो
Hmm.
इट्स आई थिंक मोस्ट लाइकली मैग्नस विनिंग नाउ.
Most likely, yes. Most likely. But we have a very important match now. 6 minute, by the way. Yeah, I feel, Sahil bhai, the match bit like the waiting time between in Blitz is way more than it was in Rapid, no? Is my personal opinion. Like the
हाँ, बिकॉज
Blitz makes
रैपिड
way more,
में
I think.
रैपिड में बिकॉज 10 सेकेंड इंक्रीमेंट था, समटाइम्स द गेम वुड लास्ट मच लॉन्गर, जो एक्सटेंशन है. बट ब्लिट्स में
Hmm.
2 सेकेंड में आई थिंक पीपल आर मेकिंग मिस्टेक्स एंड द गेम इज एंडिंग क्विकली. आई थिंक दैट्स माई अंडरस्टैंडिंग मे बी.
Yeah, 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 yeah. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. That makes a lot of sense.
4 मिनट चैट, 4 मिनट गेम चालू होगी, 4 मिनट्स टू गो.
सहज भाई आपकी रेटिंग क्या है? भाई मेरी रेटिंग है 2460 समथिंग. 2470 हो गया. 7472 आई थिंक अब with the live rating. I don't know if it got published or not. I have to check.
Today is the last of the tournament, yes. And chat, अगला tournament, I think basically next what we'll be streaming is it will be the Chennai GM है ना, आपने सुना होगा टूर्नामेंट होता है हर साल इंडिया में. उसका क्वालिफायर होने वाला है आई थिंक नेक्स्ट वीकेंड, सैटरडे संडे. सो उसमें ऑल टाइटल प्लेयर्स इन इंडिया गेट अ चांस टू क्वालिफाई फॉर द चैलेंजर सेक्शन. So Chennai GM आपको पता है, like I think already Arjun is playing, Anish is playing, Vidit is playing, and we have some foreign players and so on, and Nihal is playing I think. So बहुत सारे Indian players खेल रहे हैं, and उसी के challenger section में अपना one player will qualify. So if you are a title player watching this, do register for the Chennai GM qualifiers. I think last date is 8th or 10th. Please do check the article. And it's a chance to qualify, and I think वो tournament बहुत बढ़िया होता है. Last time I was there, this time Sahaj bhai will also might be there, I'll be there. बहुत बढ़िया वो होता है, like होटल बहुत बढ़िया होता है, the players get amazing conditions, and बहुत like interesting tournament था, because that changed the life of uh, I think Gukesh, right? That's what he won to qualify for the candidates. Arvind का भी life change हुआ, so let's see किसकी life change होगी इस बार. Sahaj bhai, whose life do you think could change the most from Chennai GM this year?
I don't have the full list of players on the master section yet. सारे
पर
players
जिनका
नहीं
पता
announce
है
है अभी.
आपको, जिनका पता है, लेट्स से कि इट इज
They are already very famous people, I think.
नहीं, बट
Like they're
अरविंद वाज आल्सो फेमस, बट इट कंप्लीटली चेंज हिज लाइफ. He went from 2620 to 50 to 2750,
so
like
what you
saw
are
point, like
asking me is who do I think is going to win the tournament?
हाँ एग्जैक्टली, टेक्निकली यस.
Will I get hate if I say it, Anish?
नहीं भाई, अनीश पे क्या है, अनीश तो प्यार ही मिलेगा भाई, एक्स्ट्रा ही
Anish
प्यार ना मिल जाए बस, हैंडल नहीं कर पाओगे
Anish I
इतना प्यार.
think has a very good chance of winning, I think.
पाकिस्तान विनिंग इंडिया, ओके, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग.
अच्छा प्रणव वेंकटेश भी है. There's also प्रणव वेंकटेश.
पर प्रणव के जितने
प्रणव
भी
वी.
चांसेस कम रहेंगे आई थिंक, बिकॉज
नहीं नहीं
समहाउ
बिल्कुल
इट्स
होंगे यार, क्या बात कर रहे हो? प्रणव didn't he just win 2 title Tuesdays back to back?
या बट अगेन लाइक इट्स ऑनलाइन चेस ना, वही बात होगी, लाइक फिरोजा वाली बात हो गई.
No,
आई गेट
I
अ फीलिंग
think.
कि over the board real chess में like he might finish in the middle, right? He might do very well, but वो consistency 9 राउंड पे रखना, like starting rounds he might start off very well, but वो win करना बड़ा मुश्किल रहेगा I feel.
Hmm. I don't know. I still I think he has a very good chance still. I mean, सबका ही chance रहता है यार, but Anish is I think probably Anish and Vidit of course would be the heavy favorites.
Cup game. 1 minute to go. 1.5 minutes to go. Chat. 1.5 minutes to go to the start of the game, and this time Gukesh, white pieces against Anish. I think Anish का दोनों game draw हुए हैं इनके अभी.
Hmm.
Rapidly and Blitz 1B. So let's see if we can get a result this time. Some of
Sahaj bhai,
Gukesh
what
matches.
is
हाँ, sorry, बोलो.
Sahaj bhai, what is the lowest? यार अब चला गया वो मैसेज. Sahaj bhai, what is the lowest possible title in chess? I don't know.
WNM. WNM.
अरे nice, nice, very nice, very nice, very nice. Now it's a separate issue. At least मेरे से गई प्रॉब्लम हाँ. No one is gonna look at me now. अब separate issue के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं हम.
नहीं, बीएम तो मुश्किल है, दुनिया में एक ही बीएम है भाई, इट्स नॉट इजी.
बीएम बनने के लिए लेकिन बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ी थी चेस में नहीं बट बहुत मेहनत उसको
मेहनत
अदरवाइज
करनी
करनी
पड़ती है
पड़ी
भाई,
थी.
स्किल चाहिए बहुत. ड्रीम चेस टीम ऑफ ऑल टाइम प्लेयर्स ऑल फॉर्मेट्स, ओ हो. भाई मैग्नस कस्पारो फिशर तो ऑटोमेटिक आ गए. देन आई विल इंक्लूड विशी सर एंड देन आई विल इंक्लूड समय रैना. देखिए, फिफ्थ प्लेयर तो रिजर्व ही होगा ना. चार लोग खेलेंगे तो एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए एक बंदा चाहिए भाई. हंसाता रहेगा हमेशा चारों प्लेयर को, मजा आएगा भाई.
Hmm.
हाँ, so Gukesh, I think, started off horribly again, lost two games in a row. But then I think he in the last three games he's come back. So he has two wins against Duda and Saric and a draw against Magnus. So Magnus draw is okay, not exactly what we expected, a quick draw, but पिछले तीन round में he's come back a little bit.
Yeah, 2.5 points out of three. By the way, we should start, I think, any second now.
Biased by so this is Chess 24 India INDIA, so it will be biased. Meanwhile, Gukesh game knight f3. Sahaj, he's back to knight f3. That's a red flag for me. Why?
Big red flag, boy. Big red flag. Tournament अच्छा आ रहा है तो he starts playing the same stuff again, boy. That's
हाँ.
not a good sign, boy. Don't play this. Okay, d5 takes, I think, is the move here. Takes, and then you play castle or knight c3. Knight c3 on the board. Black plays knight to c7. The first time I saw this, by the way, was Vidit playing this with the black pieces in national championship. This exact variation, by the way. Long, long, long ago. Okay, castle, bishop e7. White plays what? d3, I guess? Or b3. Both make sense.
Hmm. D3
Okay,
played.
d3 played. Castle, भाई बार थोड़ा नीचे गया. गलत मूव थी क्या d3?
Really, E3 was the best there. I don't know.
What? This is why I don't like this setup. कुछ भी
हाँ.
बड़ा offbeat structure है ये.
Agreed. And now apparently knight D5, bishop D2, knight F6, bishop F4 is a draw. I'm pretty sure they will not take it.
गुकेश फिर से करेगा तो?
Uh,
It's possible.
I,
It's possible, भाई. It's possible. Imagine he does it again.
no. I don't think so.
Or he takes on d5. He just takes. He
Yeah,
takes it and
he
doesn't give
takes
him
it,
a
he takes it.
chance.
I think on knight D5 maybe, yeah? You want to open your
वो
bishop? I think,
ट्रीटमेंट सिर्फ see if he does do a draw again now, then it also tells Magnus ना कि मतलब Magnus effect नहीं था वो, मेरी तबीयत खराब थी, something like that.
हाँ. वो एक्चुअली
So
उसको बोलना चाहिए
psychological
था.
games.
Like, he should have said it anyways. ऐसे वॉशरूम की तरफ पॉइंट करते कुछ तो बोलना चाहिए था यार. ऐसे
Hmm.
मैं इसको पता लग गया अब कि he is also a bit nervous in front of me.
Yeah, of course he knows that already, but अब confirmation मिल गया exactly.
हाँ. Okay,
कि
knight E5.
95
But
slight inaccuracy. भाई ये पोजीशन ऑलरेडी खराब हो गई भाई. मैं इसलिए आपको कह रहा था नाइट f3 is not ideal. Takes and now queen b6 maybe looks quite logical for black.
yeah, it looks, or rook c8 also very logical move.
At some point, a moves like g5 can be a problem for white here. At some point, not right now, but at somewhere.
Hmm. I think somehow the problem is कि white is solid though. Like I mean, black को कुछ crazy करना पड़ेगा जीतने के लिए. That's the good news. But black has more space. Every piece is logically developed. See, G5 also in the air. Oh, Queen A4.
Okay, knight d4, I guess.
Knight D4 पे वापस आना पड़ेगा क्या? या रुक E1?
Or rook e1, I guess. b5.
वही तो फिर
Attack,
फायदा
attack,
क्या हो
attack.
Queen A4 आने का फिर?
Maybe फायदा is कि Anish will not play knight d4.
भाई
That's a big फायदा right
ये
there.
क्या है?
I'm telling you it's possible. Anish सोच रहा है मतलब उसको knight d4 पसंद नहीं आ रही.
By the way, Duda and Prague playing. Super important game
Wait,
that one as well. क्या हुआ?
b5?
भाई क्या हो गया भाई?
भाई b5 नहीं आ रही थी कि सीधा. Sorry, I think I became super
हाँ,
excited.
नाइट
Knight
सी
c6
सिक्स आ रहा
ba4.
नाइट डी
ba4 knight d. अच्छा, मैं फालतू में एक्साइटेड.
मतलब
क्वीन b5 में
इट
knight
इज
d. भाई
हाँ
क्वीन b5
नाइस.
knight d4 था. It was a nice tactic. I thought it was a blunder for a
Oh
second.
no, you're right. It is a problem actually.
Sorry chat, मैंने आपको डरा दिया.
Oh, B4,
Okay.
nice move. B5 though. संडे बना दे मेरा भाई. अरे दिल खुश करा दे मुकेश भाई. कम ऑन भाई, कुछ कर दो यार. लगातार गेम जीत जाओ, मजे करेंगे. संडे को मस्त नींद आएगी यार फिर आज. नोइंग कि मुकेश काइंड ऑफ कार्लसन के लिए पीछे पीछे दौड़ रहा था भाई. टिल द एंड, टिल द वेरी. कार्लसन को लाइक लास्ट राउंड तक सांस नहीं आनी चाहिए जिससे कि भाई यार मे बी ही माइट कैच अप विद मी. आई हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल. 4 games to go, chat, including this one. So 3 more games after this. Gukesh का 1 minute time पीछे है. So I'm a bit worried now. And Sahaj, C4 incoming. That means black could have a protected pass pawn. Is that a big worry here?
I would say so, but the problem is after c4, dc4, you cannot capture back with the d pawn.
Yeah.
B pawn is less scary. It's
Hmm.
less scary for him. Yeah. So I mean, maybe you'll take with the rook or something. I don't know, but queen b6 also looks quite logical. मैं c4 अभी मत push करो maybe. Queen b6 or queen d7 looks quite nice. Just
Hmm.
get the rook to c8 and then push c4. So you can
But
capture back with the rook and yeah, do something there.
yeah, he is contemplating that right now. कि करना है push, नहीं करना है. Do I move the rook away to see it, for example? Also possible, because ये pin एक problem है. That's the only thing stopping black
Possible,
from going c4.
possible, but it kind of looks like inhuman to play rook c8. I don't know.
Hmm. Yeah.
By the way, Magnus in big trouble against
क्या
Nodirbek.
बात कर रहे हो?
Big trouble. Yes.
ओ भाई, कम ऑन भाई लोग. नोदरबेक को कभी हमने चीयर किया नहीं है रिसेंट टाइम्स में, बट लेट्स गो नोदरबेक.
ये मैग्नस के अगेंस्ट रूट कर रहा है भाई अब तो.
भाई मैग्नस प्लेस डूडा नेक्स्ट. So, you
हम्म.
know, I mean, there are things possible that could happen. Okay, going to the cage game back. जहाँ पे queen d7 आए, Anish, and now bishop e3 played, putting more pressure. And finally, he plays that pawn push.
Nice.
Can't take with the pawn, takes with the rook.
Takes with the rook, and now white's queen will move away, and then black will play rook fc8. Rooks belong on open files, so
Sahaj, but
that's where both of his rooks are at the moment.
this looks better for black somehow. I have the c file. If you take now, I'm ready to even take with the pawn or rook, or
So
this
this is
looks.
definitely better for black. Definitely.
अरे यार.
Definitely. Only black is, I think, playing right now, but it can turn around. Like bishop d5 कभी मर सकता है at the right moment. Also time भी थोड़ा बराबर है, तो it's not a big concern right now.
भाई नोदरबेक के इतने तो चल रही है. ओ टाइम डॉट इक्वल चैट.
आप हिंदी पढ़ सकते हो क्या? हाँ भाई, बिल्कुल पढ़ सकता हूँ. दिल्ली में हूँ. दिल्ली में आई ग्रो अप इन दिल्ली भाई. ऑफ कोर्स पढ़ सकता हूँ.
Meanwhile, not to forget, Prag is playing Duda and he's apparently slightly better, has some active pieces. ये pawn, ये diagonal खुला हुआ है towards Duda's king. So Prag right now having some chances. And look at the clock. He's a minute ahead of Duda. So this could be amazing, Saj. Prag, by the way, how is he ninth place पे कैसे पहुंच गया भाई?
He
I just
had a
realized
bad
he's in
game, no,
ninth place.
yesterday. In the last game was really bad for him. He was winning and then he lost. By the way, big mistake by Gukesh.
What?
Sahil bhai, we have to go back. We have to go back. Okay, let's walk us through it. Queen a4.
Rook
Rook c4 is a
c4. Why
mistake.
rook c4?
bc4. हम भी तो सोच रहे थे साहिल भाई ये खेलने के लिए. To take and black takes back with the rook, you remember?
नहीं वही तो हम कहते गलत है because black can take back with the pawn, take with the rook, doesn't look nice. Bhai,
I
but
don't
this
know,
is
Sahil bhai.
lost now.
Okay, bishop d4, I guess you can still hold it a bit. और d1 मर रहा है अभी तो यार.
Bhai, this is over, I think. So end game वाला है like bishop f6 आएगा, you have to play bishop d4. I take, then push the c pawn or take on a3. It's over, na?
As long as I can put some clamp on the dark squares, maybe I can still have, maybe I still have some hope. But yeah, it looks unlikely.
Magnus losing completely, really. I'm not sure, yaar, completely. 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4. एक pawn मर रहा है, pass pawn है f5 पे. Yeah, looks like it's maybe practically lost, but knowing Magnus, anything is possible. But we need Gukesh to win ना, वरना फायदा क्या है Magnus से हारने का? कुछ फायदा नहीं हुआ फिर. Going back. अरे यार. But why did he take on c4? Just. I mean, after this, it's already difficult, I think.
By time देखो यार, time is 50 seconds. It's very less for him.
वो अब हुआ ना, like 1 मिनट से तो सोच ही रहा है. I think he could
हाँ,
have
बात तो सही है वैसे आपकी. Queen
queen
c1
c1.
played
Oh,
a5, breaking that pawn chain. If white takes bf5, bishop takes a3 happens. Oh, Bishop D, that's another
What?
blunder.
Oh,
Rook
rook
D8,
d8.
game over. Game over after maybe he hasn't. Oh, he sees it. Of course he sees it. And I think Gukesh should just resign now.
Yeah, resign. Khatam. Game over. But this is a shocking loss. Like again, the same Gukesh. Yeah, we saw yesterday. I think. ऐसी feeling आ रही है. Like complete, like just
Hmm.
collapse in 5 moves. Yeah, 4 moves.
मतलब
Sorry.
consistent the blitz में ना consistency रहना consistent रहना is a very hard task style like one game you play really well, one game not so well, one game really well, one game not so well. So
If
I think
ये
it takes
position
it
थी,
takes a lot of experience to become consistent at blitz.
जैसे ये पोजीशन थी, 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves, 4 lost, खत्म, 4 move लगे.
Yeah, वो
That is
पहली वाली
sad.
पोजीशन भी खराब ही थी साहिल भाई. वो भी खराब ही थी.
I
Like
know, I
it's not
know.
as bad, but I know you should save that technically speaking, but it's not as bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's sad. Did he just resign?
Not yet, not yet. He's
By
still
the way,
playing.
Wesley so defeats Sarich Chivan. So
Oh
he
wow.
has joined Gukesh at the second place now, and Duda still plays. If Duda wins that, he will be on the second place as well, and he is slightly better, actually a lot better against Prague. तो Duda भी second place पे आ रहा है भाई.
And Carlsen losing to Nodirbek. So इस round में I think थोड़ा सा, oh, Queen D1. Look
अरे
at that
वाह
move. Wow.
भाई
Wow.
ब्यूटी
That
पॉइंट्स
is
मिलने चाहिए इस गेम को.
resigns. Nice move by Anish, yeah, to finish the game off. So going to the Prague game, जहाँ पे he is slightly worse. एक doesn't. Oh, this is over for Magnus, yeah? Completely over, I think.
Yeah, it's lost.
So Magnus will not get any points, but
Yeah, it's
going to,
lost. It's lost. It's lost.
yeah, going to the Prague game. Let's have a look. Oh, knight f3 he takes.
Bishop G3 only
Only
move.
move.
अच्छा पॉइंट है कि साहिल भाई पीछे वो बैक रैंक पे मेट हो रही है.
Hmm. C4 check, by the way.
Bishop
What?
E2? Isn't Bishop E2 just what? Sahil bhai, this is a second piece blunder. Third actually.
Third, why?
Yeah,
Third.
third piece blunder.
I
What?
mean, okay, it's just not Prague's day. I think और इसमें कोई explanation है ही नहीं.
Yeah,
It's just not Prague's day. Prague went from number 4 to number 9, I think, and within 3 games, and it's just not his day. This is gonna hurt for sure. And Duda wins, by the way, so he joined. He will go ahead of Gukesh Sahaj. 18 and a half हो जाएंगे उसके.
yeah, exactly.
Oh.
That's a tough loss, I would say. It's like a very, very, very tough loss. इन
I
रुक
think
छोड़ ही
Prague.
दो G2 पे यार 93 खेल तो सीधा क्या फर्क पड़ता है. यू आर स्टिल
Yeah,
विनिंग.
he does play that, by. He does play that. Resigns, I think, 1 second for Prague, and he will resign. No, he plays on for now. By the way, Duda completely crushing Prague, Nodirbek crushing Magnus, Caruana Firouzja draw चल रहा है.
Yeah, Magnus हारी. This will be Magnus's first loss since Gukesh actually.
Yeah, yeah. First in the Blitz overall. Okay, Queen E8 check, Queen
Just
E5
change it
check.
to next.
Ah, okay, that activity.
Simple, simple, simple.
Oh,
अरे
Knight
रुकी वन
F5
खेल
check.
दिया.
Wow.
That's
That
another
was
blunder by him.
another blunder, by the way. Exactly. That's another blunder, yeah?
Yeah. It's like blunder पे blunder हो रहे हैं.
And also, by the way, what happened in the Carlsen game? Carlsen did lose. Carlsen did lose his first game in the Blitz. So Nodirbek kind of getting the important point. And Sahaj, this was a tragic round. Both Indians losing.
Crazy actually. So basically, I think Gukesh top 4 में तो रहेगा, right? Because there's 3 more rounds left. And the
Hmm.
difference between Gukesh and Alireza is like 1.5 points. It's quite a lot, I would
Yeah.
say, to
Yeah.
cover in 3 में. तो fourth, I think minimum आ रहा है Gukesh.
Yeah.
अच्छा चलो theoretically पे बात करें तो fifth तो मतलब जैसे अगर दोनों हार गए तीनों हार गए मतलब फिर भी. But I would
भाई
say
हम बहुत
fourth is
नीचे चले गए यार. We
बहुत
went
नीचे
from
चले गए
first
यार.
to talking about fifth, sixth यार.
यार
अच्छा नहीं लग
फर्स्ट
रहा
भी
है
यार
साज भाई.
फर्स्ट भी भाई मतलब क्या 3-4 पॉइंट की लीड के साथ गए थे यार. तो इट रियली हर्ट्स.
Knight
या
F3 खेला
गुकेश इज
भाई. That
फोर्थ.
was the problem. That was the problem, I think. Knight f3 was the issue. And chat, if you are also stuck with up one opening, चाहे वो knight f3 हो या कुछ भी हो, you should get the diamond membership. भाई आखिरी दिन है समर सेल का 50% off. And I can tell you, भाई, this is a great tool, yearly membership low. And then just work out for your daily basis on your tactics, puzzles, courses, whatever it is. You have video courses जो कई पुराने डायमेंशन आते हैं, और आपके पास ड्रिल्स है, you can improve your all round play, openings, middle games, end games, tactics, सब कुछ. And of
Wait,
course,
also, let's not forget the puzzle rush. Yeah, puzzle rush. You get
yeah.
unlimited puzzle rush and unlimited puzzles a day as well, which is a great thing. I again, Salve, today also I did puzzles. Yesterday also I did puzzles. Every day I'm doing puzzles.
हम्म.
तो
तो
आदत बन
यार,
गई है.
भाई प्रग पीस वंडर क्यों कर रहा है यार? उसको भी करने चाहिए थे
Hmm. So I'm
भाई.
watching the games on chess.com and हमारे viewer यश भाई मुझे chess.com पे ब्लिट्स का चैलेंज भेज रहे हैं at this very moment.
सेम सेम
The
सेम सेम
same Yash
सेम.
who is in the chat right now is the one who just sent me a request on Blitz to play Blitz. भाई किसी कमेंट्री करते करते थोड़ी ना गेम खेल सकता हूँ भाई मैं.
पता लगे गुकेश हार रहा है साथ बीच में, ओ यस. 3 rounds to go, chat. 3 rounds to go, and I think we are basically battling for second place. और कोई इसमें है नहीं. And Duda, who does Duda plays Magnus, so that's good news कि Duda could potentially lose this. Magnus तो निकल ही गया आगे. So if Magnus defeats Duda, he will be getting up for a win because Magnus lost his last game. So if Duda
Hmm.
loses, then Gukesh could again have a chance. But Gukesh plays black against Firouzja. Oh.
Please don't ask me, Sahil bhai. Please don't ask me.
तो साज भाई एक सवाल है.
Actually, this is a very big match for Firouzja because 1.5 पॉइंट का फर्क है इन प्लेयर्स में.
Yeah,
So
Firouzja के लिए इकलौता
that's
मौका actually to catch
exactly.
up with
If
Gukesh
he
in
wants
fourth.
to catch up, this is his moment.
And Wesley so plays Anish with black. So hoping Anish strikes there ताकि Wesley आगे ना निकल जाए. And of course Magnus should strike as well. हम पूरे आरसीबी से भी आगे निकल चुके हैं साहब भाई at this point in calculation.
Hmm.
Like आरसीबी वाले भी इतना नहीं करते. वो तो कैलकुलेटर निकालते हैं, हम साइंटिफिक कैलकुलेटर निकाल चुके हैं. मैं लॉग में कर रहे हैं एनालिसिस अभी. So
Hmm.
it's very difficult.
तो नेक्स्ट गेम जस्ट पुटिंग इट आउट देयर साहिल भाई अगर मैग्नस जीत जाता है
हाँ.
और डूडा का अगर ड्रॉ भी होता है तो मैग्नस वुड हैव वॉन द टूर्नामेंट 2 राउंड टू स्पेयर.
हाँ, but he's playing Duda only. So if he defeats Duda, he is first.
डूडा से खेल रहा है वो. अच्छा
हाँ, if he
तो
wins, he's first
चैंपियनशिप
ना, खत्म
राउंड
हो
फॉर
गया.
हिम.
हाँ, खत्म हो गया.
मैग्नस को
And
डबल
he will be. हाँ, and if Wesley doesn't win or Gukesh doesn't win, he'll be like at least 2.5 points ahead, na? So he would have won like with an insane lead. XP के लिए स्पैम ना करें. भाई कई लोग स्मार्ट है, बताया स्ट्रीम के ना चालू होने से पहले ही मैसेज लिखना चालू कर देते हैं अपेरेंटली. कुछ 3 मैसेज लिख के कुछ आपको एक्सपी मिलती है पर आवर, तो वो पहले से ही चालू, तभी उनकी इतनी ज्यादा एक्सपी होती है.
अच्छा आई सी समवन इज ऑन 675 एक्सपी राइट नाउ.
हाँ, तो वो बंदा पहले मैसेज लिखा था भाई, पहले से ही, बिफोर स्ट्रीम.
Well, they come back and then they type one message and then they go away and then they come back, type one message and go away.
हाँ.
क्या बात है
हाँ,
भाई.
सुपर चैट्स इज आल्सो अनदर वे, बट यहाँ चैनल मोनेटाइज नहीं है, तो
मेरे को
वो
पता होना
कर नहीं
चाहिए था, मैं भी
सकते.
लिखता हूँ, मेरे को भी एक्सपी चाहिए.
3 मैसेज लिखने पड़ेंगे भाई, 3 मैसेज.
मेरे को
सो
75
समथिंग.
एक्सपी मिला अभी. हाँ नाइस
सो
नाइस नाइस.
सो यो यो हाँ, मेरे को 25 क्यों. हाँ, 75 मिला मुझे भी. नाइस नाइस नाइस. जस्ट टेस्टिंग. एसजेपी क्या है भाई?
सब
भाई
लोग
तीन
यही
ही
लिख रहे
मैसेज
हैं भाई.
कर. हाँ, 3 मैसेज के बाद नहीं मिलता भाई. तीन तीन ही करने होते, उसके बाद एक्स्ट्रा नहीं मिलता.
मेरे को तो एक ही मिला मुझे. उसके एक के बाद नहीं मिला मुझे.
हाँ, वही उसके बाद नहीं मिलता. आई थिंक यू गेट लाइक 3. आई थिंक एक बंदे ने मुझे एक ये बताया था.
हम्म.
जस्ट टेस्टिंग. हाँ, देखा, उसके बाद नहीं मिला. 3 पर आवर, सो दैट मीन्स कि यू कुड
भाई
बी
मुझे
स्मार्ट
एक ही
लाइक.
मिला. मुझे एक ही मिला.
एक मतलब?
मुझे एक ही टाइम एक्सपी मिला, एक मैसेज से एक्सपी मिला मुझे बस.
तो आपने दो पहले टाइप कर दिए होंगे चैट में, तभी आपको एक
नहीं
डायरेक्ट
नहीं
मिला.
नहीं, आई हैवंट टाइप्ड एट ऑल इन दिस चैट
तो ये
टुडे.
जीएम वालों को 3 मिलते हैं क्या? भाई
हो
मुझे तीन
सकता है
मैसेज
भाई.
लिखने पड़े, आपको एक में मिल गया यार. चीटिंग करता है यूट्यूब यार.
एग्जैक्टली.
हर घंटे बाद मिलती है. वही तो एग्जैक्टली. नेक्स्ट राउंड स्टार्ट्स इन अराउंड 9 मिनट्स चैट, सो वही चीज़ है डिफरेंस। मैसेज लंबा होना चाहिए, ऐसे नहीं मिलता भाई, मेरे को तो मिल गया 75।
अच्छा, आई टाइप्ड अपेरेंटली।
नहीं भाई, लंबे से भी
समवन
नहीं
सेड
मिला।
कितनी इंपॉर्टेंट बातें चल रही हैं, एग्जैक्टली भाई, सो
हाँ भाई,
इंपॉर्टेंट
सीख
राइट नाउ।
सी वी आर लर्निंग अबाउट यूट्यूब ना भाई, ये हमें डेली बेसिस पे एक्सपी देखना पड़ेगा, तो समझना जरूरी है इसको। इट्स अ
हम्म।
पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ द स्ट्रीम, राइट।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
हाँ, जो लैग भी तब बोला होगा, एग्जैक्टली एग्जैक्टली।
अच्छा हाँ, लैग के टाइम पे बोला था मैंने, राइट राइट राइट।
Meanwhile, चल गुकेश को जीतना पड़ेगा। आई थिंक द आइडियल सेटअप फॉर अस इज Parag of course wins, ताकि he gets off that second last rank, but Gukesh defeats Firouzja, Magnus defeats Duda, and Anish defeats Wesley. ये आइडियल सेटअप है। इससे हम लोग 18.5 पे, सॉरी 19 पे आ जाएंगे, एंड बाकी सब लोग हमसे पीछे रह जाएंगे। ऑफ कोर्स मैग्नस विल विन द इवेंट, बट वो तो ऐसे जीतने ही वाला है, वी कांट स्टॉप हिम नाउ।
वो 3 पॉइंट की लीड और 2 पॉइंट की लीड में फर्क थोड़ी ना पड़ता है उतना।
हाँ, एंड
सही है।
आइडियल आई थिंक गुकेश, आई थिंक व्हाट कुड रियली रियली
साहिल भाई, बी आर बी
change
वन
how
वन
he
से।
looks back. हाँ, change how he looks back at this event is he if he wins all three, because अगर तीनों जीतता है ना, तो लास्ट का वो टेस्ट टूर्नामेंट का बहुत अच्छा रहता है आपका। एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स एवरीबडी रिमेंबर्स दैट कि भाई ही केम बैक इन द ब्लिट्स आल्सो, एंड मे बी ही जस्ट हैड अ बैड डे यस्टरडे। सो आई थिंक वो बहुत जरूरी है, इफ यू कैन फिनिश ऑफ विद लाइक अ स्ट्रिंग ऑफ विक्ट्रीज वुड रियली रियली बेनिफिट हिम। मुकेश फर्स्ट नहीं आ सकता, आई थिंक फर्स्ट आने के लिए मैग्नस को अपनी, आई वुड से अगली एटलीस्ट 2 गेम हारनी होंगी, विच इज नॉट गोना हैपन। वो नहीं हारता रे, दैट इज इम्पॉसिबल। इट इज पॉसिबल यार, 3 गेम जीतना इज नॉट दैट डिफिकल्ट, राइट। आई मीन ही इज प्लेइंग सम स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर्स, बट हु इज ही प्लेइंग? ही इज प्लेइंग फिरूजा, जो यू नो इट्स, आई मीन नॉट इन पीक फॉर्म, या नॉट पीक फिरूजा ऑफ कोर्स। देन ही इज प्लेइंग कारुआना, who's also like around Firouzja only, and then he's playing Prague, who is absolutely not in form. So I think technically it is possible. सेकेंड आ जाए एग्जैक्टली exactly. अगर एक्सपी स्टक है तो 5 मिनट के लिए वीडियो बंद करो, यूट्यूब क्लियर करो। यूट्यूब क्लियर करो, क्लियर मतलब 3-4 एक्सपी कर जाएगा। ओहो हो वाह, इतना हैक्स निकाल दिए एक्सपी के लिए। व्हाट लैंग्वेज आर दे स्पीकिंग? इंग्लिश एंड हिंदी। थैंक यू अमित भाई, लव यू ब्रदर। अरे वो फोन पे क्लियर होता है। ओके चैट, जो भी है एक्सपी तो बाद में भी हम माइन कर लेंगे। पहले बिटकॉइन, आई मीन चेस थोड़ा सा खेल लेते हैं, एंड फिरोजा भाई थोड़ी गलती कर दिया। पिछली बार क्या हुआ था? आई थिंक फिरोजा डिफीटेड गुकेश ना, आई थिंक सो ही डिड इन द फर्स्ट ब्लिट्स। Yep, he did. Everybody defeated him actually, apart from Anish and Caruana. एक draw, एक win. तो hoping this time he gets revenge. Silver play button loading for you. Silver play button कहाँ लोड हो रहा है यार? कहाँ लोड हो रहा है? मिलता ही नहीं है यार। इतना कोशिश कर ली भाई, आता ही नहीं है जेब में। टाइम ही नहीं है सिल्वर बटन के लिए। एक्चुअली मिल जाएगा मेरे को अब एक, और नॉट, आई मीन पर्सनल चैनल्स पे 1 या 2 आ रहे हैं अभी, 1-2 महीने में मिल जाएंगे। मैग्नस टू गुड, या मैग्नस इज टू गुड भाई, ये तो आई I मीन क्या ही बोले भाई, टू गुड इज एन अंडरस्टेटमेंट। आपको टिकुजिनी वाड़ी बहुत पैसे वाले आता है। टिकुजिनी वाड़ी कोई जगह तो है मुझे पता है, बट वहां से मुझे रॉयल्टी नहीं मिलती भाई। नाम चोरी कर लिया उन्होंने, अब क्या कर सकते हैं। नो डिस्काउंट श्योर, नहीं नहीं भाई, डिस्काउंट तो होगा, 100% होगा। हम्म, एक सेकेंड ना, मैं भी चेक करता हूँ। समय भाई, आर यू श्योर दिस इज द प्लान? Yeah, I think yeah. I think yeah. I'm not sure actually. Uh, this is not the समय चेक करना है, तो लिंक है ना इसमें, एक्चुअली वो सेल नहीं दिख रही। इज इट ओवर ऑलरेडी? आई डोंट सी द सेल 50% ऑफ इन दिस लिंक एक्चुअली। आई होप वी हैड द, अच्छा नहीं, यही तो है, यही तो है, बट व्हेन आई ओपनड इट इन, मुझे उस पे दिख रहा है। अच्छा, बिकॉज आई एम लॉग्ड इन, तभी नहीं दिख रहा मुझे। हाँ, इफ यू, हाँ मैं लॉग्ड इन है, इनकॉग्निटो में खुल रहा है चैट। इट इज द करेक्ट लिंक, इट इज द करेक्ट लिंक, प्रीमियम लिंक 50% ऑफ है। He can't win all matches. He can. Yes, he can. By yes, he can. It is difficult, but champions like Gukesh are known to do the impossible, just like they did in Rapid. Let's hope so. He can pull it off. Game starts in dot 5 minutes from now. Next game, chat. It's like 8:35, 9:05, 9:35. ऐसे करके 3 गेम होंगी अभी. इनकॉग्निटो में क्या खोल रहे हो? मैग्नस कार्लसन पूछ रहा है मुझसे. कार्लसन भाई आप इधर आओ मेरे पास, मैं दिखाता हूँ क्या खोल रहा हूँ. आ जाओ इधर आ जाओ. गेम छोड़ो, गेम में कुछ खास नहीं बचा, आप जीत गए आप. छोड़ दो. Actually, surprising is he might actually still win even though if he doesn't play the last 3 rounds. That's crazy. Oh, that's crazy, bhai. Bhai, Magnus could simply not play the last 3 rounds and still win the tournament. Isn't that insane?
No, that's not possible. No, he still has to play Duda.
No, I mean, he doesn't play the games. He just refuses to come. He might still win the event.
No, but Duda will win, no? Duda is
Oh,
only two
Dula will
points
go
away.
to what? 19 and a half, still 1 point behind.
दो
Still
पॉइंट है
has
ना भाई.
to.
वो समर
हाँ,
सेल
but
आ
he has
गया, नहीं
to.
तो मैं स्टैंडिंग्स देख रहा था. वो समर
हाँ,
सेल आ
but
गया सामने वो वाली.
जीतना पड़ेगा ना उसको. Like he will still have to win. He could still win the event. Like that's a possibility.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. There we go. Yeah, Duda can, I think, still catch up to him. There's a very good chance. I mean, Gukesh also can, theoretically speaking, but very, very unlikely. He has to score 3 out of 3, basically. But I think
Yeah.
basically the fight is for the second place now for most players.
भाई प्रग को क्या हो गया यार? आई डोंट नो व्हाट्स हैपनिंग. लाइक ही ब्लंडर्ड पीसेस इन लाइक 3 गेम्स एंड वो भी एक गेम में दो बार. लाइक इट्स जस्ट लाइक आई वाज शॉक्ड व्हेन ही ब्लंडर्ड दैट पीस लाइक गेम 1 और 2 में. लाइक इट जस्ट डजंट मेक सेंस. um it's just a really one of the worst days he can have. ऐसा फीलिंग आ रहा था. And
क्या
not to
सहज भाई
forget,
कभी मैग्नस के सामने खेले? बिल्कुल खेले हैं भाई. बिल्कुल. उन्होंने मुझे बहुत बुरी तरह हराया था.
Sahaj bhai, do you
It
remember
wasn't like
F35?
face to face, it was online. So it doesn't count, I guess. But it is.
नहीं भाई,
Sorry, you were
counts
saying, Sahil bhai?
counts. Why
नहीं
would
नहीं हाँ.
Sahaj know what F35?
What is F35?
बस you got your answer भाई.
सहज भाई कान कब
Sahaj.
हिलाओगे भाई?
हमने
अब तो
मैग्नस गेम में
यार.
इस्तेमाल ही नहीं किया भाई. मौका ही नहीं मिला कान हिलाने का मैग्नस गेम में
Exactly.
यार. It was that
Exactly.
crazy. So whenever we get the next moment when he's losing, then we can use that feature. Yeah, feature.
Feature. सही है भाई. This is good. This is good.
It's turned into a feature now. मतलब भाई इसकी बैक एंड चल रहा है, फ्रंट एंड चल रहा है.
रमन भाई थोड़ा थोड़ा आराम से भाई. थोड़ा आराम से because there are also kids who are watching this.
कौन 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 कौन?
Oh, it's fine.
भाई वो रमन खुद ही किड होगा मुझे लग रहा है. वेरी हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी. अरे यार.
Ear gambit doesn't work in Blitz and Bullet, I think. Or yeah, that is one factor of it. Yes, that it doesn't. But see, this is longer Blitz. This is like the longest Blitz you can have. So maybe it can work. Who knows? Maybe. But पूजा gambit के साथ
basically
होना चाहिए, no?
basically it works like 9 out of 10 cases, and if you're playing Magnus it's less likely to work. Let's just put it that way.
But it
Now
did
it's
work
against
against Magnus
but
twice.
not
Twice.
twice. Well, it's
Twice.
not always going to work
Twice.
na.
Why?
Like
Actually, it
uh,
worked against Magnus 2 out of 3 times.
yeah,
If you
yeah,
think about it, we
yeah,
used it 3 times against Magnus and it worked twice.
yeah. ग्रोन ऑफ द शील्ड सवारी. यार तो आमिर खान का नंबर कहाँ से मिलेगा भाई? चेस गेम मैं भी खेल लूं. एक
Hmm.
प्रोडक्ट इज नॉट परफेक्ट. हाँ भाई यार, वो तो है ही, वो तो है ही.
Yes, and who's your favorite all-time chess and non-chess player? भाई non-chess player क्या होता है? समझा नहीं मैं. Chess player तो यार I think it would be Magnus or I mean personally it would be Fisher for me because I grew up, I have this very nice memories. Sort of when I was very young, I used to read his books. It was very nice. So I would say Fisher and just for that.
नॉन चेस प्लेयर इज साहिल भाई. नाइस. दैट इज टेक्निकली ट्रू. दैट इज फैक्चुअली करेक्ट फॉर द लास्ट फ्यू इयर्स.
No, you are playing, no? You do play.
रैपिड भाई, रैपिड क्लासिकल तो.
Yeah, still rapid ही तो cover कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे हम. Rapid and Blitz.
हाँ, दैट्स ट्रू भाई. ब्लिट्स में लगी हुई है. How many games left? I think three more games to go, chat. So कुल मिला के I think about an hour and 15 minutes of play left. And I'm gonna say कि we are still with. I think second rank is pretty impressive. I know Blitz is not ideal, and Gukesh will have to go back to drawing board and figure out what went wrong. But overall, second place behind Carlsen is something which is pretty awesome. I think knowing Keith's Blitz and Rapid, and also like Carlsen to था ही यार clear favorite. I think तो second place would not be so bad at the end.
जब भी मैग्नस खेलता है तो यू नो it's not unheard of. So yeah, 1 minute to go. Firouzja versus Gukesh, very, very, very big match for both players, I would say, fighting for the second place. Firouzja, I think it's difficult to make it to second place because again, Duda has to also lose all of his games and he has to win all of the games.
And
But
there it is by D4 by Firouzja. Oh, G3.
some fianchetto system, but still not very, you know, very offbeat here. Okay, Bishop F5. Okay, this is one of the problems I think with this variation. कि Bishop jaldi आ जाता है यहाँ पे. This is
Hmm.
Catalan when the Bishop is out, pretty much. White goes
Yeah,
Queen B3 or something.
but
It's a
black is
very
usually okay,
comfortable
yeah.
position for. It's a
Haan, very
very
comfortable.
comfortable line for Black. I would say. I really really like it for the Black side.
Yeah, Queen B6 now, and
Yeah,
if
Queen B6 is
C5,
good. Queen
even Queen
C7 भी बढ़िया है.
A6.
Queen A6 जाओगे. Queen C7 जाओगे.
Queen A6
Oh,
कुछ
he
lines में तो
takes.
होता है. I don't know if this is one of those lines.
He takes actually. Strange decision.
Knight
Is he gonna
A6
go
I think
Knight
maybe side
A6?
yeah.
भाई
हाँ,
रुके
yeah,
6 नहीं
yeah.
मर सकता उधर.
Rook A6 नहीं मरता. I don't think so. I
एक
don't
एक
think
लाइन में
so.
मरता है इधर. I remember. रुके 6 मरता है एक
Like
लाइन में.
difference होता है ना,
रुके 6
bishop
रुके
यहाँ
3
है
होता है वो.
नहीं है.
हाँ
हाँ,
रुके
maybe
3 पे
maybe.
होता है वो.
H3
Okay,
play, okay.
H3 wants to push G4 and get that bishop to F4. So, so
Yeah,
that whole diagonal is open for that bishop.
yeah.
And then he's going to push B4, B5 to to disrupt the harmony of Black's pawn structure. Black plays A6, okay. Not the best move, but a very logical one in these positions. Now, the problem with A6 usually, Sahil bhai, is that
Hmm.
white can play B4 and B5. Because वो rook अभी भी pinned है, I can still
Yeah,
push B5 and I can still make a breakthrough. That's the problem
yep,
here. Let's see
yep.
if
You
he can
can't take with the
solve
pawn.
this.
I think usually knight D7 and rook C8 is the easiest way, but I think we are a bit late for that, yeah?
Yeah, pretty much. G3 was an interesting choice by Firouzja, I have to say.
Okay, Gukesh already 40, what, for 40, 50 seconds behind. Hopefully he plays a bit
Hmm.
quickly. G4 played, nice move, kicking the bishop back, and bishop F4 will be incoming soon.
Yeah, bishop F4 in the next move, I think.
Meanwhile, chat, Ivan Saric slightly better against Nodirbek, Prag slightly better against Caruana, and Magnus is completely equal against Duda right now. So super crucial round. Wesley slightly better against Anish. Wesley भाई को
अच्छा,
second rank चाहिए.
Magnus went for that 4-night scotch, yeah, जो Hikaru Gukesh के साथ खेला था in Norway chess, if you remember that. Exact same
Oh,
opening actually, Sahil bhai. It's the exact same opening.
FG6, HG6 वाला क्या?
हाँ वही वही जो ऑपोजिट कलर
Oh,
बिशप वाला था. किसी को याद है
damn that.
चैट में तो एफ के बाद क्या पोजीशन एकदम लॉस्ट आ गई थी एंड वी वर ऑल सो शॉक्ड लाइक हाउ इज दैट इवन पॉसिबल.
Okay, knight d4 play by
इधर भी
Gukesh. So he's still
back to the
not
game.
developing the knight somewhere. Sahaj, he's waiting for b5 ताकि मारने के बाद he can probably just go knight c6. Yeah, I'm guessing.
Exactly. We have h4 and maybe h5 and maybe g5 का भी plan हो सकता है. Keeping both options open for now. But black has to
Hmm.
get his knight out somehow. Like knight d7 पे रखो. He plays f6, touching the
Still
golden
waiting, yeah?
pawn.
Yeah, still waiting. Still waiting. He wants white to play b5. कोई खेल नहीं रहा है वो.
क्योंकि वो खेल देगा b5 तो take 6 क्यों maybe knight c6 पे बैठ सकता है. Perhaps that's his idea.
Prag tilted. I do agree. I think Prag. Oh, he's losing already. What? We just saw it. We just saw he was better. Wait, d4 mistake. d5 blunder. But it does look logical, Sahad, somehow.
What happens? cd5, knight d5, just ed5 or what? Oh, there is nothing in this position. Wow.
Why? What
Wow.
happened to Prag?
Chess is hard, bhai. Chess is hard. I think he's on that. We did discuss this like a little bit earlier in the day कि जब Blitz में हारते हो ना तब के पास वो अपने आप को वापस लाने का टाइम नहीं होता आपके पास, because you just have to play the next game, then you have to play the next game, and in that zone you just don't want to be playing that many games. That's the one downside
But
of playing Blitz.
what you already know ना कि what you need is a quick draw to get that scoreboard running. Like I think कहीं ना कहीं पे um, maybe your opening choice can be a bit better in that case. But I think you also won because Plug was basically winning every one of those three games. Yeah, and he lost all three, like blundering from plus rook positions. So I kind of get his angle. I was
Hmm.
winning every game. I have to win the next one. But now he's just lost again.
Can't he just castle?
He
Ah,
can.
bishop g4 h5, maybe he has some
He
ideas
can
there.
castle actually. Even that is pretty winning for him. That's the sad
Mhm.
part. So yeah, we'll come back to this. Meanwhile, e5 played by Gukesh, trying to break in the center. He did play knight d7.
Okay, knight takes e4. Black has two choices now, to take the bishop or to take the knight. Honestly, taking the knight seems more logical. Taking the bishop, just I can bring my knight back, and that pawn on f4 can become a weakness in the long terms. Okay, because d takes e4. Now white should go bishop e3 or bishop e3 or d e5. I would go bishop e3. Like that feels very, very
Hmm.
logical to me.
Hmm.
This black को मारने दो d4 पे, we'll take it back, and then maybe I can play around that e4 pawn because it is a bit extended. You see, वो e4 का pawn अभी f6 के pawn से बचा नहीं हुआ. So maybe in the future I can put some pressure on that
Hmm.
pawn on f5. So I like bishop e3 here quite a lot.
And खेल दिया Firouzja ने on the board, and black should not take, I think, allowing the free development. He does play a5. Basically idea, आप ये मारो, मैं ये मारने की कोशिश कर सकता हूँ. Oh, he does take that. Okay, rook takes, pawn
Okay.
takes, and then I take, yeah?
Yeah, and I think white still has a very healthy sort of position here. Some pretty good advantage, I would say, from.
Oh, bishop से कि knight से? किससे मारना चाहिए?
That's a very difficult question. Bishop.
Because
बिशप से
apparently
आई थिंक डार्क स्क्वायर्स वीक हो जाएंगे, हाँ.
knight takes is the better move.
बिशप से शायद डार्क स्क्वायर्स वीक हो जाएंगे, because I can then bring my king to d2 c3, and I don't have to worry about my king being on a dark square. See, exactly, knight c5 makes more sense because the bishop
Does
say
stick with the knight.
I can annoy the king if I was to bring it to c3 somehow.
Super, super stressful chat because Prague is right now losing and Magnus is in a completely equal position as well. Just to kind of wait, where is Magnus? Why can't I? Now I open it. Oh, Magnus is gonna draw this game likely, I feel, against Luda.
Magnus
But
will push
okay,
by. He will always push.
two weaknesses, yeah.
Actually, a very good point by someone in the chat. Okay, Prag is half out of 6 today, Sahil bhai. Prag's score has been half out of 6. That this day today has not been his day at all.
And he lost the last four, yeah, in a row.
Yeah, last 4 in a row.
And he's losing
And
the
now he
fifth
plays,
one in a row.
and he's playing Karwan right now. He's yet to play Magnus, and then he plays Gukesh in the last round. Baap re.
By
Wow.
hard day for
This
Prague.
is clearly his fifth loss because he's a piece down for basically no
Yeah,
compensation.
yeah. Meanwhile, chat f5 played. So iska matlab ab, I think you have to take this one, rook f5, but I think bishop h3 maybe, yeah? And I
Hmm.
can possibly use this diagonal. Any endgame, the bishop could go here, chop off this, start pushing this pawn. So white's still slightly better, I feel.
Yeah,
Both
better
Indian
to have
players.
double bishop advantage. You have some bishop c8 idea like you mentioned. Also, nice tactic. I think bishop h3 में rook h5 खेल सकते हो just to trick your opponent because you don't have bishop e6 check. You see, because I have knight takes e6
Ah,
and I take on d4.
huh.
You can be like, I can do it, I can do it. But
But rook
apparently
h5,
it's a mistake.
yeah, b4 Saj. B4 instantly knight को force किया and then you
Oh,
get
यार
the
ये
check.
चैट से पूछना था, ये चैट
ये
से
ये
पूछना था यार.
ये ट्रैप के ऊपर ट्रैप का ट्रैप लग रहा है भाई. सो यू नो यू थिंक यू आर द वन लेइंग
Trapception.
द ट्रैप. ट्रैपसेप्शन
Trapception.
एग्जैक्टली. दिस इज नाइस टर्न. ट्रैपसेप्शन भाई आगे के लिए इस्तेमाल करेंगे.
Hmm. Okay, rook d5 is what he plays, attacking the bishop on d4. Bishop has to, I mean, he has a choice whether to bring the bishop back to e3 or to play e3 himself with the pawn. So if he plays e3, then you kind of
Saj,
lose that d3 square. Yeah,
before
Sahil
we
bhai?
lose the moment, 99.6 accuracy from Firouzja and 99.1 from Gukesh. Can we
Okay.
appreciate how good that is in a blitz game from both players? That is
Very
insane.
nice. Yeah,
This
that
tells
is
you
that
ना
is.
क्या हाई
Mm-hmm.
क्लास गेम चल रही है अभी.
True. True. Very impressive. And अजीब बात है कि वाइट ने अभी तक कासल ही नहीं किया है.
Yeah. And he continues 99.1. And again, that you see that angle. Sometimes you can even just take an a6 and the knight cannot stop the pawn. So you have to be careful, very careful here.
Mm-hmm. ब्लैक का भी जो एच भाई रुक एच सिक्स के आइडियाज भी दे आर हैंगिंग लाइक इफ यू प्ले नाइट ए फोर और समथिंग रुक एच सिक्स इज हैंगिंग आई थिंक जी एच सिक्स बिशप एच सिक्स किंग जी एट बिशप ई
Wow,
सिक्स चेक
look at
एंड जी
this. Knight
सेवन
a4, rook h6
आई
takes
थिंक इट्स वर्किंग या
check.
इट्स वर्किंग
That's
व्हाट
working. Check here. g7
इट्स
check and the
वर्किंग
queen.
लेट्स गो
Wow.
he just played knight b3 he just blundered it
Yeah, but
rook
black
h6
is yeah,
hanging
he can take, but black is not forced to take. But that
bhai but
is the best
that's a
move.
blunder that's a
Yeah,
mistake
it is. He can play rook h6 now.
wow rook h6 would be a brilliancy I think crazy actually
Do you think he'll find it?
bhai of course it's Firouzja
नहीं
100% he
निकालता,
will find it
नहीं निकालता भाई.
100% एक एक मैगी
नहीं यार, मैं वैसी गरीब आदमी से मैगी छीन रहा
अरे
यार, नहीं नहीं लगाना.
मैं क्या बोला था आपको
Oh,
मैंने क्या
बच
बोला
गई भाई. मैगी बच गई भाई.
Let's go.
एंड नाउ Gukesh is only two moves. Bishop f6 और bishop b4 check, और he's lost. बेसिक किंग को स्क्वायर दे रहे हैं e7 पे.
Hmm. It's not lost. Bishop f6 के बाद अभी बच सकती है but it's clearly not something that Gukesh saw because you see he's taking his time to think now. He's trying to digest, like comprehend what just went on.
सत्या भाई, Gukesh black है. Gukesh did not find it. Firouzja found it, unfortunately. Sorry भाई. And now Gukesh is stunned. You can see him not moving. He has to. Oh, he finds
Oh,
the
that's
move
a
at least.
mistake. King
Yeah.
f1.
Bishop d2 only move. Oh,
Blunder.
guy, guy. By
See,
the way,
the
great
moment
point.
he goes to
Uh,
10 seconds like Gukesh का ना वो it just he becomes a different player.
by the way, Wesley is winning, so he is gonna go to 19 points.
Oh,
Oh, it's
beautiful
over.
move. Beautiful move. Rook
It's
e4
mate in three. It's
next.
mate in three. Mate in three.
Bishop
What?
e6. Bishop e6 rook h4 game
What?
खत्म. He just resigned.
I don't think we're gonna finish second now, Sahaj bhai, unfortunately. Because Wesley is winning. First going to Prag's game because Prag is also losing. But
Yeah,
Bishop
Magnus
e5
playing
just
against
wins.
Magnus is in a completely equal position against Duda. फिर भी 2 पॉइंट का लीड रहेगा but yeah. Firouzja by the way is catching up to Gukesh now. Prag completely lost also. Yeah, Fabi will definitely win this. I'm surprised this game is still going on.
Stake with the bishop. I mean, one check, and that's it. There are no more checks. It's over. Resigns. Sahaj bhai, क्या चल रहा है ये? What's happening? दोनों हार गए यार.
It's tough. Very tough. Very, very tough.
अच्छा,
I'm not sure
टफ बोला मैंने.
what happened to Prag.
मैंने कुछ और सुना भाई.
Sorry?
मैंने इससे कुछ और सुना मैंने. Anyways, okay, Magnus is gonna
I
draw
was saying
this.
that it's tough right now to be in Prag's shoes.
Oh, he's winning! Magnus! Do the blunders! भाई Magnus
यार हमेशा
Fabi.
मैग्नस के साथ ही क्यों होता है? I don't understand. Bye Sahaj bhai, we can't watch it. अरे ऐसा मत करो यार. ऐसा मत करो. Let's stay here. Let's support these players because there's still 2 more rounds. 2 ही round और बचे हैं. Let's hope they can make a good comeback. I think Magnus has already won the tournament though.
Oh, blunder by Magnus now. What? Why would you play that actually?
Why not? H6 मर रहा है ना सीधा.
But how does a rook escape, Sahaj? Your rook can't escape. There is
Rook
no way.
H8 आ रहा है ना? Rook H8.
The king g7. Check, king f7. You can't never
Oh,
escape. You can never
FNH
escape.
pawns. FNH pawns incoming.
You
Sahil
can't escape. You
bhai.
can't escape this.
Are we gonna see? Did Magnus brush up on those FNH pawns? Because he did have this
Aha.
exact same position against Anish.
Aha.
Did Magnus brush up on those on the end game on the free day? That's the question. Because it's right here again. Chess can be so weird sometimes. Like you never get FNH points ever, and then somehow it just shows up.
But are we sure of it though?
अब थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट लग रहा है अभी H6 रुक G7 चेक करके कोई थ्रेट है मेरे पास या G4 was a weird move I would say by Magnus अब समझ आ रहा है कि white was so bad
Mm, I think it's a draw, yeah. King f8, you maintain the attack on the rook and the pawn is hanging. So rook h7, king g8. Ooh, okay.
now it's tricky rook
Rook
H4 only move
h4
and
only move.
yeah
Wow. Okay,
King
fine.
E5 King E6 rook
King
G4
e4,
King
king
F6
f6,
this is
and
long
king
side
g8.
short side
King g8, yeah, typical.
long side short side principle yeah this is a draw
Okay, we have seen people lose this, but I think this one should be simple. Rook, you can give the check. Now move as far away, I guess.
and then you
Yep.
play rook B7 check and then King G6 yeah this is a draw
Yeah.
oh Magnus doing
Oh,
Magnus
pawn f5
things
pair gets a bit tricky sometimes.
yeah
Not on f6. King h7 maybe back. Papas h8. Rook b8 check. Rook b7 check. Okay. Oh,
F6 with overdraw
now it's a bit more simple. I think you just wait.
check here okay King he's trying to reach the king now the rook now rook c6 check only move king e7 rook c7 check only
By the way,
move king d6 and rook goes to b7
somehow Anish drew that game, so Wesley doesn't win. He only goes to 18 and a half, so half a point ahead of Gukesh.
nice okay
But Duda will go to 19 now.
hmm your camera sideways
I'll fix it.
oh rook a1 nice that's a nice repetition rook b1 rook a1 rook b1 rook a1
Yeah. King g7, of course.
yeah this is a draw that
This
one
match,
move g4 cost him so much
true.
so
एक
Duda
टाइम पे चल
draws
रहा है भाई.
Wesley is also there on 18 and a half अच्छा Duda के 19 हो गए अब
Exactly. And chat, now Gukesh plays Caruana, the only guy he defeated in the last cycle of Blitz. So I have huge hopes here. But Magnus plays Prague, Sahaj. He's lost 5 in a row and he plays Magnus.
hmm that's very tough 5 games in a row and last game here was very strange from Prague side
Yeah. You know, if somebody makes a compilation of our moments from Rapid and Blitz and compares the energy, they will think ये बंदे दोनों बीमार है शायद Blitz.
it's okay it happens
Uh,
also don't forget chat last game will be Gukesh versus Prague itself which will also be इनकी अलग rivalry चल रही है that will also be a fun match to see
true. But I think now it's confirmed. So Magnus is the winner. Of course, technically, it's possible for only Duda to catch up. But I think Magnus is going to just maybe even offer Prague a draw, Sahaj, I feel. That'll I think he might go for the Berlin draw now. मुझे ऐसी feeling आ रही है.
it will be a kind gesture by Magnus for sure because
हाँ ठीक
Magnus
है
is white
Prague I get it and but I think he will take the draw. I don't think he will. He has no reason to push. Like I think draw should be comfortable.
yeah true
Okay, I'm back. बढ़िया. When is EW chess tournament? I think it starts from 24th and 20. I think 24th say last chance qualifier hai 26th tak, and then 29 to first something like that is the final main event. First, bhai, I'm not worried about first now. I'm worried about second actually because he's right now in fourth place. Second आना भी मुश्किल लग रहा है सहज. If I'm being honest.
सेकंड तो बहुत मुश्किल है भाई अब थर्ड भी मुश्किल है अब
यार भाई नीचे से फिरोजजा भी आ रहा है आधा पॉइंट पीछे है
एग्जैक्टली
नोदरबेक भी आ रहा है जो 1 पॉइंट पीछे है कारुआना भी आ रहा है जो
एग्जैक्टली
1 पॉइंट पीछे है इनफैक्ट इफ कारुआना बीट्स गुकेश ही डायरेक्टली कम्स टू 18 फिरोजजा कुड डिफीट वेस्ली ओके क्या
एक्चुअली
करेगा?
गुकेश का भी कारुआना से फिर प्रग से है। कारुआना को उसने लास्ट टाइम हराया था, आई थिंक
He
डे
has to
डे
defeat
वन पे।
Caruana or he will not finish in top 3. Guaranteed है. He has to defeat
हम्म।
Caruana or be
क्योंकि
option
प्रग
in
विल
top.
बी द डिसाइडर देयर।
हाँ. But Prague, if Magnus beats Prague and मान लो Gukesh ने हरा दिया, that will be what? 7 losses in a row, भाई. And half a point out of 9.
वाओ। Also playing Magnus right now, it just is so sad. गुकी विल बी थर्ड, मार्क माय वर्ड्स। भाई कर लिया मार्क। ठीक है। आई रिमेम्बर दिस। प्रकाश।
तो क्या क्या Magnus क्या? I'm checking. हाँ 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 दिखा दिखा Gukesh fans देखना 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 yeah can we hear that play that Gukesh Magnus clip would love to see that's amazing वो तो and there it is so that draw right जो हुआ था would love to see कि Magnus का क्या reaction है
This is the clip actually that I was telling you about that I saw as well.
हाँ look at the speed Carlsen must be also a bit like yeah कि अच्छा ऐसे इसको like he would expect a challenge
Hmm.
right
Hmm.
नहीं
Exactly.
he say he does that
You see,
he's like
exact.
नहीं
This is what I was telling you about with that reaction
yeah
that he had.
no I
Yeah.
think Carlsen was also disappointed I feel ऐसा मुझे लगा like he wanted a challenge that's my
Hmm.
take I don't know I could be wrong but yeah no interaction there okay should have kind of challenged him I think he should have played on maybe because I think this is how everybody else plays against him Saj
Hmm.
so for the first time he had that I think now he will not have an emotional reaction Gukesh lost that I feel
Right.
yeah
But okay, clearly that break kind of helped Gukesh a little bit at least because उसके बाद he also
हाँ
won another
true
match.
true
So
true let's hope so he can win now. I think now it's important, but of course, this round ke liye we'll be focusing on Magnus against Prague, and then Gukesh against Prague will be the final one. And Gukesh Caruana, super important game for Gukesh. If Caruana wins, Gukesh is not finishing top 3. There is absolutely no chance. So yeah, fingers crossed. And Magnus, bhai, Prag bhai, agar Magnus आते मजा आ जाएगा भाई. He will stop Magnus. He will give everybody a chance, and he will also kind of get his confidence back. Similar for Prag, yeah. If you beat Magnus, everybody forgets the last 5 losses. It's always like that.
यार कब start होगा भाई? In exactly 8 minutes. The matches start in 3 minutes, but we have a 5 minute delay. So in exactly 8 minutes, the match will begin. तब तक के लिए हम chill करेंगे. Oh, by the way, Sahil bhai, we have the plug again.
बिल्कुल भाई समर सेल भाई ये जो अब पॉन को देख रहे हो ना क्या मस्त एंजॉय कर रहा है भाई बिकॉज फिफ्टी
Hmm.
परसेंट उसने बचा लिए और उसी 50% से हॉलीडे पे निकल गया भाई साज भाई
अरे वाह। अरे वाह। So
मतलब
if
इफ
you
यू
want,
एवर
if
आर
you
थिंक
want to,
हाँ
this is the sign of a premium member on chess.com.
हाँ
This
मतलब
is the sign. This is how you look.
if if you ever want to buy it I think इससे बेटर मोमेंट नहीं हो सकता यार there is no doubt about it लास्ट डे
Hmm.
आज you can use the pinned link to get it ड्रोवर मीन्स अरे ये क्या है भाई प्लीज टीच गुकेश हाँ मैं ही सिखाऊंगा उसको Why do Guki play all Berlin? At least he could score 9 by 18. भाई तो बर्लिन ही खेलना तो मैं भी जाके खेल लूंगा भाई like black players will not agree to a draw like once they
Hmm.
realize you're doing this like Magnus might have not allowed this if he knew Gukesh would take a draw yeah so
Right.
once you know he's capable of doing it you will not allow it again such I'll be back in just 1 minute yeah
Yeah, yeah, sure, sure, sure. Says, why do you live in Spain? No, I live in Budapest, in Hungary. Says, why do you think Gukesh should play Title Tuesday frequently? It's a difficult question to answer. I think he does play Title Tuesday. I have seen him in at least two or three, if I'm not mistaken. But I think इस तरह के issues यार. I think I also don't think you're gonna fix it with online chess because online chess and OTP chess is different. Um, yeah. So it does help to a certain extent, but not it's not a complete fix for this. Any 0% chance for Gukesh? No. There is no chance. They're like, he just cannot right now. उसके 18 पॉइंट है, मैग्नस के 21 पॉइंट है. He's 3 points away. There are only 2 rounds left, so he cannot win. So there are no chances for Gukesh to win this tournament anymore. Hungary versus India, which is better? यार ये कैसा सवाल है? It's like they both countries have their own advantages obviously, and yeah, कोई इस पे कोई आप यूनिवर्सल नहीं बोल सकते क्या क्या बेटर है क्या वर्स है. सहज भाई, आप टाइटल ट्यूजडे स्ट्रीम? अरे भाई बिल्कुल करूंगा. आई थिंक दिस वीक आई विल मोस्ट लाइकली. Have you ever played on both sides of the board to confuse your opponent? A3, H3, A4, H4. I have. You mean in the middle game? Probably yes. Opening में नहीं. I don't do funky stuff in the opening as much. Last time जो मैंने stream किया था तभी किया था मैंने last time. That was my first and last time that I created and I was playing some weird stuff on the stream. But apart from that, not really. स्किन केयर भाई कोई स्किन केयर नहीं है मेरा यार. नॉट रियली. नेक्स्ट राउंड व्हेन? इट्स इन 5 minutes. द मैचेस हैव ऑलरेडी बिगन राइट नाउ, बट in 5 minutes because there's a delay. It's blitz. Says why? How much does a player's coach affect their play? A lot, a lot. It's about having a dedicated coach who understands you. After you reach a certain level, you need to find someone like that who really understands you, because not everyone can help you. So it's very important to have a good coach, especially after you reach a certain level. नहीं तो फिर आप अगर आपकी प्रॉब्लम्स, क्योंकि हर प्लेयर की अलग प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं, इफ यू डोंट figure out the problems early on, then they will just stick with you forever. Judge by, can anyone become a GM or does it require genetic? No. Is it the joke that I made like last year? Is that what you're going for, Sharif bhai? But to answer the question, nahi, anyone can become a GM. It just requires a lot of effort. A lot of effort. Not anyone, but you get what I'm trying to say. Like ऐसा नहीं कि कोई आपको जेनेटिक एडवांटेज चाहिए ऐसा कुछ. अगर आप मेरा जोक मेरे पे मार रहे हो तो that's I mean respect for that. Certain level, like coach मेरे डिपेंड करता है. अगर if you're serious about your chess, then I think after you hit 18 1900 you should get a coach if you're serious about your chess. उससे पहले उतनी जरूरत नहीं होती, उसके बाद बहुत जरूरत होती है. Let me answer this. Why did you take chess? Is it a profession, and does living abroad was a reason for your choice? Um, I took chess when I was very young. I really liked it. It is my profession, yes, and yeah, that is why I live abroad, because it's easier for me to travel to different places from here. And Europe में काफी अच्छी अच्छी chess की opportunity है. इंडिया में भी है, but इंडिया में बहुत underrated players हैं यार. So it's hard to maintain your rating when you play in India. I will play probably at some point in India, but I don't prefer, क्योंकि यार मतलब it's like 1900 2000 के players भी are very tough to beat in comparison. I mean, I'm sure Sahil bhai can also you know sort of expand on that, but 100%. I remember once I had just become 2500. 16 साल का था मैं, 2500 की रेटिंग करके बैठा हुआ था. I was at literally at feeling like I was at the peak of my life, and then I played this girl. I think her name was Mahalakshmi. Not sure if she's still playing as much these days, but back then she was 1900. And by 3 घंटे में, तीन घंटे का मैच था, I was just completely crushed. And I think my only time I can remember that I lost as a GM to a 1900 was that match, and it was like a pure skill. So it's like there's a lot of underrated players, I would say, in India. That's why Magnus played Alekhine defense and still defeated Nepo in game. How much low rated player you will need to defeat with Alekhine defense? By anyone under the rating of who's like below 100 points than you should be able to beat them with like crazy openings. अगर फास्ट चेस की बात कर रहे हैं तो क्लासिकल में प्रॉब्लम नॉट. विटी एलियन बहुत फनी लगता है मुझे. आई लाइक हिम. आई लाइक हिज ओपनिंग्स एज वेल. Okay, by the year 2030, after I am set in my career, I grind for GM later at the age of 27? Probably not the best idea. Probably not. 27 is, I think, a bit late to. अगर आप already कुछ established नहीं हो chess में, तो it's very difficult. I would say it's impossible. Not just nearly impossible, it would just be impossible. So not GM, you should shoot for something less, like I don't know, FM, IM, something like that. IM भी
अच्छा तो
बहुत मुश्किल
जी
होगा मेरे हिसाब से.
भाई अच्छा भाई कि एनएम और सीएम डिबेट में नहीं आया
नहीं, NM तो यार आई थिंक यश भाई नहीं बन सकते ना, बिकॉज इट डजंट प्ले इन द यूएस.
हाँ
FM मतलब
हाँ
CM बन सकते हैं. CM के बारे में मैंने सोचा नहीं, बट यार CM बन सकते हो, श्योर.
हाँ. uh, what does Magnus's coach does for him? I think research openings probably is one of the
Research
main
opening,
jobs.
psychological training. I mean, it's just understanding the player and understanding his opponent. Uh, yeah, that sort of. I think आज अभी आजकल it's not as I don't think he's getting trained as much these days, no, by
Maybe
Nielsen, or is
not,
he?
maybe not. Maybe for
Yeah.
freestyle he had like a sparring partner in Peter. Peter Heine Nielsen is always there, I think, but
Mm.
not as much. But I remember कि I think मैंने कहीं सुना था कि when he does go to an event, like let's say an organizer invites him, basically उसका chef साथ में जाता है, like he has an entire team which flies with him. So it's not like a one
Mm.
person traveling event, yeah, like it's a huge team traveling for Magnus. But I think that was old days. Maybe nowadays it's not the same. By the way, again,
Oh,
the same opening, Sahaj, 4 nights.
no more Berlin draw. And I think Magnus is just going for a draw and that's it. He doesn't want to play, I think, as much.
Hmm.
Bishop D3 D. By the way, again, for those who don't know, this is the same game between Hikaru and Gukesh. Gukesh ने D5 खेल के Bishop G4 खेला था नॉर्वे चेस में. This
Yeah.
was that game, if you guys remember. Now H3, I guess. Bishop G5. Is he just gonna take on F6 or what? Queen F3 and Bishop F6.
Mm, maybe not. Maybe not. I think he'll just play normal. Yeah. I mean, can I go knight e2 and just avoid this trade?
Queen
Because
F3 में Bishop E7 है शायद आपके पास. That's the problem. Knight E2
bishop
possible, yeah, sure. Knight B5 he plays, okay.
एक बंदा कह रहा है
Black goes
still the
C5.
most unhealthy person. You are telling me कि मैग्नस आपको अनहेल्दी लगता है. लगता है फिटनेस के नीच से आ रहे हैं. चेस प्लेयर्स में आई थिंक मैग्नस इज प्रॉब्ली one of the fittest in the entire world, Saj bhai. I'm going to argue, yeah, among professional
Yeah,
players.
for sure. For sure.
Okay, takes. Now what though? I think Prag is a decent position. बिशप्स काफी अच्छा लग रहा है. C5 वाला तो बहुत ही बढ़िया लग रहा है देखने में. नाइट ऑन B5 लुक्स अ बिट ऐसे हवा में घूम रहा है फॉर सम रीजन.
Mm-hmm. Okay, rook
ए
C8,
ए बिशप
developing
E3.
the rook.
Takes knight
Bishop.
E4.
Yeah, probably. That looks decent. Queen F4 also looks decent, I think.
Queen F4. You just want to take everything.
Yeah, just take everything. And the Magnus, I think, थोड़ा calm खेल रहा है, so that makes sense.
By the way, Gukesh playing Caruana. उनकी भी एंड गेम है. सो वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग कैसा रहेगा वो गेम. Draw will not do. I think Duda is playing Sare. So Duda is likely to win this one. And he could go to 20 points. And then Gukesh cannot catch up Sahaj. It's not possible.
Yeah. Okay, C3 is what he plays. Slight inaccuracy by Magnus there.
मॉड्स नहीं है. आज एक और मॉड बनाएंगे बाय द वे हम. हु हैज द हाईएस्ट एक्सपी एट द एंड. टॉप 3 में से एक बंदे को बेस्ड ऑन आवर डिस्क्रिप्शन हम एक बंदे को मॉड बनाएंगे. सो या आज एक और स्ट्रीम के एंड पे मॉड बनने वाला है. सो एक्सपी टॉप वालों तुम बनोगे. ये साज भाई जब भी मैं एक्सपी टॉप वालों से याद आया. whenever like once a month मेरा फिक्स है. वो निखिलेश जैन और समय की एक वीडियो थी ना जहाँ सुपर चैट्स वाली. हर
कौन सी?
हर महीने एक बार मैं जाके देखता हूँ भाई. दैट्स फॉर मी द बेस्ट पीस ऑफ कंटेंट ऑन द इंटरनेट ऑलवेज.
What happened there? भेजना
हैव
मुझे
यू नॉट
please
सीन
यार.
दैट.
No.
यू हैव नॉट सीन दैट वीडियो. निखिलेश जैन सुपर चैट समय रहना.
No.
यू हैव नो क्लू स्ट्रीम पे क्या हुआ था.
No.
ओके आई सेंड यू द लिंक. ठीक है. दैट्स लाइक माय पीस ऑफ वन वंस अ मंथ फिक्स्ड है. आई सेंड यू दैट. ठीक है.
भेजना मुझे. Okay, Night Evil.
उसके
By the way, Prag having a. You were producing that, really? What? I have no idea of this. By the way, Magnus in some trouble, yeah, for sure. Magnus का time देखो यार आप.
Yeah, and time, I think he's kind of removed the weakness on d5. Oh, bishop c4. Usually he does play safer with Prague, but he will not risk losing the championship, at that cost. So he will be
I
conscious
think
enough कि यार मुझे जीतना है. Like I cannot risk even slightly worse position here.
think मैग्नस थोड़ा वो ड्रॉ करने के मोटिव पे है एंड आई
हाँ.
थिंक बिकॉज ही प्लेड टू सेफ सॉरी प्रग गॉट अ गुड पोजीशन ऑलरेडी एंड इट्स अ वेरी वेरी बिग
Hmm.
एडवांटेज.
Yeah, yeah.
प्रग की एक्यूरेसी 100 है बाय द वे एट दिस पॉइंट.
Oh, Prague is playing a fascinating game, yeah.
इज दिस द वन? ओके,
Yeah, yeah, I think
आई
गलत
टेक
भेज
अ
दिया
लुक.
मैंने. भेज रहा, भेज रहा, भेज रहा. I just want to make sure it's the correct one.
ये क्वीन डी
हाँ,
वन, दैट्स अनदर
ये.
मिस्टेक.
Oh, F5. The F pawn is moving. Saj bhai, your golden pawn को हिलाना best move कैसे हो सकती है Saj? The engine must be wrong.
बिकॉज इट्स टैक्टिकल रीजंस भाई. F5 F4.
हाँ, भेज दिया साज भाई को. बढ़िया. ये देखना भाई. You will be laughing like crazy. This is like my favorite video on the internet.
रियली.
हर महीने एक बार फिक्स है. हर महीने एक बार फिक्स है मेरा देखना.
चैट में किसी ने देखी है वीडियो साहिल भाई के बारे में जिस पर हम बात कर रहे हैं?
हाँ, स्ट्रीम भाई ड्यूरिंग कैंडिडेट्स. एनीवेज, बाय द वे 100% मैग्नस यहाँ पे
कैंडिडेट्स,
थोड़ा
ओके.
प्रेशर में. बोलते ही 100% उनकी कम हो गई. सीधा 94 कैसे कैसे गिर गई भाई.
One mistake. He allowed Queen G4. That was the problem. Queen G4, H4. I think he thought कि endgame में he has chances.
या.
मुझे ऑलरेडी डॉक्टर श्रे का टेक्स्ट आ गया कि कह रहे वो वीडियो मुझे फॉरवर्ड कर सकते हो क्या? That's very funny.
Meanwhile, 2 minutes for Magnus. 1 minute आगे है. Gukesh also slightly better against Caruana. Some hope for us there, chat. Knight f5, okay. What happens on rook takes
97 चेक का प्लान.
c3?
बच गया शायद
Okay.
मैग्नस यहाँ पे. नाइट रुक
Yeah,
C1 और
check
नाइट
and knight
D6.
d5.
Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. Knight D6 also
Yeah.
works, no?
Knight d6. Yeah, I think
Point
e4 pawn बचाना
point है,
मुश्किल
just
है.
take an E4, yeah.
Yeah, e4 pawn जाएगा तो it should be a draw, I think. Okay, goes for knight e7 check. Black has bishop here, but you can't really avoid the trade because pawn is on a7. अगर a7 गया तो a pawn दौड़ेगा. So you have to trade bishops, and that just means कि you have a very stupid bishop on d3. उसका एक काम है pawn को बचाने का, वो भी नहीं बचा रहा है ढंग से. तो it
Hmm.
should be a draw.
King H8 he goes. Strange decision actually to not choose King H. King H7. Why not King H7?
Ah,
It's a like एक घर आगे है ना वो. It's definitely gonna be more active. What's the reason of choosing H8? I'm actually very curious to know.
yeah, good question actually. Not sure exactly what the problem is. Because lights का bishop भी नहीं है literally white के पास कि कोई f5
Yeah,
खेलूंगा तो यहाँ से check आ जाएगा कोई.
exactly. Not
God
sure what he
knows.
was worried about here. Because I think now he has equalized basically. Magnus has equalized.
चैट स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो यार. कम ऑन चैट, लेट्स गेट टू 2000 लाइक जल्दी से. आई नो प्लेयर्स का परफॉर्मेंस उतना परफेक्ट नहीं रहा है, बट एटलीस्ट लेट्स फिनिश ऑन अ हाई यार. 2 rounds remaining. Prag is drawing Magnus, and of course Gukesh was slightly better. Let's kind of put all our. Oh, that's a mistake. Apparently, he should have taken the rook. Rook b3 Saj is the move here.
And what happens? If I put the rook anywhere else, you have knight b4, I guess. Yeah, okay. Okay,
Knight
knight
b4 तो
c3,
वैसे भी.
not an easy move though. Not an easy move to play knight e3.
Yeah.
Yeah, now he's clearly worse again. मैग्नस का टाइम भी बहुत कम है भाई.
Oh, he could win this. Oh, nice move, knight f4, trying to get
I
the
think Prag
bishop
can
here.
take him down. He has the
Mm.
position.
Saj, now rook f b8 with the idea is to kind of develop rooks there. Very interesting. Not easy to play rook f b8. I think rook c8 looks more logical. Also a good move. Okay. Oh, rook d8. Not the best because rook d1 पे bishop pin हो रहा
But rook a3 भी तो मर रहा है.
है. Oh,
Ah,
he
he
saves
plays
that. He does.
a4.
Yeah, he saves that pawn.
But now I can play a5 and rook d4, no? I can play rook d4 and I can take the
Oh,
pawn.
Gukesh completely winning. Wait, what happened? By the way, this was the position Gukesh was pushing for the entire game, but he played यहाँ पे bishop a4 blunder. Rook e1 pawn is attacked. Knight g7 wait, did he blunder a fork?
Yeah, could. Okay, probably there wasn't
But
anything better
no
to do,
defense,
you
yeah?
know?
No defense.
Hmm.
Okay, there is takes
So he
takes rook
beats Caruana
d7.
2-0 basically in Blitz.
बट टेक्स rook d7 पे क्या हो रहा है? Ah, एटलीस्ट
Rookie
पॉन तो
6.
मर ही रहा है, ठीक है, पॉन तो मर ही रहा है. Knight f7 takes knight b6. Oh, he's completely winning this one. Bishop c4 ये भी गया, I think. And then rook d1, trading of rooks.
Hmm.
So Gukesh is winning. That is amazing, chat. So still with a chance, yeah. Still, and Saric is better against. Oh, that is Saric better against Duda. Maybe we have a chance. Sahaj, Wesley drawing against Firouzja.
Chance for what? For
Second
second
place,
place, you
why?
mean?
Second place, yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, Gukesh can be
Could
winning
be,
this with
could
Carlsen
be.
game. Oh,
पहले यार
Prague is
मतलब
winning.
Prague is completely winning. Prague का game मतलब let's stay here. Still difficult because
Oh,
if he manages to capture everything, then rook ending is probably equal.
yeah. Rook d4. Okay, he wants to take on a4 with the rook now. Um, what if I take here? Is that winning? I hope so.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
king
another
g3.
mistake.
But what's the problem though? समझ में आ रहा है? King g3 is a mistake. If I take, I just take on
Probably rook
d3, right?
g4 check आ रहा है at the end. Rook g4 will happen with a check. I'm guessing
Ah,
that's
if
the
I
reason.
take. Which piece is stronger? Is it the bishop or the knight here? If like, should black avoid this trade?
I mean,
He
as long as you
does.
can, if you have two pawns, then you shouldn't. If you have one pawn, then you should.
He did. He absolutely avoided that trade. And now time देखो, half time है Magnus के पास, 35 seconds against 65 seconds. Chad, Magnus could be losing. I think is wait, he could be half point in the last three games, Sahaj, if he loses this one. That's not
Wow.
what Magnus does. Wow. So maybe Gukesh. Nah. Now Gukesh can't really chase Magnus now. First place
Also,
to
like
but okay.
more impressive is that Prague losing from 5 games in a row and then playing like this against Magnus.
But Sahaj can will he convert though? Because पिछली 5 games में भी 4 में he was completely winning.
Oh, Guki is +4. He's completely winning. Yeah, Gukesh is
Duda is
completely winning.
completely lost. That is great news. But
Yeah,
Wesley is
Doodle.
winning. Wesley is winning. Bhai,
अरे यार.
Nodirbek won and joined Gukesh in fourth place, 18 points. Last rank पे था Nodirbek in Rapid, याद है?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's definitely given up on the position already, Magnus. I think he's given up on the position for sure. Duda हार गया क्या?
Duda अभी हारा नहीं है. Oh, he's back. Duda is back and now again loses the game. भाई अभी हार रहा है but he's not lost. He's objectively losing but he's fighting. Duda,
तो मतलब
Wesley.
Magnus wins the tournament anyway, so.
हाँ, Magnus जीतेगा ही जीतेगा. Gukesh has won. Gukesh has defeated Caruana bhai. Let's go. Final position is this one. That is a huge win. He's in tied second place again. Will Duda lose? He does seem to be losing. Oh, it's mate. He loses. So Duda will not cross Gukesh. Wesley game में क्या चल रहा है? Wesley has to draw. Wesley has to draw and then final round में chat 3 players का tie होगा. अरे,
अबे
he's better
यार,
again.
King F2. By the way, we can go to Magnus's game because वहाँ पे बहुत
हाँ.
interesting end game है. यार King G8
Oh.
somehow is the only move here. I cannot.
Oh
अरे.
no. आई थिंक यू नीडेड टू प्ले किंग f7. जब भी आप रुक निकालोगे वाइट को रुक ही से मारने का टाइम नहीं मिलेगा. मैंने स्पॉइल्ड सॉरी प्लग स्पॉइल्ड अगेन साज भाई.
Hmm.
अरे यार.
Yeah, now we just move the king around. Okay, Magnus draws. So many guys. Okay, Wesley का draw हुआ साहिल भाई.
हो गया क्या?
हाँ,
या
Wesley drew.
वेस्ली ड्रू. अमेजिंग. वेस्ली ड्रू एंड दैट मींस एक दो तीन तीन प्लेयर का टाई एंड फाइनल राउंड में बताएगा कौन जीतने वाला है सहज. एंड हु डू दीज गाइस प्ले? सो आई थिंक लेट्स लुक एट दिस. I think last round की pairings will be soup. अभी पता लगी जाएगी. Let's have a look at the pairings soon. But chat second कौन आएगा? Last round में पता लगने वाला है. That's crazy.
Hmm. There's one, two, three players on 19 points, and Abdul Sattarov भी मतलब पीछे से he started beating. What's his score?
18 है.
Uh,
But okay,
why he
one of
scored
the
3 wins in a row? Abdul
wow.
Sattarov. He
But I
actually in the
think
last 5 rounds he scored 4.5,
wow. But I think 19
defeating
वालों में से
Prague, draw to Duda, Magnus, Saric, Anish, and now Firouzja he drew.
wow. Wow. आई थिंक लेकिन 19 वाले से एक बंदा जीतेगा तो आई थिंक उनमें से ही कोई सेकंड प्लेस में आएगा. सो
Hmm.
नोदरबेक विल नॉट फिनिश सेकंड. बट I mean, Prag ka
True.
Sahaj bhai, I'm a bit worried. Yeah, he's 1 out of 8 today,
Bro, आधा
and he's
game,
playing.
आधा point Magnus के against था, so.
Huh, but like it was a full point, Sahaj, like very close to a full point.
Hmm.
Can he win this? Any chance? Nahi na? He's gonna bring the king, but there is, yeah, he will prevent the king from coming to g5 without giving g7 basically. मतलब king
Exactly,
g5
yeah.
आए तो g7 मारना है. Um, check, yeah,
King E3 probably,
and
no?
oh, king h2 maybe, or yeah, this is also. Wait, king f4. I get to g5 now.
There's King H2, King H. I
Wait, I
don't get
got to.
it.
Oh, I take, you take, I take. H pawn है ना? H pawn तो ड्रॉ ही होता है. अरे यार, H pawn तो ड्रॉ ही होता है ना भाई. Okay.
F and H
Virat sir,
pawns. I don't
Virat,
understand how. Why is he getting
but
so
F
many
कैसे
F
है
and
भाई?
H pawns?
F थोड़ी है.
अभी F6 खेलेगा ना वो, I thought.
वो तो ट्रेड हो जाएगा ना भाई, लेकिन फिर.
देखो King G4 F6. देखो आगे F and H pawns. अरे नहीं, रुके 7 was nice.
भाई नहीं
Clinical by
यार, वो
Magnus.
एफ में जाने ही नहीं देगा मैग्नेस. कर लिया ड्रॉ भाई उसने.
Clinical, yeah.
भाई प्रग का आई थिंक, थैंक यू मंदर भाई, लव यू भाई, बट आई थिंक प्रग का आज दिन अच्छा नहीं है भाई. प्रग का आज दिन नहीं है,
Hmm.
अनफॉर्चुनेटली. Yeah, it's a draw. And chat. So Magnus wins, GCT Zagreb. It is over for Magnus at least. He's on 21 and a half. Now, I think Prag ka second place confirmed hai. He cannot cross Anish. He cannot be overtaken by Saric. So he will finish in ninth place, which is not a great performance. I think aaj ka din Prag ka worst tha. I think he just lost 5 games, which he charge itni chahiye usko.
Hmm.
Now, I think Gukesh ka spot is very important. We have a three-way tie for 19 points. And second position के लिए कभी tiebreaker नहीं होता. So it will always be done by the book holes या whatever the tiebreak is in the tournament. So the only way I think pairing पर depend करेगा बहुत कुछ. Let's have a look at the pairings. First of all, Gukesh plays Prague. So he has to defeat Prague to have any chance to finish second. Then you have Wesley who's playing Caruana. So Wesley को Caruana को हराना है. And then you have Anish against Duda, and Duda को Anish को हराना है. So advantage for nobody because all three players on 19 have black. Gukesh has black, Wesley has black, Duda has black. So मेरे हिसाब
Hmm.
से Gukesh is playing the guy who's the lowest in the standings, Prague, technically. So
You
technically,
cannot
यार,
say that about Prag, bhai. You
I
cannot say
know,
that
but
about Prag.
like on
You
paper,
cannot.
like
On
now the
paper,
thing
I
is,
get it, but no, no, of course not.
now
It's
the thing
Blitz.
is,
Blitz में कुछ भी possible है.
huh.
कुछ भी
So now
possible
the
है.
thing is, I think whosoever wins this round, I think has a chance to finish second, and who loses will have no chance. And draw pay, I don't think Tino games draw होंगी because somebody will go for the kill and they will either win or lose. So बहुत interesting है
Exactly.
chat. And yeah, so chat अपनी, I'm gonna add up a poll. I think let's see who finishes second. ठीक है, बड़ा interesting है. Who finishes second? Gukesh, Wesley, या फिर Duda? Saj bhai, what's your prediction?
भाई गुकेश को ही support करना है तो. I think. How is it even a question? कोई chat में कोई और नाम लिखे तो भाई I'll be sort. भाई already I'm seeing so much 17% दोनों और लोगों को support भाई. How is this possible?
नहीं
How
भाई
is
देखो,
this
वो
possible?
वो दिमाग से काम ले रहे हैं. इट इज पॉसिबल आई थिंक, बट आई थिंक ओवरऑल yeah, I think Gukesh should win here. I'm really hoping he wins this one. um Nodirbek has more points than Magnus. Yeah, but I think that's why it's a combined standing ना, कि मतलब it does matter कि आपका combined क्या है. So otherwise तो Gukesh का chance ही नहीं होता भाई. By Blitz alone, I think he would have absolutely zero chance. His score in Blitz is 5 out of 17. Prague is 5.5 out of 17. So even after the disastrous draw, Prague is half a point ahead. So both Indian players
Wow.
basically Sahaj struggled at Rapid, yeah, Blitz, yeah, because Rapid mein
Hmm.
Gukesh was first and Prague was fourth. And Blitz
Yeah,
mein I think basically both got wiped off basically.
basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it's
And
fine. We
chat,
have 10 minutes, I think, until the last
yeah,
round. But
yeah,
let's see.
and
Let's see
chat,
क्या होता है भाई.
देखो ब्लिट्स में गलती करना इज वेरी ह्यूमन. आई थिंक यू मेक ब्लंडर्स जब टैक्टिकली आप शार्प नहीं होते हो. एंड टैक्टिकली शार्प होने का एक तरीका है
1 second,
सॉल्विंग
ना मेरा
पजल्स डेली. एंड यू कैन डू इट विद द चेस कॉम डायमंड मेंबरशिप. भाई ले लो, कोई मेंबरशिप ले लो, 50% ऑफ है. एंड साल का ले लो ताकि भाई अगले साल तक स्ट्रेस ना हो. एंड 50% ऑफ सबसे बढ़िया डील है भाई. ईयरली 50% ऑफ इज द बेस्ट डील आई थिंक. And if you ever have thought about it, I think this is the best moment. Click on the pinned link and just access it and see the price. It will help you. Blitz is dash, no strategy, no brain. I disagree. I think there's a reason why Magnus always ends up on first place while playing Blitz, because he is the strongest player. Rapid की trophy है? I don't think so, but you can claim कि Gukesh will win the rapid section. That is technically true, but I don't think there's a separate trophy, unfortunately. Now the trophy we can get is of second or third place, and उसके लिए simple solution है, we have to win because chat Firouzja और Nodirbek पीछे हैं. So if we lose, we might even finish fifth. It is totally possible. See, Caruana cannot catch up with Gukesh, but Nodirbek and Firouzja also can. So you could technically finish fifth and then you get nothing. Yeah. So जीतना बहुत जरूरी. ड्रॉ करेंगे तो आई थिंक थर्ड गारंटेड है, ड्रॉ पे थर्ड गारंटेड है, एंड विन पे आई थिंक सबसे चांसेस है. हैव यू मेट डैनी रेंच? आई डिड मीट, लाइक आई डिड काइंड ऑफ मीट हिम फेस टू फेस ऐसे ड्यूरिंग द चेस कॉम मीटअप, बट ऐसे उसके अलावा नहीं. Now we can have question over Magnus's dominance. Not really, why? It's pretty obvious Magnus is the dominant player. Now, maybe Gukesh's rapid skills have improved. That's something of a positive sign. And even Prag played pretty well. But I think Blitz में clearly, yeah, we have seen huge weaknesses. I think Prag, Gukesh का कल का दिन और Prag का आज का दिन, like they are forgettable days. You can't justify it to any means. Like वो, it's just a bad day. Yeah? You just get ticked off. वो touch and move by, Gukesh, and then Prag का भी कुछ हुआ होगा, and then now you see him losing so many winning games. प्रग खुद को ऐसा नहीं होता भाई. आई डोंट, देयर इज नॉट इवन अ ग्लिमर ऑफ थॉट इन प्रग्स माइंड कि मैं हार जाऊं और गुकेश जीत जाए. Nobody in the chess world thinks like that. It's an individual sport at the end. ओलंपियाड में चारों साथ में बैठते हैं, but it's not the same. भाई जो ऑफर है वो तुम्हारे पास है, मेरे पास एक्स्ट्रा जेब में ऑफर नहीं है भाई. 50% वही है भाई यश भाई. मैच स्टार्ट होगा इन एग्जैक्टली 8 minutes chat. Final round of the day, by the final round of the tournament. So we will know who finishes in second place after this game. Who is better player for you, Magnus 19, Gukesh 8-19? Yeah, Magnus at 19 na. Because Magnus at 19 is what year? If you have to go back, way back. And he was born in 1990, so you're talking about 2009. So knowing the fact कि मैग्नस के पास उतना इंजन एक्सेस नहीं था जितना गुकेश के पास है, and technology has improved, and I might still say Magnus right now, like pure chess skills maybe, but he wasn't world champion though. So then Gukesh का भी point आता है. So I think it's pretty balanced, at least in classical. Rapid Blitz, I think Magnus was better. 60% दोगे तो दो अकाउंट से ये 60% क्या होता है भाई? दिस इज द मैक्स डील विच एवर इज ऑफर्ड बाय चेसकॉम. इससे ऊपर जाता ही नहीं है. अब मेरे जेब में नहीं है भाई, मैं डिसाइड नहीं करता ये. मैं कंटेंट टीम में हूँ भाई, आई एम नॉट पार्ट ऑफ द मोनेटाइजेशन टीम. तो ये मैं डिसाइड नहीं करता कितना % ऑफ देना है. वरना मेरे हाथ में होता ना भाई, मैं तुम्हें भाई 20% ऑफ दे देता भाई, 50 नहीं. नई वीडियो कब आएगी यार? वीडियो आराम से डालेंगे यार.
Let's
टाइम
go,
थोड़ा.
let's go. Where
साज भाई
is
क्या
GM?
लग
It's
रहा
right
है?
here.
क्या हुआ?
लिखा था किसी ने, where is GM? मैंने कहा right here.
अच्छा अच्छा. मैं
क्या
तुम्हें
लग रहा
केटी.
है?
अरे यार
I
भाई
think again, मैं यहाँ पे sides लेना बहुत मुश्किल है मेरे लिए.
you know
Because
I
again
think
I told you
Gukesh
19-20 का फर्क है यहाँ पे.
I think Gukesh will win. I'll tell you why, because Prag is just not in form. I think that's the main point. Like he
He was just
lost
about to
five,
beat Magnus.
but he couldn't. That's the point, right? He's getting winning position. He's not able to convert. Five
Could
times,
be.
six times actually. If you look, at least he drew that one, but पांच बार वो हार गया. So maybe that. Yeah, I just feel like Gukesh should be the favorite there, but you never know. I think Gukesh also won
But
that
he's
game against
playing with
Caruana.
black pieces, भाई.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think white black उतना मैटर करेगा यहाँ पे. To be honest, nerves ही
पड़ता है
इतने हैं
यार,
यहाँ पे
पड़ता है.
white black.
बिकॉज अगर ब्लैक से अगर आप मस्ट विन सिचुएशन में हो ना तो फर्क पड़ता है. तो फर्क पड़ता है आई थिंक.
But एक चीज है कि Gukesh gets a draw, I think he'll finish in top 3. Like very unlikely Wesley and Duda both win, and नीचे वाले Nodirbek Firouzja से आगे आ गए. So draw is not so bad. So I think draw will also do the job for Gukesh to some extent. I think he'll finish third if he draws. My guess is Wesley और Duda में से एक बंदा जीत जाएगा, एक बंदा हार जाएगा. Something like that. But of course, अगर अपने हाथ में रखना है तो you have to win. और कोई option नहीं है.
Is
But let's see.
Gukesh's tie break the worst, by the way? Why is he on the lowest?
That is quite interesting. If his tiebreak is the worst, and if he has seen
Wait,
that,
I can check it.
then I think
It
he will
is.
go for the win. There is no doubt about
अच्छा
it.
नहीं, अच्छा नहीं, chess results पे it's not combined. They are separate.
Separate matlab? Oh,
Separate
okay.
test.
But then
Chess
we
results
can't
पे
compare, na?
separate है.
Then
We
we
can't
have to
compare.
trust Chesscom there, I think. And his is
Yeah,
he
yeah, yeah.
is number fourth. So then he has to win, I think. Then draw might not even work, to be honest, if his tiebreak is the
Hmm.
worst.
Hmm. भाई परिमार्जन नेगी चेस नहीं खेलता. आई थिंक ही स्टॉप्ड क्वाइट सम टाइम अगो. आई थिंक
Yeah.
2014 2013 2014 में स्टॉप कर दिया था उन्होंने. He went to the US and now I think he's last I heard he was in Stanford and then he was at uh some other, like he was doing his master somewhere else and that's it.
Yeah. And tell me who is first rank in this tournament? I wish there was a graphic on our screen which could show who was first, Sahaj bhai. That would make it so much easier, actually.
स्पेशली अगर वो बॉटम राइट कॉर्नर पे होता वो ग्राफिक तो मतलब मजा ही आ जाता, बट है नहीं यार,
हाँ,
क्या
बड़ा
करें.
बड़ा होता, नंबर वन लिखा होता
फिर
वहां पे.
हाँ, और अभी 2 सेकंड पहले अगर वो ग्राफिक पूरी स्क्रीन पे दिखाया होता और
हाँ, that
अभी
would
भी वो
really.
ग्राफिक्स अगर स्क्रीन पे होता तो
हाँ.
यू डोंट नो.
I think Magnus ka match, by the way, he's playing Saric, so I expect him to go for the win. Yeah, he's not risking anything. So he will finish on 22 and a half um, if he wins. And then second place will be 20 points, is my guess.
अरे भाई, ये नया ढूंढा स्लीपी टाउन. नाइस नाइस वन बाय द वे. This
ये
I
आपको
I
नया
don't
लग
think
रहा है
I've
क्या,
heard
साज
this.
भाई?
I haven't heard this one before. I don't think so. I haven't heard this one before. Have
ये
you?
आपको नया लग रहा है क्या?
Like I have not heard this joke before.
क्या बात कर रहे हो आप?
I haven't heard this one. Have
तो साज
you?
भाई 2020 और 2021 में आप क्या कर रहे थे?
बट पढ़ाई कर रहा था. I still had my university.
हाँ, तभी तभी
पढ़ाई कर
तभी
रहा था.
तभी.
And I was also writing a course. I wasn't really on YouTube.
हाँ, that makes sense. That makes sense
Hmm.
actually. साहब वो निकले जाए वाली वीडियो जरूर देखना साज भाई.
मैं जरूर देखूंगा. I think the first thing I
हाँ.
do after we finish commentary is watching that video.
हाँ. Okay,
अच्छा,
the
it's from,
chat.
अच्छा, it's one from the video. अच्छा. Oh, okay,
Bye,
okay,
but
okay. I didn't know that.
this is not even from the video. This is from 2020 actually. But Niklesh bhai did fall for it. So
Oh, really?
that's why I say you will see the video. You will not. I'm telling you, उस वीडियो के 600 व्यू है, 500 मेरे हैं. There was a video
That's
before,
very funny.
same video uploaded, which had like a lakh views. Then
Mm-hmm.
somebody unlisted that, removed that video. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, video hata di. I searched through entire YouTube and found this, which had like 50, 100 views. And तब से
Mm-hmm.
600 view हो चुके, सारे मेरे
अच्छा. तो
I
बाकी के
love
100
watching.
मेरे. अच्छा, it's that
I
funny.
love
अच्छा,
watching
I'm
that video,
excited
भाई.
now. I'm
I
excited now.
love
Okay,
watching
three.
that video, भाई.
Nice,
मैंने
nice, nice.
परसों ही देखी है. परसों देखी है मैंने रात को. Not even kidding. परसों रात को देखी है.
Mm.
Amazing video.
Mm. Hikaru plays great in online Blitz, but not in OTP. Why? Bhai, he plays great in all formats, bhai. All formats everywhere.
Maybe
Everywhere.
online is a bit stronger, like, but I think it's like comparison between like Ambani and Tata. Yeah, मतलब दोनों करोड़पति हैं. Maybe किसके पास
Mm.
$100 extra है, but yeah.
Bhai, also online Blitz, mein, his peak was 2930 something. 2830 something.
Over the body
2930, I
line.
think it.
Over the body line.
2936, I think, yeah. Hikaru ki Blitz
Hmm.
rating is 2936 peak, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
He's the
yeah,
second highest peak ever, behind Magnus only.
yeah,
Hikaru ki peak thi, I'm just gonna check now. It was 2936, yes. It's
yeah.
2936. बता रहा हूँ मैं आपको.
If Gukesh pushes for a fuel draw नहीं भाई, एक ही game बची है. So I think this is the last game of the tournament, and a draw might not be enough. Like it might be enough for third place, but अगर उसका tie break खराब है, then it's definitely not going to be enough for second place. So I think Gukesh को second आना है, he has to win.
True, 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 true. 2 more minutes before we have lift off. Players have already begun. By E4 or D4? What do you think? Yeah, B3. Do you think Prag plays B3? He's been playing B3.
I think at this point he must be tired from B3. I think he's going to play E4. I think
Hmm.
D4. D4. I'll give it D4, I think. not to kind of go into opening theory. He'll go d4. What do you think, Sajbhai?
I think b3.
Chad, what do you think?
प्रग b3 खेलेगा पक्का, I think. ये अरविंद वाला सीन लग रहा है मुझे यहाँ पे. He's definitely, I think, I'm expecting some b3.
सी
A
मैंने
draw
एक्चुअली
is
बोल
not
दिया
enough.
साज
It
भाई.
could
सी
be.
वो हर घंटे में यू कैन गेन लाइक आई
एक
थिंक
काम करो, मुझे
70.
ही मॉड बना दो फिर से.
सी आई गॉट
मैनेजिंग
वन.
मॉड बना दो. That's it.
वो क्या उससे क्या होता है?
मैं और मॉड्स को बैन कर सकता हूँ. एक मॉड है जिसको बड़े टाइम से कोशिश कर रहा हूँ मैं. आज है नहीं वो मॉड
भाई ये
चैट में.
एक्सपी का एक्स फार्मिंग कौन कर रहा है भाई? एक्सपी फार्मिंग. ओके, छोड़ दो भाई, छोड़ दो.
मैंने भी लिख दिया. Oh,
टेस्ट
actually,
कर.
you're right. You're right. I
मैं
also
वाज
got some now.
टेस्टिंग इट बाय द वे, प्लीज डोंट स्पैम भाई. मैं टेस्ट कर रहा था उसका, I was just टेस्टिंग इट टू सी अंडरस्टैंड द एक्सपी फीचर.
Hmm.
Come on, final game starting in just 30 seconds, chat. Let's go. Can Gukesh win this one and finish in second place? Or will Prag get some redemption for today? Because today has not been his day. 1 point out of 8 games. And the games have become B3 indeed, Sahaj. You're
Bola,
correct. Let's go.
I told you. I told you. I know Prag like this. Definitely B3. Okay, okay, D3 is gonna going
Okay.
for that offbeat structure again. Prag को suit करता है, I think ये setup ज़्यादा. I don't know. That's just
Oh,
my take.
G3. काफी, काफी, ऐसे
This is
पूरा
that
सेंटर
hippo.
दे दिया गुकेश को यार.
मैं इसको in the West people call it hippo structure, but मैं elephant structure के नाम से जानता हूँ उसको. Knight E2 you play here.
बट हिप्पो वाला
सुना होगा
E3
आपने.
करके नहीं होता.
हाँ सेम, मतलब सेम ही है ना. नाइट E2
हाँ
पे
हाँ
रखे अब,
हाँ
लेकिन
हाँ
कुछ
हाँ
लोग
हाँ हाँ
एलिफेंट स्ट्रक्चर बोलते हैं, कुछ लोग हिप्पो बोलते हैं इसको. मैं
हाँ.
एलिफेंट स्ट्रक्चर बोलता हूँ.
Got it. Knight f3. Okay, castles. I think black f6 killing, of course, to defend the pawn.
Mhm.
And now you can play bishop e7. You can castle, queen d7. Black का
By the
बढ़िया
way,
structure है. हाँ.
perfect position I think for Gukesh to play for a win. Perfect.
Yeah.
You didn't want like a 4 night scotch here या फिर कुछ Berlin जहाँ पे you have to grind for a long time. यहाँ पे मतलब it's a proper game for both players. So
By the way,
अच्छा
Anish
चांस
seemed
दिया
to
I think
have
प्रग ने यहाँ पे.
caught Duda in some opening prep, and some chances funny. Duda हारता है तो गुकेश के chances बहुत बढ़िया हो जाएंगे.
think दोनों को ड्रॉ करना होगा या फिर हारना होगा essentially.
Yeah.
All games equal so far. Only Anish having a slight advantage against Duda.
Hmm.
Duda कुछ crazy prep लेकर आया है. Most
Okay,
likely. Yeah,
Gukesh
it's some prep by
castles.
Duda.
I think queen d7 next, connecting the rooks, and I think d4 is the move Prag really wants to execute well. Bishop थोड़ा hanging है हवा में. But as of now, black के पास बहुत ज़्यादा space है. Look at the bishop blocked by the pawn. Not happy. Look at the central knight, dominant knight, and play d4 on the board.
Yup, takes कुछ rookie 6 करके कुछ sack नहीं आ रहा board पे. I'm hoping.
Ooh,
Probably not.
that would be probably not. Probably not.
Probably not, yeah. But looks a bit scary though. Whenever d4 happens on the board, black would be very, very careful here. So I would
Yeah.
expect Gukesh to think a bit. And already 40-second difference between these two players. That's a lot. He takes
Ooh,
and
that's
plays
a
knight d
mistake
b4.
from. Ooh. And now knight f1 is the move for Prag to get a better
Cons.
position. He will pin that pawn to some extent, right? Because queen यहाँ interaction है.
Exactly. Bishop f1 also looks interesting to me, but I think that puts your bishop in a bad square and then you can just go knight d4. Knight
Yeah.
f1 supposed to be played. But knight f1 में ed4 नहीं मर रहा क्या साहिल भाई?
Knight.
ed4, knight f1, ed4, just knight d4.
हाँ.
क्या simple? हाँ, simple,
ed4,
simple, simple.
knight
Just
d4.
knight
Yeah.
d4. Yeah, very simple.
And somehow, mistake by Prag as well. And now knight d4 gives Gukesh a slight edge.
Mm-hmm.
This is Blitz chats. Blunders रुकेंगे नहीं, आते रहेंगे. दोनों players must be tired now, right? We have played 8 games today, and it's not gone well for either of them कहीं ना कहीं पे. So they must be mentally and emotionally exhausted. And now it's going to be very difficult. Magnus confirmed for first spot indeed. And अब second place के लिए 3 लोग fight करते हुए, Wesley, Duda और Gukesh. And it seems like Gukesh's tiebreak is the worst. So he needs to win this ideally. That's going to give him the best chance second place. Top 3 में आना है, very important. Ideally second behind Magnus. That's a statement.
f5, okay, and e4. Some aggressive chess by the world champ attacking the f3 knight. Now he has to decide. He cannot move the knight because the bishop takes g5 is a very, very big threat here. So what does he play?
He should
Can't
take
go
the
knight
bishop, yeah?
e6. Knight e6 feels bad. Just feels bad. Is it good?
I mean, he has
It
to take
feels
it.
like an
No?
uncomfortable. Yeah, he has to, but it feels bad,
Yeah.
Uncomfortable लग रही है position थोड़ी.
Oh, 95. Maybe he wants to push f3 and kind of open the center for his bishops. White does have the bishop pair, maybe. Super tricky. Time dekho bhai. Gukesh is 30 seconds behind. By the way, Wesley is better against Caruana. That's not a good sign for Gukesh.
Oh,
He's
bishop
clearly
f6.
better. Ooh, Wesley bhai,
What should he
hitne ka
do now?
nahi.
f3? Maybe? f3?
Yeah,
Is
f3.
f3
F3 is
good?
the move. I think you want to open it up. Rook opposite the queen. Gukesh has already lost a game in round one like this. जहां पे rook और
Hmm.
queen एक file पे थे.
So f3, knight e5, d5, bishop e5, queen e5, fe4. And that's it.
Great
e5.
move
और
by
fe4
Parag.
सीधा actually knight e5, fe4 is hanging straight away, Sahil bhai. Knight e5, fe4 ना?
Oh wow, that is
दोनों मर रहे
nice.
हैं.
ये क्या पोजीशन है भाई?
Yeah.
It is so cute actually. दो pawn, दो knight. Nice.
Hmm.
That would be hilarious if it happens on the board. Oh, he
And
takes a
now
bishop
also
bishop.
fe4. Same
Wow,
thing.
that's even worse actually. And now Parag is better.
That's a bit ahead on time. If he sees fe4, I think he's gonna push for the win. But tough to say what's gonna happen now.
No, he'll take.
Problem
I
is
think
after
he.
fe4 there is knight f4, which could seem okay. He goes for it. Wow.
Yeah, yeah, he does.
I
And
see.
knight
I
f4.
don't like knight f4. Like after knight f4,
Yeah,
gf4, queen. It just feels odd. Okay, now d5 is forced, of course.
it was the best move. Sahaj knight f4. Fe4 is the second best. But I agree with you. I think white. Look at the white bishops. Yeah, अगर ये खुल गए ना. Right now, this is blocked by the e pawn, and this is blocked by the white e pawn.
Hmm.
So if they open up, it could be dangerous. Rook d8 only move now. Ooh. Oh, he
Okay,
plays
rook
it.
d8 played. Double bishop versus double knight, essentially.
Oh, mistake. Brown makes a mistake. Knight f4. Gukesh is better now. Attacking the queen, and he finds it. Queen c2. Only move for Prague. Bhai, the tile is taught. Blitz is insane, chat.
One mistake and anything is possible. By the way, Magnus completely winning against Ivan Saric.
Wow. And
Wesley winning against Fabiano.
oh,
And Anish
Fabiano
winning
comes
against
back.
Duda.
Fabian just came back, so he's equal now. And Anish is winning. फिलहाल के लिए गुकेश ने सब बढ़िया लग रहा है. Wesley is drawing. Duda is losing. And Gukesh is doing kind of slightly better, maybe.
Hmm. This is the moment, a very crucial moment. If he wins, then he's gonna be second, most likely.
Yup,
Nice.
yup.
Let's go.
Chat, final predictions डाल दो. Is it gonna be Gukesh? Is it gonna be Wesley? Is it gonna be MVL? जल्दी fine MVL कह रहा हूँ भाई. MVL कहाँ से? Duda. जल्दी से
Hmm.
नाम spam कर दो. Who do you think will win second place after Magnus Carlsen?
My queen to the forced, yeah. Is he considering GF4, Sahil bhai? No ways,
That's the
right?
second best move. That's the second best move.
But no ways he's I mean, he can say
Yeah,
goodbye
that
to
can't
winning.
be. That can't
Yeah.
be the way to win. Yeah. No, he finds Queen C2, but he takes a lot of time. He's a minute behind on the clock now. Will
Yeah,
Gukesh take
knight.
the draw, Sahaj? He has a draw right now.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He has to play for a win. Plus also, एक वो rivalry भी तो है यहाँ पे. Considering कि प्रज्ञ ने उसको पहला मैच हराया. I mean,
He's
come on.
considering it.
You
He is
can't take down
considering
a.
it.
No, he's considering what to do. How not to take
Uh,
the draw is what he's thinking. I can promise you no draw here.
oh, what a moment, chat. All three players in the running, playing right now. Fabi, Wesley seems to be extremely complicated but equal. Anish is better against Duda. Gukesh is equal against Prag. कुछ भी हो सकता है किसी भी सेकंड. Who will finish
भाई
second in
प्रागी
this
किंग
important moment?
प्रागी
हाँ.
किंग जी 2 ना खेलते मैं बता रहा हूँ. Oh,
Oh, he plays King G2. Knight F5 is apparently better. What is Knight F5?
Prag says no draw. What?
Bhai, Prague is also
भाई
little bit, yeah. But Knight F5
Blitz is
nikalna is
crazy.
what's the idea of Knight F5,
But
Sahaj? It
bishop
doesn't look like
h7.
an.
What is knight f5? Bishop h7 is hanging. You're just giving
That's the
that up.
only move. That's the only move.
But that's not
What?
easy though.
What is Knight F5? कोई बताएगा क्या?
Queen h3 check. Queen h3 check feels very logical here as black as well.
Yeah,
But probably
that
it's a
makes
mistake.
sense. That
Yeah.
makes sense. But I think what is Knight A5? I think I can't
Just
imagine
attacking
this being the
b3, I
idea.
guess.
I mean,
Attacking b3. That's it.
but there's no way you do this, yeah, in this game. यहाँ पे
No
attack लगा हुआ है
ways.
king. You're just thinking about these ideas, right? You're not thinking about knight a5.
No. ये आपकी नजर पूरी किंग साइड पे है. देख कि
Yeah,
नाइट को क्वीन साइड पे लेके जाना is like completely out of question, I think here.
yeah. ये सिर्फ मूवीज में होता है भाई, लोग ऐसे उठा के बंदूक ऐसे पीछे गोली मार देते विलन को भाई, ऐसे
हम्म
रियल चेस में नहीं होता।
नाइट D4, सी
Oh,
लॉजिकल लॉजिकल.
question mark. Wesley again, better against Caruana. So things are turning again.
Oh,
Now
also
Queen's.
Saric also comes back against
Yeah.
Magnus.
Only Firouzja is completely winning against Nodirbek. बाकी सब गेम में कुछ ना कुछ आगे पीछे चल रहा है अभी. He's completely winning. But okay, not to kind of stick here too much. Let's go to Prag Gukesh. Wait, what happened in the
Knight
Prag?
D4, Knight D4. Come on, Queen
Wesley's
C4,
also making a
something.
mistake. Yeah, going back.
रखो रखो ये रखो ये रखो बहुत.
Oh,
I'll
time
I'll keep
बराबर.
checking the games.
Time बराबर है chat. We're not going to use air gambit against Prag भाई. नहीं नहीं नहीं. I think that's not fair.
अरे बिल्कुल भी नहीं.
Though Indians है, if Gukesh wants to win, he has to win. And Guizio played, by the way, best move in the position. And that forces the queen trade pretty much. And जीतना बहुत मुश्किल रहेगा सहज अब यहाँ से गुकेश के लिए, I think. Because queens के बिना you can't take advantage of the open king. And bishop pair है white के पास.
Yeah. So Queen takes C4, Knight takes C4, take away one of the bishops, put the knight on E6, and try to win in that endgame. I guess that's the way to go.
Hmm. Hmm.
नाइट को E6 पे रख दो बढ़िया से एकदम आउटपोस्ट पे, मतलब आउटपोस्ट नहीं है टेक्निकली, बट यू गेट व्हाट आई मीन. इट्स
Yeah.
डिफेंडिंग
You
द पॉन.
take,
एंड डोंट थिंक
take
सो
and knight
लॉन्ग,
e6.
जस्ट डोंट, जस्ट प्ले दिस.
Oh, 36 seconds. He plays
एग्जैक्टली.
b5. What was
भाई
b5?
गुकेश इज रियली ट्राइंग टू प्ले फॉर अ विन, आई एम टेलिंग यू, ही इज रियली रियली ट्राइंग.
But
टेक्स
white can
टेक्स एंड.
still take the queen. I don't see how
Yeah, but
that's a
takes
better
takes and
version.
rook D2 का threat है साहिल भाई. That's what he's banking on.
Ah. Yeah,
Maybe in
takes
like
and
in such a sudden, time control, maybe Prag is not going to be able to figure out how to deal
yeah.
with this threat.
By the way, bishop c6 only move for Prag to get the advantage.
And any other
Advantage.
move?
It's equal.
Bishop C3 खेला तो. Bishop C3 feels very logical here.
Bishop c3 खेला तो then knight e4 is equal.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen, Sahil bhai.
Oh, he plays
Bishop
f3 though.
F3.
Oh.
He goes Bishop F3. Oh,
Yeah.
crazy. Rook
Yeah.
D2?
Rook e2 I'm
Rook
guessing
E2.
rook e2 होगा.
Rook E2. ठीक है बच गए. Um,
Wesley completely winning. Wesley So is completely winning. He's gonna jump to 20 points. Duda completely lost. So draw
wow,
would be
what a...
third place. Draw would be third place now. Magnus completely
Okay.
winning as well, and Firouzja has
Oh,
won against
Nodirbek
Nodirbek.
also lost, so
Yeah.
sixth, मतलब top 5 तो पक्का है. Oh, Rook B3, that's now, he's better now. Wow. Gukesh is better now.
ये
15
पॉइंट कैसे खा
second by
गया
the
भाई?
way. Rook D3,
पता
Rook
नहीं
B3
है,
yeah. Very
रात
quick.
को सोते हो कि फ्रिज में बढ़िया
Hmm.
खाना रखा है, सुबह उठ के खाऊंगा, सुबह उठते तो खाना गायब होता है, तुम्हारे भाई ने या किसी ने खा लिया होता है. Reminds me of that. पॉइंट कहाँ गया?
Sahil bhai, you're getting too real. As
Oh,
someone who
knight
had an
e3
older
now.
brother.
You have to take, rook takes.
And Rook A2.
Oh, another slight error. Knight d4 now. Oh, he takes. Such practically black's pieces look awesome. It's just the bishop pair. Once it enters the game, it could be dangerous for Gukesh though.
But he's a pawn up, so and virtually no compensation.
Oh,
I
three
mean,
seconds. Oh, blunder. Rook b1. Rook b1 and Gukesh is winning. Close to winning. Oh, he doesn't find it. Still better though. Oh, another mistake. And now simply
that's a
a5.
very comfortable win. Oh, what? Rook D8, Rook
What?
D7.
भाई कुछ भी चल रहा है गेम में. It's crazy. He just blunders the pawn for nothing.
5 सेकंड गुकेश का जब भी
Oh,
10
Wesley
सेकंड से कम होते
completely
हैं.
losing. Wesley losing. The Duda has lost. A draw is second place. A draw is second place. He needs to draw that. Oh, Fabi blunders. Fabi blundered the game in one move. Now he's what?
Oh, I just saw. I
अरे
just
यार.
saw.
Fabi
अरे
भाई
ये तो
तुसी क्या करते हो भाई?
कि गुकेश
He's
still
trying
trying
to.
to play for a
Oh, this is
win.
a draw though. This is a complete draw. No doubt
Yeah,
about
Rook
it.
B7. Very nice move. Very nice move.
अरे
No
वेस्ली
chance.
जीत गया यार. फैबी भाई तुसी क्या करते हो यार? ऐसे कैसे बनोगे गोट?
Hmm.
अरे यार फैबी ने धोखा दे दिया भाई.
Yeah, now it's a draw. Dead draw.
Third place I think. Third place, yeah.
Third place पक्का है. डूडा हार गया ना?
हाँ,
डूडा
Duda हार
lost.
गया. Duda lost. So 19 and a half for Gukesh and he's going to finish in third place. But I think he could have finished second. I think वो फैबी धोखा दे गया भाई.
Did you see that? He didn't accept
क्या?
a draw. Oh wait, that's him accepting the draw. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a draw. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, you can't,
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
imagine. I think just this is a draw. So 19 and a half. Gukesh finishes in third place. But just to kind of show you chat, ये position थी. Look at the bar. आता है A7 blunder. He just forgot the rook is hanging. Sahaj, what is this? अच्छा he thought कि queen कर लूंगा मैं.
And then
He thought मैं queen
bishop
कर लूंगा.
c5,
Knight
bishop
f2
c.
check. He missed that.
Oh,
यार भाई फैबी
oh,
भाई एक चाल में गेम दे दी भाई.
wow. By the way, that guy who said, I think it was name was Prakash something. Well done, actually. You did predict that Gukesh will be third. Before,
Yeah,
like two
yeah,
rounds ago, he predicted. So well done for that. GG.
yeah. Yeah. So, anyways, I think a super, super interesting tournament, Chad. I think it's kind of really, really shown the power of Indian chess in some extent. Of course, Blitz wasn't really as great. And जो पूछ रहा है biased क्यों है? Because Chess 24 India, I think usually global Chess.com and Chess 24 will have an unbiased stream because it's for everybody. This is for Indian audiences in general. But regardless, I think overall a great tournament, Sajay. मजा आ गया भाई, I think देखने में because we had Gukesh play fabulous in rapid chess. Blitz, however, I think we saw a bunch of flaws. In fact, Gukesh having 1.5 out of 9 yesterday and Prag having 1.5 out of 9 today. So कहीं ना कहीं पे दोनों players they both have to go back and go back to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong. But Prag at the end, I think finishes in ninth place. That will really hurt. And Gukesh kind of losing that, first rank and finishes in third place. Would you be satisfied with third place here, Saj?
Absolutely not. I mean, how can you be? Because he was not just leading the tournament, he was leading it by some 4.3 points, I think, over the next player. So that's a
Hmm.
very, very big margin. So of course, I mean, कहीं ना कहीं पे तो दर्द होगा इस बात का, but I think overall still the second round for Gukesh was fantastic. The second day for Gukesh was much better
Hmm.
than the first day, so a lot of things worked right. And yeah, I mean, this is a marathon. Yeah, if it takes some time to, as you said, to catch up to your level of your classical chess, and I think that's what we're witnessing here with this exceptional play in Rapid, for example, and some very, very cool games in the Blitz as well.
And the fun part was last round तक पता नहीं था second कौन आएगा. I know first का पता था हमें, but I think Magnus doing Magnus things. But last round तक पता नहीं था who will finish, second, third, fourth. And I think we should take third. It's not bad. It's on the podium. And of course, if things would have gone wrong, based what we saw yesterday, Sahaj, like third wasn't confirmed. Gukesh was not in form. I think today it was much better. He scored, I think, 4 out of 9, which is not super impressive, but at least it's an improvement and he can at least look forward towards Blitz with confidence. And of course, a lot of work to be done. But Rapid for Gukesh was absolutely stunning, I think.
Hmm. It could not be better, I think, the rapid
Yeah.
section. He won like some 5 or 6 games in a row. I mean, all games, such spectacular, exciting chess, not going for the draw consistently. I mean, yeah, we saw actually Gukesh effect also come into action many times in the rapid section at least, which was very, very nice to see.
Sahaj, but when Gukesh took that draw against Magnus, do you think like he did a huge mistake for his future matches? Because now Magnus subconsciously puts him in the category where everybody else lies, and then he will start showing his true sense. Like जो वो emotional reaction Magnus का आता था, we will not see that anymore because you see that reaction, he did something like that's what he did. Now. Like he couldn't believe कि Gukesh went for the draw. That's why he allowed it as well. Magnus would never allow the ball in draw. He never expected कि Gukesh draw लेगा. So do you think now we might not see Magnus get that emotional reaction and maybe he has an upper hand on Gukesh now in any format going forward?
It's difficult to say. It's not really that black and white, but I do think that taking a draw against Magnus did help him in this tournament क्योंकि एक वो pressure चला गया to
Hmm.
win against Magnus and he could focus on the other games. Instead, he
Hmm.
finished third, which I think is great. Um, but overall in the future, I think yes, थोड़ा effect है इसमें. I think थोड़ा but effect आएगा. But I guess we'll see. Yeah, time will tell.
या इट्स गोना बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. मैंग भाई आप बनते हैं आज के मॉडरेटर. नंबर 1 रैंक है आपकी, सो कांग्रेट्स. किसी को ऐसे फालतू में टाइम आउट ना दे भाई. हाइड तो ना ही करें, आइडियली हाइड सिर्फ मैं करूंगा. बट इन जनरल
हाँ.
लोगों को काम भी समझाया कि भाई बी सिविल, सिविल इंजीनियर नहीं जैसे मैं था. बट साज भाई, so the tournament was fantastic. बहुत मजा आया. And I think Gukesh finished his third, Prag ninth. Next tournaments, I think chat most likely. I don't know whether we are streaming the esports World Cup. I don't know exactly क्या scene है उसका. We'll get to know soon. But in general, Freestyle we might not be streaming because of the times. Yeah, it starts at 11:30 p.m. finishes at 7:30 a.m. But we will have the Chennai GM qualifiers next weekend. तो वो मैं आऊँगा स्ट्रीम करने के लिए. And then Chennai GM होगा फिर से अगस्त में. वो भी आएगा यहाँ पे सेम चैनल्स पे. And of course, not to forget, साज भाई, सितंबर 1st 2025 से लेके दिसंबर 2026 तक the chess calendar will have no space because we will have the Grand Swiss, we'll have the World Cup, then we'll have the candidates, and then we'll have the Olympiad, and then we'll have the World Champion. Like वो सितंबर से लेकर अगले दिसंबर तक पूरा पैक्ड है भाई.
Crazy, bhai. Crazy. So much chess is happening. It's so
Yeah.
nice to see. But Chennai GM bhi to hai. That's another one,
हाँ
no?
वो अगस्त में है. हाँ वो तो पहले ही है. वो तो पहले ही
August
है.
mein.
उसमें
Right,
we'll
right,
have.
right. Acha,
Yeah.
right. You said September. Correct, correct, correct.
हाँ. Oh man. So Chad, thank you for joining. बहुत मजा आया इस टूर्नामेंट में आपके साथ. एंड कैम्स नहीं थे तब भी इतने लोग आए. So thank you for joining. एंड बहुत भाई चैट के बिना कहाँ मजा है भाई. So it was a lot of fun. And of course, we'll be back soon. अगले हफ्ते फिलहाल चेन्नई जिम के क्वालिफायर्स के साथ. And we'll see who will be the one to qualify into the challengers. So बहुत सारे youngsters हमें मिलेंगे, title players. साज भाई might be playing, who knows.
I
भाई
haven't
अब
decided yet, but I
खेलो भाई
might,
यार
I
खेलो.
think.
It will be so much fun to commentate on your games. Chat, come on. साजो को बोलो खेलने के लिए यार. Come on, chat.
It is,
Like,
it is, it is a
there's
50-50.
no harm in playing, right? Like you can always say no to the sport if let's say कि जीतते भी हो. Like if you want to. There's no harm in playing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. That's true. That's true. But I'll think about it for sure, for sure. But it is definitely, it's not like 0-100 कि मुझे नहीं खेलना है. It's 50-50 right now. But I will see.
यार साथ भाई खेलना खेलना बिकॉज आपके ब्लंडर निकालने में बड़ा मजा आएगा. So meanwhile, chat, we will see you next Saturday. बहुत मजा आएगा. Bye bye. Take care. Good night. And congrats to Gukesh. And hopefully both of them will get stronger and stronger and stronger with time. Bye bye, chat.
Attention.